Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Z, how are you capable of these long ass streams, disappear or go away for 10, 12, 15 hours, and then do it again? How are you capable of it, Z? How are you capable of it? Um, Shout out to all of y'all. I don't know. Something's wrong with me, right? Hopefully y'all checked out the links in the description box. This is a reckless streams, reckless streams, reckless streams. Do not put the comment in the comment section. Y'all already know. We'll just leave it there. Um, so our excuse me, our favorite cute face, probably using filters, sovereign black woman, right? Um, so or the sovereign woman, better yet, I'm sorry, I said sovereign black woman. The sovereign woman. The sovereign woman covers Princella, but this video of hers is about a month old, so it may not have anything to do with the conversation that we've been having about Princella over the past few days, but we'll still get to what's interesting about the sovereign woman and what she's saying. Okay, right, about Princella, about men in her case and in our case about black men. I really want to focus, and if compassionate comes through, I'll have him play it for us if he's available and if he can. um I really want to focus on first the 3 to 4 minute mark. That is in, so for those of you that are coming in, if you want to just go ahead and listen to that maybe at one and a half time speed, so you can see that Mr. Z told us. Right, Mr. Z said it. And what is that, Z? That we truly believe that there is something defective about men and boys, particularly in the black community. That girls and women, and literally the sovereign woman said this. So Mr. Z was reading it correctly. And by the way, I never had a woman ever in Z's entire life, nearly 40 years. I've never had a woman, white, black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise, ever overtly say this, ever. But I always knew this is how they thought and felt. What is that, Z? That women and girls come out the womb innocent and kind and giving and loving and nurturing and demure, right? And have a sense of moral and social justice. And it's men and this society that corrupts them. It's men and this society that jades them. It's men in this society that breaks them, right? And if you meet a toxic woman, she is only toxic as a response to the environment that men singularly in a vacuum built. The society and men, and the society that men built, is what turned her and made her toxic. And if she harms other women, she's harming other women at the behest of men, right? Once again, no one overtly said this to Z. No woman ever said those literal words to Z in my entire life, nearly 40 years. But I always knew there was a number, most, if not all, women who felt like this. And what about boys and men, Z? What about boys and men? Boys and men come out the womb. They are tyrannical. They are oppressive, right? They want to break things, break people. They want to put their foot on weaker vessels, women, girls, right? If it wasn't for laws, they would be e-paring women and girls left and right, right? And it is women, girls, and the society that civilize boys and men, right? It is women and girls and the society that women and girls help to build that makes men wipe their rear end and take a shower and clean their room, right? If it wasn't for women and girls and the society that they have helped to build to civilize boys and men, boys and men wouldn't even know how to tie their own shoes. Huh? Mr. Z, once again, always knew that this was a sentiment held by many of women across the racial spectrum, across class, across education, right? Once again, no woman overtly ever said this to Z or even around Z. And yet, here is the sovereign woman saying those literal words, reciting those literal words. If you want to know why we're here today, other than to stroke Z's ego and say, I told you so, and I'm not saying that any of you doubted Z, right? Other than to stroke Z's ego and say, I told you so, is to say, this is frightening, and these are your aunts, and your mothers, and your grandmothers, and your sisters, and your girl cousins, and your girlfriend, and your wife, and your daughter. Huh? Yeah. You can even hear Miss Sovereign Woman sass the boy moms. Huh? What did she say in the on the offset, on the intro of her video? When she first came across Princella and she heard Princella say men are incapable of love, she said she never pressed subscribe faster in her life. She never pressed subscribe faster in her life. Huh? Men are incapable of love. Now, it's not that men may show love differently. No, it's not that women have their own concepts of how men should show love. No, it's not that women are trying to break men into being patriarchs by feminist specifications. No, none of that. It's not that you're a little misandrous troll, a little she woman man hater troll. No, it has nothing to do with that. No, it's that men are incapable of love. And so when you heard Princella say that, you started doing the yeah, girl, to yourself, huh? Huh? By the way, from what we hear from Miss Sovereign Woman, some man is piping. She got a boyfriend somewhere. Shout out to you, player. I get it. She's cute. Sovereign Woman, if we could see through the filters, we would really know. But based off of what we can see, okay, yeah, she's cute. She don't sound half dumb off her goddamn rocker though. Have fun with whatever situation she brings you through. Whatever situation you go, like Mr. Z keeps on saying this. Shout out to all you men, namely black men. Y'all see these women's y'all see what they produce on their channels, you see how they speak, you see their views of men, and y'all pipe anyway. You try to make families with them anyway. You have children with them anyway. You marry them anyway. Because all of you think y'all are exceptions to the rule until you're in divorce court. All of you think you're exceptions to the rule until you're in child support court. All of you think that you're exceptions to the rule until you're on the other side of that weapon. All of you think you're exception to the rules until she's trying to park that Honda sign up your rear end. That Dodge sign, that Ford sign, that Chevy sign, that BMW sign, that Nissan sign, that Benz sign. Huh? What are you talking about, Z? All the videos of y'all that y'all see of women trying to roll men over with cars. Exactly, Saint Cyr, and that's really what it is. And Saint Cyr says, men are incapable of love, aka men will bow and bend the knee to every whim a woman has. Huh? And Sovereign Woman said, she never put the words essentially together like that in her mind, but really she just thought that, you know, men just didn't have feelings. Imagine this. Y'all really think, and especially for Sovereign Woman, because Sovereign Woman plays with like radical feminist language, like borderline radical lesbian feminist language with the divine feminine, the black woman divine feminine language. She like mix all of that in the gumbo pot. Huh? So y'all really think the way you do it is the way it should be done. Sovereign Woman tells you she ain't never put the words together in her mind like that. She just thought that men just didn't have feelings. What? Oh, because men don't express ourselves the way you do and the way you see other women express themselves. Because black men don't express themselves the way you do. We don't have feelings. We're incapable of love. That's what made you gravitate to Princella and press the subscribe button so quickly. I sit it to FD. And he said to me, oh, the women think the same thing. Shut the hell up. No, I sit it to FD. No, the women, black women, feel and think that men are defective. Black men in specific, black boys and black men are both defective black girls and black women and defective white boys and white men simultaneously. And they move that way. Huh? Black boys and black men will not have the power and the prestige and the white skin and the white patriarchy of white men, nor will they have the morality and the social justice spirit, huh? And the humanity of black girls and women. Therefore, once again, black boys and men are defective black girls and women and simultaneously defective white boys and men. Huh? And it's not just your swirlers and divestors who are espousing this. It's your black feminist. It's your black radical feminist. It's many of your black lesbian women. It's your LGBTQ black men. Uh oh. Huh? It's your level up hypergamy black women. Huh? It's your average dumb hood sisters. Shout out to you, K Michelle. Oops. Huh? All the way to your corporate elite black women. If you let them talk long enough, and if you parse through their jumbled up polysyllabic verbose crap, eventually we get here. Huh? Eventually we get here. I want you to understand. Z doesn't know Sovereign Woman, the Sovereign Woman. Z does not speak to her. From what we know, she may not know who Z is. I'm not sure if she's subscribed or not. I don't think so. And what did she say? She said exactly what I've been telling y'all for years that black women thought and that women generally thought. That inherent, and she said inherent. So coming out the womb, the boys are messed up and the girls are great. And what ends up happening is that the patriarchy make the boys that are going to turn into men even worse than they are when they come out the womb. Huh? And black men are supposed to do what with a community full of women that think like that? Whether they overtly express it like sovereign women did here or not. I said it. You got to bring them to the deep end of the pool, FD. FD, when I told you how black women see black men in comparison to white men, and Little Bill told you the same thing, and you were saying, you never heard your mother and other women around you growing up saying that. Yeah, how often were you around them when a man would bring them to a deep end of the pool, or when they were really seriously aggravated with black men? You got to once you start bringing black women, and I would argue a lot of women of color, but fine, black women in America, once you, excuse me, start bringing them to the deep end of the pool, yeah, you start getting all type of eugenics talk. You start getting all type of, let me say it, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, because Mr. Z, this definitely is going to be demonetized. You start getting all type of eugenics talk. You start getting all type of genocide talk. Uh-oh. You start getting all type of swirler, divester, I'm a date out, non-black men do it better talk. Huh? See, when you do the whole patty cake, soft, surface level stuff, of course you're going to believe, as FD Acolyte on Jubilee said, no, the women are more likely to let go of their femininities than the man are of their masculinity. Yeah, because y'all ain't bringing them to the deep end of the pool. Y'all not telling them what equality is really going to look like for their dating prospects, for their marriage prospects. Uh-oh. Huh? When you start telling them what equality look like on a macro level, and how many of them are going to have to maybe date financially down, educationally down, date, well, as I already said, educationally down, but financially down, educationally down. When you tell the ladies that, let's see how many of them are really willing to let go of their concepts and their ideas of femininity and yeah, that sounds nice. Huh? Start telling them, as Z has said, let me reiterate it again, that the era of hypergamy for the masses of women is dead. Start telling the ladies that, and I'm not just saying the black women, start telling Latina women that, and white women that, and black women that, and even some Asian women that. Start telling them the era of hypergamy is dead for the masses of women. And let's see if with the acolyte, FD's acolyte off of Jubilee, let's see if what he was saying is right. See how quickly you get women sounding like Chrissy. I tell average and below average looking black women that if they can't date hypergamously, then it's better that they be alone or they be single. I don't care. I don't care. See how quickly they go there with it. See how quickly they sound like the sister off of that morning show. I could do bad all by myself. Huh? Yeah. See how quickly they sound like the sovereign woman. Wow. So the sovereign woman tells you what it is. This is where we are. This is where we are, people. Huh? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. You know what else I was thinking of is what we were getting into, a part of a very interesting conversation we were getting into yesterday on my panel. And on the panel yesterday, we were speaking about, and shout out to Black Uru and Nema and BGS and everyone that was on the panel, Meech and Lion and whatnot. And we were speaking about women and women and girls and their mothers who are not paying attention to the fact that these women are in advanced programs in high school, right? They're in AP classes, they're taking advanced courses in high school, they're in colleges and universities, they're doing their master's program, their PhD program, and they're not actually looking left and right to see, wait a minute, there's not there's not an equal amount of boys here in high school. There's not an equal amount of young men here. Not only is there not an equal amount, it's not even a 51-49 split, women to men. It's 65-35. It's 60-40. It's maybe 70-30. It's maybe 80-20. As we were saying the other day, who the hell is your daughter supposed to marry? Who is she supposed to have children with? Who is she supposed to feel, quote unquote, equally yoked with, and then practice assortative mating, and even maybe hypergamy with, when across the country in different colleges and universities, it's 60-40 split, 63-35 split, women to men. As Black Ur was saying, so you never think to yourself, wait a minute, who am I supposed to end up with as a woman? And the mothers are never looking in the classes to be like, okay, well, and as BGS said, and Meat said, yeah, it's just supposed to come from the factory. The factory is just going to produce the men on the other end of my graduation. The men are just going to magically appear. The men I was never in class, the boys I was never in class with, the men I was never in class with. Huh? Now you have all these women screaming to high hell about no man being on their quote unquote level. Now you have the women that have the means freezing their eggs, as Dr. Marcia Inhorn said, because once again, their concepts of hypergamy. Huh? Meanwhile, because if love is love and you can't help who you love, meanwhile, the sovereign woman is saying men are incapable of love. And oh, better yet, she subscribed to Princella after hearing Princella say men are incapable of love. Men are incapable of love, and as sovereign woman said, she just thought the men didn't have feelings. Yeah, the men don't have feelings, and the men are incapable of love. That's why it's the women who are freezing their eggs because they can't meet men, quote unquote, on their level, right? Yeah, that's it. Huh? Yeah. It's the men that are incapable of love. That's why the women are struggling. It's the men that told the women to price their vagina out the game, right? Yeah, that's it. Huh? Yeah. Anything for the narrative. Ain't that right, sovereign woman? And sovereign woman told you straight up. She exposed herself here. She's riding with women no matter what. She told you she always gonna be on the side of women. It don't matter what. Uh-oh. Now, sovereign woman gets into some very weird and interesting part of the video where she speaks about that man, essentially like, no matter the messenger, she's speaking about Prince Stella here, and I'm paraphrasing. She's essentially saying, no matter the messenger, that man is still gonna try to knock your head in between the washing machine or whatever she's saying. Essentially speaking about DV, He's still going to essentially gaslight you about what's going on in his phone and all these different things. At least in the black community, we working on what, between 45 and 50 million black people in America. That's ADOS and a bunch of different, immigrants, children of immigrants, grandchildren of immigrants, but black Americans, right? Give or take about 45-ish to 50 million. What's the rate of DV phone calls? What's the rate of deletion by DV at the hands of men? What the hell is the sovereign woman talking about? These color purple ass narratives. And this is what I've been saying for the longest, since a child, definitely to the FD types and to the foreign man and foreign land types. Is it all a woman has to do, particularly a black woman, all she has to do is recite some weirdo color purple line and y'all just fall for it? All a woman has to do is just weaponize some trope about the oppressive, anti-black, colorist, featurist, texturist, fatphobic, homophobic, transphobic black man, and y'all just go for it. Believe all women, Z. Huh? Yeah. So that's what sovereign literally. The sovereign woman literally was speaking about DV like this. This is just a normal occurrence. Black men are just waking up in the morning and backhanding their wives, being whatever type of phobic to their son, touching their daughter inappropriately. This is just what black men do. We just wake up in the morning and this is what we do. All the little weirdo color purple, name the movie or the book, with the most horrendous black men humanly possible, and this is sovereign black women's every day. These are black men, huh? This is what Z is saying. You have a number of these weirdo, absolutely torn to shreds, broken black women. And let me be very clear, Sovereign, what the issue with a lot of black women is. Y'all come out here, you don't follow rules, you don't follow norms, you want to freestyle, you have a market ideology, you want to practice negative liberty to the nth degree, and life puts a foot square up your ass. And then it's black men. No. Huh? Y'all do what y'all want to do, and when life put a foot square up your ass, then it's black men. This is the same thing Chrissy was on. Chrissy told you she used to be smoked out. She used to be hanging around the hood dudes. Yeah, but black men are an issue and white men are better. Ma'am, you chose the worst type of black man, and that's if I even believe what you're saying. Huh? These women want to do whatever they want to do when they're young and tight and everything's right. Huh? Have children for whoever they want to have children with. Have sex with whoever they want to have sex with. Don't care if this man's responsible or not. They didn't vet this dude, nothing. I'm just turned on by him. I'm going that way. Huh? Do whatever they want to do, however they want to do it. And when there's a cost to that, then men are incapable of love and men don't have feelings. Huh? Oh man. As I said, this lady is mocking boy moms. What you want? You want black women to do? Wait a minute. What they're already doing, raising their sons to be the sacrificial lamb for the gynocracy? Or you want them to continue doing that? They're already doing that, Sovereign. Dear sovereign woman, especially in the black community, black women are already raising their sons to be the sacrificial lamb for the black female gynocracy. So you're mocking them for doing what they're already doing? You know what happened when those men come of age and they realize, wait a minute, this is some BS. They date out. Oops. Or if they find a black woman worth a damn, they grab her hand and run as far away from, well, women like you as humanly possible. All them brothers and their good families in the burbs, yeah, they're running from you. They're running from women like you. They don't want their daughters listening to you. They don't want their wife listening to you. If they got their niece living with them, they don't want their nieces living to excuse me, listening to you. Huh? Imagine mocking boy mom's wife because maybe, possibly, probably not. They're raising their sons not to be the little pet to women like you, the little kiss ass to women like you. Huh? These women, like Sovereign, are incensed and angry at the world and the black community that they don't produce more and better products. What's the product, Z? Ass kissing men, black men, who worship at the altar of broken loser ass women like Sovereign Woman. Shout out to whoever you are that's piping her down. Huh? Yeah. I'm glad Sovereign said it. As Obsidian said, we say what we say and we wait for the facts to catch up, or we let the facts catch up. He didn't say wait. And if y'all want to check it out, what Z is referencing, really, what we're really focusing on today is between that 3 and 4 minute mark. It links are in the description. Between the 3 and 4 minute mark, huh? Sovereign Woman says it all. The girls are born inherently good, and the girls are born inherently good, and the boys, well, meh. And these are your aunts, everyone. And these are your sisters, everyone. And these are your mothers, everyone. Oops. These are your girlfriend. Yikes. And your wives. Oh, huh? Now, did she get a little bit of pushback from one or two women in the comments? Yeah. But for the most part, they're clapping it up with Sovereign and they agree. Huh? They agree. First comment, 350 likes. When dealing with men, excuse me, when dealing with men, it's very high risk with little reward. Excuse me, read that again, Z. When dealing with men, it's very high risk with little to no reward. Men just need someone to control so they could feel special about themselves. That has 350 likes, everyone. The video only has 10,000 ish, about 10,000 views. That one comment has 350 likes. Huh? Men just need someone to control so they can feel special about themselves. Coming from a woman who subscribed to and is listening to Sovereign Woman speak about girls being inherently born good, but the boys and the men, meh, and then the patriarchy makes them worse. Yeah, that's it. Control? You talking about control when you and this misandrist, you're listening to this misandrist asshole, but men want to control women. Yeah, that's it. Men want to control women, and you're listening to the woman that told you she just believed that men don't have feelings. And when she heard Princella say men are incapable of love, she just hurry up and she clicked subscribe so fast she never clicked subscribe that fast before. But men want to control women. Yeah, that's it. No, ma'am. We try to get as far, especially black men. When we hear or see women like you and Sovereign coming, we run a million miles in the opposite direction. And if that's into the arms of another black woman, so be it. If it's a white woman, so be it. If it's a Latina, so be it. If it's an Asian woman, so be it. We get the hell away from women like you. You know the women like Princella Sid that throw the rocks and hide their hands? The women who are misandrous? The women who are misandrous, but are quick to call men, namely black men, misogynistic. Yeah, we get the hell away from women like you. If you really want to speak about control, we know who's funding the dysfunction. Yeah, we know, but who's running the black community? Who controls the black community currently? A bunch of single baby mamas, broken, bitter black women, huh? Control? Yeah, that's it. Black women, black. These men want to control. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Another comment, this has 179 likes. I lost empathy for men. I don't believe in marriage, families, romantic relationships, and all that delulu delusion. Insanity comes with that. I always say karma will always reach you, not no matter. I think she's meant to say no matter what you do. The karma for men is old age. Okay, we all age. If you live long enough, you'll get old, hopefully. um the karma for men is old age. It's only that time when they realize how much damage, pain, and suffering they brought to women. even even though, I think she meant to say, even though still I don't believe that they have some conscience to regret for. So now we don't have a conscience either. Remember, that comment has, with all its typos, that comment has 179 likes. So now we don't have a conscience either, dear men. And you know they talking about black men, really, right? So now we don't even have a conscience. Huh? The karma for men is old age. It's only that time when they realize how much damage, pain, and suffering they brought to women. Alexa, cue up the video of Vivica A. Fox admitting that she fumbled the bag with 50 Cent, please. Oops. Alexa, bring up the video of the older sister telling you she divorced her husband just because she got a promotion at the job. Oops. Huh? Alexa, play all the videos of mainly non-black women, oops, that are crying in their cars, admitting that they regret divorcing their husbands, admitting how hard it is out here. Uh-oh. Mainly women over the age of 45 and 50. Yikes. Huh? Right? Karma. Yeah, that's it. Women like this and people like this are quick to claim karma for other people. Oh, that's just your karma. That's what you get. That's what you deserve. Right? Is there karma for wayward women like y'all? What does that look like? Years of solitude, maybe? That rose toy that stay on? Huh? The tears that is in that ice cream bucket? Huh? Maybe that's your karma? No? No? Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Huh? Yeah. Wow. We are extremely fortunate to have access to female thinkers on this platform. Never has, quote unquote, breaking the cycle been made a possibility to more people. How many of us were conditioned to be exploited? Oh my God. Um, it's not like we can have these conversations at home with the people who raised us to continue the cycle, in parentheses, of poverty, abuse, exploitation, etc. In parentheses, Princella spends hours in her live stream explaining why things are the way they are. All of my questions are getting answered without me even having to ask. What more could you want? And that comment has 119 likes. Exploited, they say. A bunch of she woman man haters, huh? A bunch of women who believe that men don't have feelings, men are incapable of love, that believe that boys and men, namely black boys and men, are defective. They're the ones who are telling you, oh boy, this is frightening. They're telling you they're being exploited. If they mean by the system, there's an argument there. If they mean by black men, oh boy. Huh? Yikes. Huh? Next comment, 83 likes. One thing I learned this year was that men only want you when they have no one and mommy is not there to do her quote unquote duties. I am happy with all of the women and with all of these women and you speaking out. Thank you for being honest. Let's read that first sentence, those first two sentences again. Oh, well, first sentence. One thing I learned this year was that men only want you when they have no one and mommy is not there to do her quote unquote duties. Meanwhile, the Black Enterprise Institute and the St. Louis Federal Reserve say that single and childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America. Uh oh. But men are the ones, right? Men are the ones that are needing women to do their duties. Men are the ones who are choosing women only when mommy won't do her duties anymore. Yeah, that's it. Cue up all of the videos, all of the articles and the blogs of women boiling men down to nothing but walking mugs and overglorified guard dogs. Women only looking for sensible, reliable men after they come off the cock carousel. Huh? After they could no longer afford the 6'5" guy. Huh? Now she's, you know what? I evolved. I changed the way I view things, and now she's with Mr. 5'8", 5'9", 5'7". I ain't even gonna give y'all 5'10" because that's too close to 6 feet. Huh? I ain't gonna give you 5'11". It's too close to 6 feet. Huh? These women are in spaces. They're in echo chambers. This is why this never gets challenged. As a matter of fact, there was a woman that pushed back. Let me see if I can find that comment. That a woman pushed back. Let me see. I'm gonna tell you. Give me 1 second. Right? Give me 1 second. Okay. And I don't know if this is a woman actually. Now that I'm looking at the name, it says, "Okay, so honestly, who are these men doing all this to women? I most certainly don't think men are perfection, but I mean dot dot dot. Wow, what a life to be in such a relationship or to go through life thinking and feeling this way towards men. Sounds like a stressful and slash or tense situation." And Sovereign Woman responds back to this person. I'm assuming this is another woman, but responds back to this person and says, "You're just simply in the wrong place. Then go back to wherever you come from." Huh? Yeah. So these women, and this is what I'm attempting to say here. These women want the echo chamber. They don't want to be challenged. See, FD comes in, we debate him, right? We push back. What's his name? What's his name? That used to be with a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, and we're back. What's the name of the dude that used to be with Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum and whatnot? His face is right there. I forgot his name. But yeah, when these people enter these spaces, we debate them in good faith. We have conversations with them. We push back. No, no, no. These women want to be in their echo chambers, regurgitate because I don't want to lose the fantasy of men, and it's not me, of black men and men writ large being defective and broken. Huh? I don't want to lose that. I don't want to have my skewed, messed up worldview of men challenged. I want to be in the echo chamber. I want someone who I deem as articulate. I want someone who I deem as articulate, who I think is intelligent. I want them to put words to my feelings of men being defective. I don't want the challenge. I don't want to have to think about these things differently. Huh? I don't want to have to. And this is why the sovereign woman told that lady to get gone, be gone, right? Go back to where you came from, where you come from. Yeah. So these are the people that often are chronically online, or they had one little heartbreak, or someone who is near and dear to them said one thing in their life and it completely crushed them. And it's F men, usually F black men, forever. Middle finger to black men forever because one man hurt me and broke my heart. Uh, or I tried to do whatever I wanted to do and it didn't work the way I wanted it to. So F black men forever. Huh? Yeah. This has 65 likes. I agree with you and her. Decentering men is the best thing to do so we can thrive. Keep up the great content, girl. Once again, the St. Louis Federal Reserve says that single and childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America, 8 cents to the white man's dollar. Decenter men, right? Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? Another comment has 93 likes. I just wish, speaking about Princella, I just wish she would stop debating with these bandits. Stop going on their platforms, giving them views and attention. As I said, let's stay in our echo chamber, regurgitate the same thing to each other over and over again. I don't ever want to have to consider something different. I don't want to ever have to consider, you know what, he has a point, right? Hegel, Mr. Z being backed up. Um, and this person, 26 likes, says, give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, and this person says, "I am celibate. I don't have the patience anymore. My kids are grown, and it's all about me. A lot of men want mothers, not girlfriends. A lot of men want mothers and not girlfriends. Meanwhile, all across these interwebs, huh? All across the interwebs are women looking for a paymaster. So can we say what women are looking for is daddies, and not in the giggity way either? Giggity, huh? So these women just stay in their echo chambers. Wow. And let's continue. And this is um and this has 28 likes. We can't ignore that patriarchy is a system of oppression, and while I have fully understood the message of Princella and others myself at this point, I am going to keep on helping whatever women I come across. Also, I am going to keep working against the patriarchy and any of the other oppressions that this country is built on. I am not going to take responsibility for others' results, but I am planting seeds in the minds of others wherever I can. It's like a cult deprogramming. We've all been raised in a stupid cult and it takes years. Huh? Yeah. I'm going to. deprogram women from patriarchy while women are still demanding the financial parts of patriarchy and the comfort of physical protection, mental and emotional protection of men, excuse me, of women by men that patriarchy entails. Uh-oh. I said it. They want patriarchy by feminist specifications, but they're not going to call it that. They're going to call it egalitarianism and equality and just being a good person. Why does that have to be a man thing? Don't we all protect each other? No, we don't. And you know it. Stop it. Huh? Wow. Lion said, what's my word, Z? It is philanarchy. It really is. Huh? Look who's in the comments. Shout out to 18th letter. In the comments, Exoticals United. Look who's in the comments. And she says, 64 likes. Yes, I agree. I love Princella's message, and her ex came off as simply being jealous of her, speaking about B. Taylor, of her YouTube platform. I think that girl was even a red pill girl or something. Princella's message is valid. People always try to destroy controversial content creators with strong messages. Yawn. Right. Another woman. This is what is this a white woman or is this a super light skinned woman? Let me see. So y'all give Z a second. That looks like a yep. That's a white woman. That's a white. That's a from the Caucasus, right? Shout out to Cat Williams. Um, and this white woman says women need to remember who they are. Shout out to all you black women who keep on letting white women lead y'all to the edge of the cliff, and white women turn around, get married to white men, and let you fall off the edge of the cliff into antidepressant pills, depression, poverty, struggle, loneliness, and pretending like you're stoic about it. Yeah, that's it. Line says, her, a red pill girl. Yeah, she was saying, I think she's saying B. Taylor. She's saying that wasn't B. Taylor a red pill girl? Right? Yeah. Thank you, Destro. Wine and pills. Huh? Y'all keep on letting these white women gas y'all up. Another person says, and this is another white woman, oh boy, in the comments says, she was instrumental in my decentering journey. She helped me to understand so much about true male nature. I'm eternally grateful for you ladies. Keep spreading the message. Wow. Right? Wow. Another woman, this is not a white woman, this is a black woman, says, Princella's book, 41 Shades of Men, changed my life. Not only helped me understand how men think, but also how white supremacy patriarchy thinks. Oh boy. Meanwhile, y'all all want men that pretty much move like white patriarchs, whether he's white or not. Y'all just want, once again, cuddly conquerors, pliant patriarchs. Oh, put it in the book. That's the new phrase, y'all. Y'all heard it here first. Pliant patriarchs. Y'all just want pliant patriarchs. Once again, paymaster who eat the box every night, who bows and kisses ass, the yes, dear men who pay and don't say much, right? And who's a protector and would give his life for you, which, okay, fine, but defers to you. You know who the real boss of the house is. It's her. Right? Destro says soft samurai. You hear me? Right? Wow. And Detroit says, and we'll pause right here. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And let me see. Let me do this real quick. Give me a second, Detroit. Okay, there we go. And Detroit says, just wait and see. These AI robots come around and start taking over. We see the karma looks like what karma looks like. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, we'll see. The women are gonna feel the pain. Look, man, this is the time to be stable. That doesn't mean some of us won't climb further upwards. That doesn't mean that you're supposed to necessarily um stay content where you are if that's not how you're built. But this is the time to at least be stable. And what black women in specific are saying is to hell with all of that. I'm going to ride this until the wheels fall off. I'm going, and I sit. That's why I said it a couple months ago. Black women are going to go down with the ship. White women are going to jump off. Latina women are going to jump off. The Asian women that are on this crap are going to jump off. Even some black women, a handful of black women are going to jump off. But the masses of black women, oh, they going down with the ship. They said to hell with it. That's why we say they're the true believers. Your average black woman said, if I can have patriarchy by feminist specifications, right? Pliant patriarchs, cuddly conquerors, right? What did Chrissy say? Benevolent patriarchy. Once again, this is a myth of white womanhood. If I can't have that, then I'll go down with the ship. Huh? I'll go down with the ship. So let them go down with the ship then. See what I'm saying? International Ronin says, on the deck of the Titanic playing strings. On they violins? On they violins? Huh? Detroit, we're the ones who are paying attention, man. Outside of like the Kim Fosters, the Khadijahs that might be aware, the Nappy had a hoe, but I think Nappy had a hoe, but you could tell she's aware. She probably have her nose all over the place. Maybe Teen War. Okay, yeah, there's certain women we know those are the more like feministy women, the Julesies and whatnot. They're more aware, even but they still selling the soap though. The Olays of the world, yeah. But and Chrissy, I think Chrissy is so slick. She know. But the Yannies of the world, definitely the sovereign of the world, they don't care, man. Sovereign drive truck, she gonna be straight. She gonna be straight pretty much her entire life. Until automation come for the truck drivers, which is possible, but until it come for the truck drivers, Sovereign gonna be okay. She gonna make pretty good money, whether she's with a man or not. Her subscribers, on the other hand, oh man. Huh? Destro said I played the violin for a couple years, right? That's what's up. I regret not taking piano seriously when my dad put me in piano classes when I was younger. It's definitely one of those. Damn, I should have. But you know, you're young. You don't appreciate it, right? That's one thing I said. If I ever win the lottery, I'm doubling back on piano. I'm doubling back with my leisure time. Yeah. I'm gonna get into mixed martial arts, and I'm doubling back on piano. I definitely am. Right. So yeah. So the Princellas of the world, the Princellas of the world are going to be okay. The sovereign women's of the world are going to be okay, ish, possibly. But their subscribers, see, the thing with the Chrissies, the Lexus Exoduses, the Cynthia G's, the sovereign women, whatever, they feel their subscribers, usually black women, with all of this resentment and bile and anger and ire. And that's what these women run off of. The stream I did not too long ago, surviving purely off of spite. The thumbnail is surviving purely off of spite. A lot of black women, that's what they're surviving off of. Spite for white women, spite at black men, spite at white men and black men for not making them politically and socially upper middle class white women. That's what a lot of black women, I would argue, that's what they're living off of. Spite for not being, Bridgerton ass black women, huh? Spite they can't move around here like Kim Kardashian, right? Or Kris Jenner. That's what it really is, right? That's what it really is, y'all. Wow. And I'm just reading through the comments, y'all. I'm trying to see if there's any other ones I want to read. Right? Let me see. Let me see. No, I think that's about it. Yeah. So I wanted to come to y'all with this because mainly it's only 10 minutes long. So if any of y'all want to listen to it at 1.5 speed or 2 times speed, the link is in the description box as usual. I definitely wanted to come to y'all with this today because I wanted to stress. I told you so, right? But it's not like y'all doubted me anyway. It's not like y'all doubted me anyway. But I definitely wanted to stress that, right? I really want to stress exactly what the sovereign women said. The girls and the women are coming out the womb inherently good. They are sugar and spice and everything nice. The girls and the women are coming out the womb with all the morality in the world, innocent, all the humanity in the world, kind, loving, giving, generous, selfless. That's how the girls and the women are coming out the womb. Once again, it is the men and it is the patriarchal society that the men constructed. You notice I didn't put a race on men, right? Because when it comes to the negatives of patriarchy, they throw black men right up on in there, right? The negative parts of patriarchy that women have to deal with. Oh yeah, the black men go right up in there. They're quick to tell you how you're not a patriarch when they're speaking about the positive things about patriarchy, but the negatives, right? Which, by the way, a lot of your black feminists all through the 70s and 80s, they low key were saying that like black women don't benefit from patriarchy because we got to deal with all the negative parts of patriarchy coming from black men, but black men can't provide us with none of the positive parts of patriarchy. This is one of their excuses and reasons for going after white men. At least we get the good parts of patriarchy when we get with white men. Uh-oh. Right? So continuing. Black girls and women come out the womb moral, just, selfless, kind, with a humanitarian spirit. Shug, thank you for the cash app. Thank you for the cash app. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. The girls and women come out the womb that way. The boys and the men, on the other hand, come out corrupted. They come out as oppressors, right? They may not be physically dominant yet, but by the time we hit puberty, they will be. And what patriarchy does is take these corrupted and corruptible young males, XY chromosome, and it makes them even worse, right? And it makes them even worse. I'm not even going to read that out loud, Lion, but for real though, right? But for real though, yes. And Lion says, so to add on to Black Uru's benediction from last night, they think they're inherently good and immortal. Hey, and what did Gyogami say to that? Shout out to Gilgami. What did Gilgami say to that? And once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Huh? So, and I would say the environment is the one that's putting them to the test, with a little bit of help from black men, in particular in the black manosphere, right? So, if we're in a community where the women of that community think that the men are incapable of love, the men don't have feelings, that the women that are quote unquote boy moms are coddling their sons. Meanwhile, we know that these women are actually raising their sons to be good little gynocrats, right? Good little sheep to the gynocracy. But fine, okay. If we're in a community where the women see the men as deficient, defective black girls and deficient, defective white boys, how is this supposed to work? Oh, wait, it's not supposed to work. Oh, wait, it's not working. Huh? Wow. This uh, this is why Mr. Z says let them talk. This is why Mr. Z says the internet will expose us all. This is why Mr. Z speaks about having these conversations with anyone, not just women, with other men, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be about man-woman relations. Any conversation you have with someone, once you get over the pleasantries and the kind words and the euphemisms, and you start dragging it out and you start bringing them to the deep end of the pool, oh boy. Let's see how far that ideology goes. Let's see how far you actually believe. Where does that go? Where's the line when you start sounding like a hypocrite? Where's the line when you might have to retract some things? Have you actually thought this through? Are you actually invested in this, or does it just sound good to you? Have you actually ever considered what this means for you, and what this means for your community, and what this means for your society or your nation? Or once again, does it just sound good? Huh? Oh boy. All of that, men are incapable of love, men don't have feelings. That sounds good because in exactly what Princella said, like what she said on that interview, these women actually think that you're supposed to work yourself to the bone for them. They look at you as like a tool. You're incapable of love. You don't have to, especially in the black community, you don't have the power. You're not a white man. And you're incapable of love. And you don't have feelings, right? And you were probably raised by some mother that coddled you. So you're all the way defective. So the best you can do, if I choose to choose you, if I choose you, is just follow my lead. And if I, on occasion, possibly mess up, it's your job to take the blame. It's your job to protect me from consequences. It's your job to protect me from myself. Because what are you, right? But you're supposed to be cannon fodder. You're supposed to be the shield with all the bumps and bruises and bangs and you know stab marks, and that's what you're supposed to be. You're nothing more than that. You got to let the ladies talk. I know it drives y'all crazy. I know, I know, I know. And this was many, I would argue, no confirmation here. This was the technocrats' fear. This is the beauty of the internet, though. The social designers, oh, look at your daughters, white, black, Latina, and otherwise. Look at them, listen to them speak. Oh man, huh? Listen to them speak. You put the microphone in front of women. You got white worship from women of color. Excuse me. You have white worship from women of color. We put the microphone in front of them, and as much as the society, especially on the left, but even on the right in a different type of way, as much as they say no, it's not it's you that's insecure. The women are okay. No, it's you that's insecure about her education and her money. And once we put the microphone in front of your daughters, once we put the microphone in front of your daughters, it's who wants to be with average anyway, and I'm not settling, huh? And I've done the work, huh? And I'm not paying all the bill. As a matter of fact, because I birthed the children, and because I know that I'm gonna be the one who is gonna be default to do the chores at the house, he has to come with the money. Yeah, they're gonna find a way to get that money up out of you. They're gonna find a way to get the money up out of you. Let me be very clear what I'm saying, just in case somebody want to act obtuse and dumb. What I'm saying is the women are saying, I don't care. He's going to pay a disproportionate amount, if not everything, because I said so. I don't care what equality y'all try to bring up. I don't care what egalitarianism y'all try to bring up. The men will pay disproportionately more, if not all. When we put the microphones in front of your daughter, that's how they sound. Uh-oh. You gotta know the technocrats and the social designers. Yeah, this is your daughters. This is what y'all raised. And we'll pause right here. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Chef Butter Biscuit says, within her sovereignty grasp in her hands, embracing its warmth, she turned the corner of life to only be met with the chilling imprisonment of solitude. And he says, the book of clarified butter, chapter 2, verse 30. Apparently, she got a man. Apparently, she has a boyfriend. She kind of like alluded to it in this video. Apparently, she has a man. And from what we could see, at least from the face and at least from the chest up, she doesn't look heavy. She has a cute face to see. She has some nice lips, right? From what we could see, Sovereign isn't an unattractive woman. Problem is, she's bat-ish crazy. Misandrous on another level. Like, this is a true ass misandrous woman. This is a 10 toes down misandrous, more anti-black misandry, but fine. Misandrous woman. She is misandrous to the core, right? You listen when you listen to her talk. Oh yeah, and she told you. She told you in the beginning. She's rah rah. Women are always right. She said that in the beginning of the video. She told you I'm riding with women no matter what. Well, how are you supposed to have a conversation in good faith with a person that quote unquote shares the community with you when they telling you I don't care, I'm riding with the women no matter what? And I think you're incapable of love, and I think you don't have no feelings, and I think when when XX chromosome come out the womb, we're inherently better than XY chromosome. We're just better. And you're supposed to do what with that? Thank you, Telescope. And Telescope says, quote unquote, acting obtuse, pretending to be dumb in order to force the other party to struggle harder to get his point across. And that's all it is? Huh? And so, Chef Butterbiscuits, the solitude part, no, I think she's straight. Like I said, if she could try to turn off the bat-ish crazy for a few minutes, she could pull. But apparently she has a boyfriend now. Apparently she has a boyfriend right now. Talking like this. Huh? Wow. I keep on saying it. Shout out to you men, definitely you black men, who hear women. That's white women, Latina women, black women, Asian women. You hear black men, especially black men, you cannot afford to be with women like this. This society is already attempting to crush you in multiple ways. And then you mess around and then date, potentially marry, oh my God, have children with a woman like this, that think like this about womanhood, that think like this about manhood, that think like this about you as a black man. Oh, wow. And Maggie says, what's going on, Maggie? Maggie says the whole quote unquote men can't love BS is against every ancient teaching, most philosophical truths, and the whole of psychology. But people want to think Princella is intelligent. Drives me crazy. Grrr. I can hear you. I can hear the growling. Right. But yeah, no, I think the modern, it's really white patriarchy if we're going to be honest with it, Maggie. Because white patriarchy, even if you don't subscribe to this, Maggie, as a white woman, white patriarchy needs to portray white women as softer than they actually are so that white men could go around the world doing whatever the hell they want to do in protection of women like you. And so other women of color want a piece of that too. They're like, wait, why can't I be a white woman too? I want to eat on that, right? So the whole men are incapable of love thing just fits right in good with that narrative because then it allows whatever men want to play barbaric to play barbaric, right? Because it says the women are the civilizing force, the women are the softer hand, the men are not really capable of that. You got to break and teach and socialize and condition the men into that. That's not something that is inherent to them. That's not inherent to the boys. That's not inherent to the men. So all you hear is a black woman trying to use like a weird, maybe what second wave with feminist. It's not even feminist, just like surface level feminist. This is like radical feminist talk, right? But like this is like second wave feminists when radical feminists started doing way too much talking. Um, this is radical feminist talk, but I don't think she appreciates. I don't think Princella and Sovereign Woman appreciate where that rhetoric came from and like why it was pushed. They just engage with it just to like boost up their ego, number one. Number two, justify whatever misandrous views they have of men to themselves and to their subscribers and followers. And I think it sounds good and feels good to think you're morally superior than the men. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, the men might have physical prowess, right? Maybe men might be a bit more intelligent here, but guess what? The women are more morally superior. They're better humanitarians. They're more just. They're kinder. They're more selfless, etc., etc., etc. Right? Oh yeah, yeah. Well, Maggie, we say this all the time, and Maggie says it's absolutely white supremacist because it propagates eugenics. Maggie, if you let them talk long enough, we're gonna end up in Auschwitz. I say it all the time on my channel. You let these people talk long enough, we're gonna end up in Auschwitz. We back in 1930s Germany. Wait a minute, gas chambers. What the hell? Right? And Maggie says, I call it spiritual supremacy. Oh man. LAR says, it's not that black men can't love, it's that black men can't love the way a black feminist fantasizes about. But so I said that earlier, LAR, you was in here. That's what I was saying. It's like, it's not that we're incapable of love, it's that you want what you really, it's really not love, actually. What you really want is someone, a man, black men in this case, to defer to you. Your love language is like not really a language, it's really about worship. Like they say love and I hear worship. I promise you people be using the wrong words for what they're actually describing. You say love, but what I really hear is honor, but not honor in just the surface level definition of it. Honor, like, you know, that bowing, scraping honor, when you're actually low key afraid of the person, but we're all saying we quote unquote honor them. This is like Kim Jong Il type of honor. Like that's the type of honor they want you to show them. Like they're Kim Jong Il. For all of you that remember the videos coming out of North Korea when Kim Jong Il passed away, and everybody over here fake crying and exaggerating their cry, and right, all these North Koreans just crying for days, a whole nation in mourning, right? And they're quote unquote honoring the dear leader, but it's really fear of death. if we don't fake cry like we supposed to fake cry and be hyperbolic and right, I ain't trying to go end up in them concentration camps. Right, right, man. So that's yeah. And once again, Chef Butter Biscuits, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And oh, Cyrus Berg says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Cyrus says, X truck driver here. I know what you were trying to say. X truck driver here. Automation is coming. Oh man, he say automation is coming for the truck drivers. Right? Yeah, sooner than later, maybe sooner. That's kind of scary. I don't. What is there? Some 3 million or so, almost 4 million truck drivers in America. What are all of these truck drivers supposed to do? We know it's not going to happen overnight, but still, right? LAR said, my bad. They want to be mega church pastors. Worship me and my words while giving me your money, giving me your hard-earned money. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep. Sound about right to me. Man, where's that come? Give me a second. Goddamn, Mr. Donnie Mac, your comment disappeared. Where did it go? There it go. There it go. And Mr. Donnie Mac says, at one point, the marriage vows were different for husband and wife, where the husband says worship, the wife says obey. Both aren't mandatory now. Well, y'all seen that clip of the sister where the pastor's trying to tell where the pastor's trying to get her to say what obey and respect or something like that. Respect. And she's like, do I have to? In the middle of the guy, and he's saying, we went through this already. I would have turned around and left right there. I look, man, Miss Z, no. I would have turned around and left right there. I'm sorry y'all spent y'all money on these flights. I'm sorry to all the family and relatives, all the friends, all the co-workers. I'm sorry. Y'all could go back home, pack it up. Ain't no reception, ain't no nothing. It's done. I would have turned around, left her standing right there. Huh? Do I have, even if you were joking, you would have been, even if you better not be joking. But even if you were joking, oh no, I'm leaving you right there. Right? If you can't get the vows out, what type of wedding is this going to be? Or excuse me, what type of marriage is this going to be? A very short-lived one, right? Hey, you're not even going to have the traditional standard 5-year black marriage. You're good, man. You ain't even going to see that cake in the fridge in a year. You see what I'm saying, Saint Cyr know what video I'm speaking about. And he said she was at the altar showing her ass. You imagine? You're not even going to have the standard 5-year long black marriage. Oh, this is actually, yeah, this is a good topic. This is a good one. And the daddy can be taken in multiple ways, pun intended on that one. And shout out to all you conservatives in the bathroom stalls. Anyway, and Mackie says, I don't disagree. I believe the better term is white male paternalism, i.e., he believes he's everyone's daddy. Maggie may not mean it like this, but I mean it like this, pun intended. Right? See, you about to say it again? I'm about to say it again. Shout out to all you conservatives in the male bathrooms and whatever y'all be doing in them glory holes. Goddamn, Z. You got to say it every time, Z. Every single time. Right? Every single time. Maggie said it always. You see what I'm saying? I can't even. You know what? Let me put out a branch. Let me put out a peace branch with the Republican brothers today, because I damn near forgot about what's the name of that Democratic donor that they found two unalive black men in his condos, like what, a year and a half apart from each other, 2 years apart from each other, something like that. It was a Democrat, white male Democratic donor. They found a young brother in his apartment unalived, or in his home unalived, 1 year, and then like a year and a half, maybe 2 years later, they found another one. Same type of situation, OD'd on whatever drugs, in his at his residence, at his home, once again unalived. Was it Ed Buck? I think that was his name. Yes, I am waffles. Yes, Ed Buck. Yes, Telescope. Yep, yep, that's him. Yep. Z, don't do it. I'm gonna do it. The fact that his last name is Buck. Oh boy. Right. This is too easy. It's just too easy. Some of these things is just pause. So on the nose. Destro says Democratic donor diddler. Oh man, that, yeah, yeah. Man, y'all just need to come out the closet, man. Just, well, he was already out, so everybody knew about him. I guess they didn't know that he was out here ODing people and whatever. But yeah, yeah. But the for all the other politicians, the where was that Republican politician? Was he from Alabama? The one that was out here cross dressing and then deleted himself when it got exposed that he was out here being the bottom from black men, right? Yeah. And oh, this is an interesting comment. And Maggie says, white men paternalism sees white women as daddy's little princess and black men as his foster kid that he didn't really want. You can see family dynamics in the social structure of the U.S. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. And let me read this one actually now. And the Black Masculine says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. The Black Masculine says, men incapable of love equal more determination talk. Yeah, yep, yeah. And thank you for the super chat. Exactly. It's just, look, um, people get to dehumanizing language in all different type of ways that slow walks you into seeing the other person as less and less of a person, And we already know this. You psych yourself out for seeing it, for it being justifiable, whatever negativity or negative thing befalls them. We've seen this throughout human history. This is why you will not catch Z calling anyone no cockroach. You won't hear Z calling anyone a rat or what's the word I'm looking for? Not rodent, rat or scum, or like it, not scum, but any type of like like these type of dehumanizing language that you ever heard people use before we start, I don't have to say the word, genociding them. Yeah. Yeah, I stay as far away from that as humanly possible. I don't care how mad I am about to a person or to people, right? Vermin, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, KMS. You knew what word I was looking for. Yeah, that's the word. Thank you, Telescope. That's the word, right? Vermin. Yeah, I stay the hell away from that type of language, man. I stay away. But it's like all it does is like you're like slow walking yourself and you're psyching yourself out for like, yeah, they should be deleted. Wait. How did we get here? Right? How did we get here? Wait a minute. Wait. Like I said earlier, how did we end up in Germany? Right? Or, what's going on in that small slice of Europe that they got in the Middle East? How did we end up here? Exactly, Leon. Subhuman terms like vermin. Yep, can't do it. Right? Good point. And Saint Cyr says, Z, they be saying bandits, but in regard to black men, they want us dead. I think some. I think it all leads to the same place. So this is a distinction without a difference, really. I think it's just a number of black women, younger, usually younger, but when I say younger, I really mean under the age of like 50, but black women who, just like the white women we covered yesterday, they're just mad because they were sold a lie also. And yes, you got to be held accountable for what you believe in. Shout out to the Raj Report. But they're livid. Man, think about it. If you're a Latina or a black woman in America, and we went to school with them, we sat in class with them as young men. They were told subtly. I'm not saying anyone overtly told them this, but in the atmosphere was the go to school, get your education, don't worry about no boys, don't worry about no men, don't worry about intimacy, don't worry about quote unquote partnership, don't worry about any of that. Keep your head down, and you will meet your husband in college, or you will meet your husband out of college in your career, and he will be doing better than you, and he'll sweep you off your feet. And yeah, you're gonna be kick ass, and he's gonna be kick ass, but he's gonna be so kick ass that he could make you a stay at home mom if you so choose, right? And as I was saying to Black Uru and BGS the other day, your degree and your access and your education will now allow for you to reach to the top shelf for men. So you leveling yourself up puts you in the position not to quote unquote date down or date across or marry down educationally, financially, no. It now allows for you to date even further up than yourself and definitely marry even further up than yourself socially, economically, politically, etc., etc. And so black women are livid that they're graduating college. Gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, and we're back. Um, but yeah, the black women are livid that they're graduating at 22 and 23. They are doing their master's program, graduating by 25, 26, maybe going to law school. So they graduated maybe at 27, 26, 27, 28, really like 27, 28. If they do working on their PhD, maybe they're graduating with their PhD in their early to mid 30s if they really went through with it and really kicked ass. But definitely by their late 30s, early 40s. And in their mind, where are the husbands that are even more kick ass than us that I was promised? Huh? Where are my kick-ass husbands, right? Oh, compassionate, compassionate. I gotta use you real quick. I need your help. I'm gonna put this link down for compassionate only. As a matter of fact, let me send you this first, because I actually give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Give me a second, because compassionate. I'm gonna send you this. Wait a minute, y'all. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, so we did that, and then give me a second. Nobody else click the link because I'm not letting nobody else up for now. I should be doing a panel today, so let's see. Um, but I first want to play this for y'all, and we'll get into it. And this is for compassionate only right now. If you can, compassionate, actually, if you can. Um, give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Oh, goddamn. Oh, he's at a 4-ish. Goddamn. Okay. All right. Then forget it. All right. Then if anything, I'll try to see what I could do in a little bit. Then, okay. Yeah, we'll see. All right. And all right. Compassion. Thank you. But yeah, what was I saying? Don't lose your train of thought. See. Oh yeah. So black women, much like most women, and I would say this is like a X or under the age of 50 thing. It's definitely a millennial thing and a Gen Z thing, which is they feel cheated. They feel cheated, and I get it. As a millennial, I get it, right? Now, I'm not a millennial woman, I'm not a millennial black woman, but I get it. You were sold a narrative that turned out to be a bunch of hogwash, right? Thank you, Jay, everything, but these women be single moms by 21. Say that, right? So, yeah, Telescope say that, and Telescope says their tendency to instantly resort to the use of over-the-top language does not bode well for themselves or society. That hyperbolic weirdo talk, especially coming from the sisters, black women with the color purple language and the DV language and the it's like the black men are over here super spreader spreading disease language. You're like, where the hell do y'all live, or who are you interacting with, or are you just so chronically online that any one of these weirdo narratives about he-man woman hater black men or the most oppressive black men humanly possible, y'all just glom onto any one of these stories that further pushes your narrative of men being the worst. And compassionate says to the ladies, you couldn't tell you were being scammed. Either you're too dumb to have this job, or you're in your or you're in on it. Either way, yeah, you're out. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. And from Africa came says straight antebellum South rhetoric. I agree with Telescope. They just go over the top. It's just insanity. It's complete insanity, everyone. It's complete insanity. And Eric Deadman says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I'm gonna put the link in the comments in a minute, you guys. And Eric says, black men better learn from Chinese men. Those Chinese men are making the women feel it. The Chinese government, I think you mentioned, the Chinese government is now talking of banning, quote unquote, the bride price. Yeah, I heard. Yep. It's If you mean equality and egalitarianism, you got to mean it all the way. Number one. Number two, we don't no longer live in the world where men can be seen as these hyper providers. If that's going to be the world, then what's going to happen is what you see similar in, at least in America. I think Europe has similar numbers to this too, which is like really the people that are not just getting married. Y'all know Z loves saying this. getting married and staying married is really about the top 20-ish%, maybe the top quarter, but really the top 20%, give or take, are the people that tend to get and stay married. And it's really about the husband, the man in the situation, be able to perform his wait for it, patriarchal duties. You know, the money part, the protection part, because he probably moves you into a nicer neighborhood, less crime, less violence, more opportunities for the kids, more third spaces for the kids and the wife. Huh? So yeah, like if you want egalitarianism and equality, then the women are gonna have to drop the insane hypergamous standards. That's why I keep saying no one's talking to the ladies about what equality and egalitarianism really looks like on a societal, well, for black folks it's communal and societal, but on a societal level. What does it look on a macro level? What does it look like for your society to become more and more egalitarian? Right? And yeah, and Compassionate said South Koreans too. They said hashtag come pick them up and skate straight to Vietnam. Say that. Lion said 50-50. The women said I'd rather be dead than do 50-50 because of the way their femininity works. Z, you're about to say it. I'm about to say it. This is why that whoever that dude is from Jubilee, the FD acolyte, this is why we say what we say, bro. You can't know what you're talking about. The women are more likely to let go of their femininity than the men of their masculinity. They're less stuck on their concepts of femininity. What drugs are you on? Right? Yeah, they got to drug. The whole world has to reevaluate what a man is. Not saying that a lot of the things from the past aren't still going to be there, but if what you're demanding, and that's the word, demanding, if what you're demanding from men is a different performance of their manhood and masculinity, then you have to appreciate what that will mean for what they now demand. You're not going to tell men to still be providers, and if they can, hyper providers, still be the protector, jumping in front of the bullet or running downstairs with the bat. God forbid, running downstairs with his bare knuckles. If you're running downstairs with your bare knuckles, you better believe whoever is coming in the house don't got their bare knuckles. And men are supposed to do that while going 50-50 on chores, right? What? And deferring to the women and speaking her language. And let's be very clear, if you are a college educated woman in the 21st century, you all sound like middle class white women. God damn, Z. I said what I said, and I dare someone to tell Z he's wrong. We're not talking about Michelle Obama or Oprah. No, they sound like black women as much as we don't like Oprah. Huh? We're not speaking about Maxine Waters or Jasmine Crockett. Your standard, definitely under 40, usually, college educated black woman. Oh, and this is the thing. For our mothers, they were black women, and then the interview voice was the middle class white woman. The phone voice was the middle class white woman. Oh no, not these modern newfangles. The default voice is the the middle class white woman. Right? Somebody tells Z he lying. Huh? Man. Did I? No, I didn't miss you yet, line. I didn't miss you. I didn't miss you. Right? As a matter of fact, let's read it now, and then I'll go back and read a split gem. And Lion says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Lion says, I have pushback for the whole white male patriarchy trope because black men have always been patriarchal when it comes to other men, but not when it comes to women. Huh. When I put the link up, you could explain that. I think I know what you're trying to say, right? Like we don't enforce the patriarchal rules on women, particularly black women. I think that's what you're trying to say, right? But we do the best we can at defending our space and definitely the space of the women and the children in the black community as best we can. But like you hear about Tulsa, Oklahoma, we were doing a pretty good job until they came through with the goddamn bombs and whatnot. So yeah, we're just outnumbered and outgunned. That's all. But yeah, no, I think that's what you're trying to say. But yeah, yeah. Okay, he said that's what I'm saying. Okay, that is okay. Yeah, yeah, no, no, yeah, yeah. I can see what you're saying for that. I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, not enforcing. Yeah, well, this is because you have women, circling right back to the topic, like a sovereign woman as your mother. And so she's raising you and she's defanging you concerning women. So she's defanging you as she's raising you, she's defanging you concerning women. She's giving you all type of negative tropes about men that she doesn't want you to be. So she's raising you low key, high key, to be a little anti-black misandrist yourself, to be a misandrist yourself, right? And you see this with a number of brothers, all in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s, in their 60s, in their 70s, who the second you put a microphone in their face, the second you put a camera up, or even when you just meet them at the barbershop, it's the women are sugar and spice and everything nice, and there's nothing wrong with the women. And if there's anything wrong with them, it's because the men messed them up. And the problem with the men is that you just won't play your role as her protector and her provider at the highest level. Princella even said that. Work yourself to the bone, work your fingers to the bone for her. That's the problem. Y'all heard the dread dude that Anton Daniels in his panel had a conversation with a month ago, a couple months ago, when he said he raising his daughter not to have to work or not whatever, however he phrased it. Don't be with no man that can't do nothing for you. However he phrased it, which by the way, I agree with that. But let's be honest, when you say that, what you really mean is you shouldn't have to lift a finger or ever have to have a job or nothing. He should pay for everything. As a matter of fact, he said that. He should have to pay for everything. He should pay for everything, no matter what. Hey, how is that supposed to happen in a world that's equal where your daughters are 60-40 split college enrollment? And that's overall in America. That's not specific universities. Specific universities is looking more like 65-35, if not closer to 70-30. So your daughter and other women, white, black, Latina, Asian, and otherwise, are supposed to be outpacing the men in high school, the young boys in high school, outpacing them in college and university, outpacing them for the master's programs and the advanced degrees, the terminal degrees, the PhDs, law school, med school, and then somehow your supposed quote unquote kick ass daughter, who's still a petulant child but with a degree, still a spoiled brat with a degree, your kick ass daughter is supposed to end up with the man that pay all the bills when her and the other girls, her and the other women were in classes that were 60-40 split at best since high school. At best, the classes were 60-40 split in high school. The advanced classes, the AP classes, the college classes you could take in high school. And now that she's 25 and 27 and 28 and 30 years old, now she's supposed to end up with the kick-ass husband that earns more than her, that could make her a stay-at-home mom. Okay, yeah, that's it. Right? Say that. I like Telescope in the comment. Telescope said, consider the source. Unwanted / leftover women and unmarried white women cosplaying like they're quote unquote sisters in the struggle. Man. Lion says, I got an issue with that. Useful men should take on useless women. Ah, but that's not how they frame it, though, Lion. How do they frame it? They frame it like it's not that she's useless, whether she is college educated or not. It's your job to put her. It's your job to put her in the position where you don't know if she's useless or not. Right? It's your job to put her in the position where you don't know if she's useless or not, or you don't know how useful she is. Why? Because you married her and you put her in a nice home, in a nice neighborhood, driving a nice new whatever the hell. And at most, you might have her doing 1 or 2 chores around the house, maybe go pick up the laundry or something like that, maybe cook something. But you put her in the position where you never know how useful she is or not. Huh? So the idea of and once again, Lion, thank you for the super chat. The idea of and Eric Denman, thank you for the super chat. The idea of useful men not being with useless women. How would you know if you put her in the position where you'll never know? uh, right. Listen to the sovereign woman speak. Listen to that lady speak. Does it look like she care about 50-50 or equal or egalitarian or whatever? No, it's about women taking everything. Yennefer off of The Witcher. What do you want? Everything. I want it all. Huh? I want it all. Mac 10. Right? So yeah. And a split Jim says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. A split Jim says, Z, you're gonna do a show to display how women can hate you and still date you, similar to the slave owners did. I should. I should. Right? There's a whole conversation to be had about women feeling like they settled when really this is the best they could do. This is as good as it's gonna get for them. And them resenting you because they wanted more, but the world showed them, nah, Jig, this is the best you're gonna do. This is the best you're gonna get, right? There's definitely a stream that we can get that we could definitely do a stream about that, right? And we know this is a thing. This is a real thing. There are a number of women who, and let's rewind. Let's rewind first before we even get into that. I think what has happened over the past few decades is to uplift women, we had to speak negatively about the men and boys, or we had to at best benign neglect them and leave them out there, right? While we focused on girls and women and their upliftment. And at worst, we chop the boys and the men off at the knees for the upliftment of the girls and the women. And now that the girls and the women are slowly arriving, and it's only a matter of time before the U.S. has its first women president. We already know we have women senators, women Congress members. We have. I'm not saying it's the number is across the board the same. Clearly not. But we have a number of women CEOs, a number of women thinkers, and where the environment is open for women advancement. And now that we're here now, people pretend that they're shocked that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, and the women sound like all the most and worst toxic traits of men, but XX chromosome. And you have a number of these, I would say, technocrats movers and shakers, social designers, tastemakers, grabbing their invisible pearls whenever they hear a woman say the most sexist, misandrist things humanly possible, and they grab their invisible pearls. I'm shocked, right? So tying that to what we're saying, when women are running into the wall of macro egalitarianism, macro equality, and when I say that, I just mean societal equality and egalitarianism. The women are running into the wall of that, and they're angry because when they said egalitarian, they meant for everyone else, not them. They actually meant, and even Kim Foster says this: feminists in the streets, patriarchal in the sheets, or something like that. She said, right? And I'm remixing it. I'm probably saying it the wrong way, but y'all get the message. No, would women, I would say, in mass, are actually saying is I want to have. Actually, they want to leg up in these opportunities, but I want to be able to equally compete and win if I'm better. They really want, once again, deference to them. But if I'm better, I want that corner office job. I want the promotion. I want to be the one that gets hired. I don't want the man to get the money and the promotion and the job just because he's a man. Okay, fine. And then they run into the wall of white elite men are choosing women writ large over men because they ain't afraid of y'all. So I said what I meant, and they're not threatened by you. So then you run into the wall of you earning more and maybe you being in better positions. And that's, once again, we know men still earn more than women in America. I'm just saying for the for the part of this conversation. Then women run into the wall of egalitarianism and equality, and they hate it because now her giny won't get wet because she got to end up with a man who's equal in education to her or less, equal in income to her or less, and she's no longer the cute right tight thing at 24 years old with the 6'5" tall dude. Z, you gonna start saying 6'5" now? Yep. Right. So we're not talking about when she was on the carousel. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about on the other side of that at 28 years old, 29, 30, 32. And tying right back to what a split Jim is saying. And this is why your girlfriend and maybe even your wife, your quote unquote spouse, this is why they could be with you and hate you because it's not fair. I had dreams and aspirations that Chisel Chin Chad and Chisel Chin Tyrone, who's 6'5" and earns well good into the six figures, not no 100, more like 250, 300, 500, almost a million. I had dreams and aspirations of ending up with him, not with you. Well, I guess I'll be here with you as long as I have to. And as long as I have to turns from 2 years to 5 years to 20 years? Assuming she didn't divorce your ass. She's probably going to divorce your ass. Huh? Say that. And LAR says feminism has a glass ceiling too. They are having a meltdown finding that out. White women didn't help buffer it, so it's black men's fault. Say that. That's that's what I'm trying to say for real, LAR. The glass ceiling of feminism. If you want equality, you got to really realize what that means. And give or take, in a quote unquote equal society, about a third of men earn more than women, about a third of women earn more than men, and about a third of y'all earn pretty much the same. Where you and your wife, you and your female spouse, maybe 1 year she earned a couple dollars more than you. The next year you might earn a couple dollars more than her, or throughout your life you earn a couple dollars more than her, but it ain't nothing too significant. Or throughout your life she earned a couple dollars more than you, but it's nothing too significant. That's what equality across the board societally, give or take. I might be missing up one category. That's what it looks like. And for the 2/3 of women who earn significantly more than their male counterparts or who earn similar-ish, oh, they're angry at the world. They're angry at the world, right? And once again, a split Jim. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Oh, they're angry at the world, right? Because no one told them what equality really looked like. Not on this level. And KMS says, women in the way know they're in the way. These chicks ain't stupid. They just don't know what to do. Hey, KMS, so you know, Mr. Z drives, right? Like I like car, I drive, right? Um, and you see it when you're driving. Like when you're coming up on someone in traffic and they're like moseying along and like let's say you're on the expressway and you really catching up to them. Um, you're not racing or anything like that, but you're moving and they're not. And you're catching up to them and you see their car do this little shimmy thing because let's say you're in the same lane as them and they're trying to move out the way, but you're already moving to the next lane. So you see their car do the shimmy where they're like, wait a minute, I thought you were just in this lane. So you're in that lane, wait. And so yeah, so they know they're in the way, but they don't really know what to do. Right? Or you'll see a person turn on their signal and they're about to turn in the lane you're in, and you're moving quickly enough so you see them turn on their signal and they're about to move in the lane you're in, and you'll move into the lane they're in, and you'll see their car do the little shimmy dance because they're like, oh crap, they're turning the steering like I don't really know what's going on, because they're probably looking in their rearview mirror like, wait, but you were in the other lane, so wait, because in their mind, like, it's almost like your car did a shadow move because they swore you were, let's say, was in the right lane. They swore you were in the right lane, but now you're already turning into the left lane because they're about to turn into the right lane. Yeah. They're in the way, but they don't know what to do. Yeah, definitely. I've definitely seen this driving. Definitely seen that driving. What am I supposed to do? Where do I go? Right? Say that. And Afro National said, at this point in time, men and women are equal, but the women are still mad. Boy, they live in. Because this is not what equality was supposed to look like. In their imagination, equality was supposed to look like they get to outcompete you for the they get to outcompete you for valedictorian in high school. They get to outcompete you for the colleges and university, the Ivies and near Ivies. They were supposed to outcompete you to get into law school. They were supposed to outcompete you to get into med school. Um, right? And then what equality also looked like is that somehow magically, even though the masses of women were quote unquote out competing the men, right? All in high school, all in undergrad, right? All in whatever master's program, PhD, med school, law school, etc., etc. Even though the society and the system kept on picking her, kept on picking women, somehow magically, those same women who kept on quote unquote out competing the men are still supposed to somehow magically end up with men that out earn them, that are in better positions societally and socially. The women refuse to do the macro math, the social math. They just refuse to do the social math. Absolutely refuse to. This is what me and Black Uru and BGS were speaking about yesterday. The math ain't mathing. The girls and their mothers are not looking in those advanced classes and being like, wait a minute, it's 65-35, right? Let's say the class has 30 kids in the advanced math class. No one's checking and seeing like, wait a minute, it's 20 girls in here and 10 boys in high school. Huh? No one's doing that. It's 18 girls and 12 boys. Huh? And if you track that through university and college, through advanced degrees, through terminal degrees, who the hell is she supposed to end up with if she wants to quote unquote date and marry hypergamously? Huh? And KMS says equality to women looks like I'm the CEO except when the company is in the red and I have to talk to the investors. Then you, the CEO, say that. Huh? And Mr. Donnie Max says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Mr. Donnie Max says, where are the men? They're in the investment you made in the boys 20, 30 years ago. Start there, work your way through the time, and see what you find. This is exactly what we're saying, Mr. Donnie Mac. This is exactly what I'm saying, what Black Uru was saying yesterday, right? This is exactly what we're saying. Oh, y'all gives you a second. Something's going on. I'll go to y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. I'm sorry about that, y'all. And we're back. But yeah, hey, going back to Mr. Donnie Mac said, yeah, Mr. Donnie Mac, that's yeah. This is what me and Black Uru was speaking about yesterday in BGS. They're not doing the math, bro. They're not thinking to themselves, did we invest in the boys and men? This is where Dr. Richard Reeves comes in. This is where Dr. Richard Reeves comes in. This is where Scott Galloway comes in. Um, yeah, they're not thinking, and they don't care. Look, man, the women and their mothers and even their fathers, right, see it as a zero sum game. And I'm perfectly okay with that. Fine, we're going to over index on the girls and the women, right? We're going to over index on the girls and the women. Fine, cool. And now your bundle of joy is 28 years old, sounding like Tommy Lauren. Goddamn. Whoopsie. Huh? Y'all over indexing on the girls. Y'all are doing everything for the girls and the women. And now your daughter is 32, going on matchmaking events, speed dating events, mixers, and recording herself leaving, saying, "Why aren't the men showing up?" Huh? Where are all the good men? What happened? Just saying. Trell said, "Would hate to meet a broad and find out she listened to Princella." Well, run the other way. Run the other way. Don't just walk, Trell, run. Oh man, run the other way, Trell. Out of here. Skirt. Right? Man. Hey, puns all over the place, Dr. Dunbar. All over the place. Right. But yeah, Mr. Donnie Mac, that's what it that's the problem. The our society's investing in the girls and the women, and I'm not actually opposed to that, especially if they're not getting degrees in basket weaving. Right? I'm not about oppressing women. I don't believe in Sharia law, believe it or not. Well, I'm not. That's not Z. That's never been Z. But your daughters is throwing a temper tantrum because you ain't tell them what this means for their life, for their dating and mating prospects. Your daughters are out here sounding like sovereign women, but you ain't tell them what it really look like, huh? Say that. And Leon says these days all you got to do is check her YouTube or especially her TikTok. Y'all heard what Vic said a couple of years ago? Shout out to Victor Creed. Vic told y'all, everybody out here checking your girl's cell phone to see if she cheating on you. Y'all better start checking who she subscribed to on social media. Who does she follow on IG? What does she follow? What pages does she follow? Who does she follow on TikTok? And who is she subscribed to on YouTube? Maybe Facebook? Yeah. And that'll give you a great idea of what she finds entertaining and what her thought process may be like or her feelings. Mess around and find out that you're just Mr. Right Now. Oh boy. Huh? Yeah. I saw the clip. I saw it. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Detroit says, did you know Garcelle Beauvoir spent $6,000 on dating on a dating app for a man, and not one man, a white man, is checking for her? Yeah, I saw it. She said she went to her son and was like, "Yo, what's this coming off of my account or whatever?" And her son looked and yeah, I saw it. I saw it. And her son looked and was like, "Yo, you subscribe to this one thing." And she said, I think she said she might have went on one date off of it, or she thought she closed it, or she thought she had deleted it or whatever. But yeah. I saw the interview she did about it. Wow, wow, yep. That lets you know a lot. That lets you know a lot. And Garcelle Bouvoir, all these brothers that were drooling over her. I met her, by the way, in real life. Um, all these brothers that were drooling over her all through the '90s and early aughts, right? You out here and you out here with Jamie Foxx in the TV show. Luther Vandross got you in the goddamn music video. All in the music video. Shout out to Suge Knight, right? You all in the music video. Meanwhile, you got a whole what? White husband. Longo, I ain't even gonna read that out loud. That's hysterical. But huh? Man, Wow. Mr. Donnie Mac says, my ex was a huge fan of Ebony K. Williams, and she didn't want me to meet any of her friends in 18 months. I don't know why I want to say 19. In 18 months. Wow. Ghostilmatic says, Z met Garcelle in real life. Is she hot in person? I met her a little bit after her prime, but you could see it. You could still see the bones, we'll say. You could still see, yeah, she was all right, but she was already, this was what, almost a decade ago, if not a day, yeah, something like that. But you could still see why a lot of extras were sweet on her. You could see that, and why boomers were sweet on her. You could see it, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. Being in South Florida, you could definitely see a bunch of these celebrities. I met Tyson's ex too. What's her name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. God damn, her face is right there. We talk about her all the time too. I met her, and I was like right up on her, right? I was right up on her, like 5 feet away, 4 feet away, right? Yeah, so yeah, I met her once again years after her prime, but yeah, walking through a damn Target. Robin Givens, that's the one. Thank you, Hitflick. Yeah, Robin Givens. Met Robin Givens in real life. There's a couple, man. There's so many, so I can't list them. Right? Met Arnold in real life. Um, Kimbo Slice in real life. Um, Cool and Dre in real life, Fat Joe in real life, Lil Wayne in real life, Benzino in real life. Yeah, yeah. And these people that I'm telling you about, I mean, like feet away from them, if not like right up on them, if not had a conversation with them. Um, Pusha T in real life. Um, what's her name that was on Breakfast Club? God, why be forgetting these people's name? I said this too before, by the way, and I don't. Yeah, but what's her name? From Breakfast Club in real life, I had a whole conversation with her. Um, um, what's her name off of Blackish? Um, the oldest daughter off of not Blackish. Yeah, Blackish. Met her in real life. Yeah, not didn't meet Eminem in real life. Never met Eminem. Yeah, yeah. I'm telling y'all, living in South Florida, living in South Florida, y'all. Met Michael Moore in real life. Had a conversation with him. Right, and it was right around the time when, was it like we met him, but it was me and one of my best friends. We met him either the week before or the week after Capitalism: A Love Story came out. I want to say it was a week after because we watched it, and then I feel like we met him the next week, or we met him and then we watched it. No, 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 we watched it and then we met him. So around something like that, something like that. Yeah. Trust is Z name dropping. I'm just saying. Angela Yee, yeah, yeah. Met and talked to Angela Yee for a while. Met and talked to Angela Yee for a while. This is met and talked to Angela Yee. This is in 2016. 2016 is when I met Angela Yee. Yeah. Met a couple, man. I met some. Met Trina in real life. Through her brother. Um, met Trick in real life. Met Uncle Luke and spoke to him in real life. Clearly, I mean, you know. Who else? There's so many. Believe it or not, I haven't met Rick Ross in real life. I know, I know, I know, I know everyone. I know. I haven't met Rick Ross in real life. Um, who else? Who? Yeah, it's too many. Met Gunplay in real life. Funny enough, but didn't meet Rick Ross in real life. Yeah, but once again, Detroit. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Yeah. There's so many people. So many people. Um, met Flo Rida in real life. Met Briscoe in real life. Um, who else? It's so many. It's too many. Yeah, South Florida. Met Shaq in real life when he was playing for the Heat down here. I was in high school though. Yeah, I was in. As a matter of fact, I met him when I graduated high school. The day I graduated high school, I met Shaq coming off of Star Island. My friends follow him And we got out the car when he got out the car. It was like, Shaq. Yeah, yeah. And he was cool as hell. He was cool. He was driving that goddamn Range Rover. Well, he wasn't even driving his own Range Rover. A white dude was driving his Range Rover. He was in the passenger seat of his Range Rover with the Superman sign on where the Range Rover sign should be, in the middle of the grill. But yeah, yeah. I met politicians in real life too. Right. Detroit said, so you met rappers and entertainers in real life. I met politicians in real life too. Right. A couple of them. Right. So yeah. Had a chance to meet Jasmine Crockett when she came down um to South Florida a month ago, and I missed that. Right. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Once again, living in South Florida and just people who know people, and it's not even like you're hunting these people. Like, the only time we ever quote unquote followed someone is Shaq, right? And I wasn't driving, so I just was along for the ride. Yeah, but yeah, this is not, Mr. Z is not TMZ. I'm not following celebrities. It's just you're in South Florida and they happen to be where you are, right? So yeah, so no, that's telling y'all. And let's see what KMS is. And like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And after this, I'll drop the link. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Let's accept what this quote unquote lady is saying is fact. If black men and boys are defective in need of recall, wouldn't one want to inspect the factory to see if it needs an overhaul? Eventually, one must critique the manufacturer. I think that's where that white lady comes in that we covered yesterday. Um, but to tell you the truth, I think when you're dealing with the sovereign women of the world, they're not going to say it. But if they could overhaul the system, it would be all men bowing to women. Once again, we're getting right back to power corrupts absolutely to me. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. We're just going to come right back around to that. And what women like Sovereign especially, would finagle this into being is a full-on gynocracy, not just in the black community, but globally, where men pay fealty to women, where men engage in mandingo fighting for women, just for the entertainment of women. Are you not entertained? Right? Where it's just a handful of breeder men breeding with the women. All the rest of us are to be laborers and entertainment for women. Like, if you let the sovereigns, they don't have they pretend and speak like they have some selfless moral superiority. No, nope. They would rejigger this where it's once again a handful of men that are breeder men, and every other man is just here to build and maintain the infrastructure, like Sarge Willie Pete says, and just to know your place and to go back to whatever small area of the city where y'all live in your little shanties. Shout out to Dubai. Ooh, goddamn, Z, you're not supposed to say that out loud. You're not supposed to talk about the people that's actually maintaining the buildings and the infrastructure in Dubai. Oopsie. Huh? That's what it would be. As a matter of fact, that's actually a great example. The women would be living in their homes and their super high rises, and maybe every once in a while, a woman would have a pet man. I said it the way I meant it. She would have a pet man, but all the other quote unquote non-select men, y'all would be living in the shanties, and you would drive into town in your little beat up Toyota trucks, your little beat up F-150s and 250s, to pave the roads and to work on the sidewalks and to maintain the buildings and to work at the little fast food places and, open the gym and do everything to maintain the society for the handful of breeder men and for the masses of women. If you let a sovereign woman design the infrastructure, if you let her be the manufacturer, oh boy. That's what it would be. It really is though. Telescope says sounds more like the hive. Sounds more like the hive than a community. That's what it would be. That's exactly what it would be. That's exactly what it would be. Man. Oh yeah, met Hillary Clinton too. Goddamn, I forgot. I forgot y'all. Right. Oh, and Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Her too. Right. Her too. And Tim Kaine. Met him too. Right. There's a number. I got a number of politicians. If I start going down the politician route, goddamn. Right. So yeah. Yeah, y'all. So yeah, that will pause right there for that. But yeah, to what KMS is saying, if you let the I don't look when it comes to the sovereign women's of the world, as broken and as bitter as she is, I don't see her as dumb or necessarily uninformed. I think she's disingenuous. I think she would rejigger this into being a full whatever she thinks the patriarchy is, she would just flip it on its head. However she feels the patriarchy operates, she just flip it on its head, and that way the women are the oppressors. And if she could, she would jigger this in a way where the men are raised, where they don't really actually even see the system for what it is, and that the system has them on a hamster wheel, just doing for the women for nothing. And you know what I forgot? There would definitely be a group of men that would be the overseers of the masses of non-select men. That's definitely I don't know why I forgot that part. Right? How did Z forget that part? There would definitely be a group of non-select men being overseen by the quote unquote female security force, which would be just a bunch of men guarding the other men, right? Or looking over the other men, better yet, not even guarding, right? That's how I see it being operated. I know some of this sounds hyperbolic and extreme, but yeah, if you really think, if you really listen, if you listen to sovereign women speak, oh, you better believe it. And if you look at the thumbnail, my thumbnail is of a broken black man that you can see him shredding, right? He's breaking, and that's to show that the way that sovereign woman sees, and when y'all used to hear Princella, a year ago, this is how they see you, or earlier this year, this is how they see you. You are defective, and the problem is not only are you defective black woman as a black man and white man, you got the unmitigated gall to think you're not, and to not want to fix yourself. Oh, the arrogance of you not thinking that you are broken and defective, right? While you BSing, and I'm Waffle says Derek Jackson is head of security, right? Detro says sassy samurai, hysterical, right? What I said earlier, the pliant patriarch. Shout out to Chrissy with her benevolent patriarchy, pliant patriarch. We know what you actually mean, lady. We know what you actually mean. The cuddly conqueror, right? They love looking you in the face and lying to you. Well, maybe if I use these words, they won't understand what I actually mean. What I'm actually saying. I can't even say stop insulting our intelligence because they don't even think we're intelligent. right? Yeah, Mr. Donnie Mac, ConcuSurf. ConcuSurf, exactly. ConcuSurf, right? They don't even think we're intelligent, right? Y'all already heard Kim Foster call us useless. Yes, Miss Foster, maybe you don't remember it. Maybe you don't remember you said it, but you did say in a blink and you'll miss it comment, you did call, particularly the Black Manosphere, useless, right? Oh, well, say that. I didn't read that comment, but if it's true, and Grab Second Gear says, people in the comments section said that selective breeding is what they advocate for. What else y'all need to hear? Selective breeding. Maggie, I told you it was going to end up in eugenics. I told. Well, she actually said it. Actually, Maggie said it. I just reiterate what she said, but I say it all the time on my channel. Yeah, yeah. You let certain women talk, and that's all, white, black, Latina. I done seen all of them. You let them talk long enough. If they angry enough with men, if they're resentful, if they're heartbroken, if the men that they find attractive and appealing and they think that should be catering to them aren't interested, you let bitter, broken women talk long enough, and sometimes it's not even that long. Man, we're gasoline draws on ending up in hell. We are ending up in 1930s Germany. You better believe it, right? You better believe it. You let them talk long enough, right? So what's going on? Better you? What's going on, Naaman? What's up with y'all?
I'm about to get cut off.
Yeah. Yes, you are. Go ahead, better you.
Yo, so first off, I know you done fucked up my feed with that video. But
You're about to get all the damn the neo-Nazi ass black women all through your timeline.
I actually feel sad after watching that. Like
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I hear you.
she in not so much her, but like those comments. These women are so fundamentally broken that it is hard. It it was one of those. It's one of the few times where I went through some crazy comments, and I wasn't enraged or anything like that. I truly felt pity. Like y'all are so broken and live from a place of fear, and you have no socialization, no types of social skills, and you don't know how to interact with others. It's really what you're telling me in those some of those comments, because those comments was fucking wow. I just
I don't know if you were here early enough to hear when I was reading through some of them.
I heard a couple. I read shit. I read like a good 30, 40.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanted to make sure you're okay because I heard a little shuffling, and I know you probably in Atlanta, and Atlanta drivers are not exactly the best drivers in the country. You know.
No. I had to hit the brake real quick, but it's just orders and stuff.
I'll repeat
Sloshing
myself. Atlanta drivers ain't the best drivers in the country. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But you good. I let somebody else go and get in real quick.
Yeah,
Well, in that
name it, and then we
case,
get AB. But real quick, name it. You know, yeah, no, what it is sobering. And I really want to say this, and then you got it, name it, and then AB. What did y'all expect when black women and other women of color, but black women specifically, operate
mm-hmm.
in America with white men and white women? Like they hate that they're not white men / white women. They hate, especially the college educated sisters. Oh, I'm not, funny enough, I'm not talking about the around the way college educated sister that's just a misandrist and she's extra sassy, but she still prefers black men and quote unquote love, even though her love come with a bunch of annoyance and still misandry clearly. But quote unquote loves black men. I'm not talking about her. Believe it or not, she's not actually the worst. But the highly educated sisters, the ones that want to do the whole Ebony K. Williams thing, oh, they hate that they're not white man / white woman. They hate it. And those type of comments that you see, to me, it's a religion. So what we're working on is, because we know a lot of black folks grew up in the church, especially our mothers, our grandmothers, fathers, grandfathers, and maybe less so for some of us, maybe younger Xers and younger. What I'm saying is, I see this as somewhat of a religion. These people are they're entertaining this type of conversation on social media. This is their church, and whoever channel that they congregate on, that's the pastor, and the congregation is the comments in the live comments in the chat, and this is their new religion, and their new religion is radical feminism slash divine femininity, right?
First of
And
all,
they are
Mr.
Earth
Z.
Mother
Wait,
Goddess, and that's what they worship.
Whoa, whoa, hold up.
Wait, wait, wait,
Right.
let's
AB.
do this, Naaman, because AB is probably going to be short-winded. So let's let AB go then, and then
Oh,
you
don't be
got it.
mean to him like that. Come on
Yeah,
now.
yeah. No, because AB be short. He don't be going on too long. Go ahead, AB.
I was going. Well, to your point, I was going to say, don't talk about Roland Martin like that. But anyway,
I mean, but Roland Martin worships at the altar of the Democratic parties.
oh yeah, his head is fully up their ass. There's no question.
Yeah, hey,
about that.
all the way, all the way.
Took a lot of grease to do it too. Let's get there. How big that head is.
Hysterical. Go
That
ahead, David.
bald
Go ahead.
head.
Go ahead, Damer. Go ahead.
By the way, I had somebody else in mind when you talk about this whole thing. See, first of all, it's not a religion; it's a cult.
You know what? Actually, that might be a better word to use for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a better word to use for it. Yeah, I agree.
It's a cult. I mean, y'all remember? I don't know if you remember this. Z. Do you remember?
Naaman, when you said it's a cult, I thought about 21 Savage. It's a knife. Go ahead.
That too. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. But I was thinking more like, do you remember 1995? What happened in Tokyo? The Tokyo subway attacks.
I remember it loosely. Yeah. I remember that, but not. I don't know the details. I don't remember the details.
Okay. You got to okay, because there's a series I remember checking. You got to check out on Netflix. One is called How to Be a Tyrant. Okay. I remember watching that. There was a follow-up series after that called How to Be a Cult Leader. You check that out. They talk about like some of the most dastardly cults out there and what they've convinced people to do. Instead, this is why Voltaire once said, "Those who have the power to convince people to believe in absurdities have the power to convince people to commit injustice." So when these people are saying all these stuff and some people are just believing it, understand it's like a cult trance. It's like the people have a fixated mind, because remember, some people are just like sheep. I mean, this is why hell, we might as well go to church. Welcome to Bedside. We're going to the other side Orthodox Church, folks. Sorry, Bedside Baptist is closed for repairs. But the book of Luke, chapter 13, the parable about the farmers and the seeds. There's going to be so many people who want to be lied to and made to believe a certain thing. Just like how like all these
disclaimer. Stop talking about black Christians like that.
Considering I belong to the original black Christians, you got a point there. So I come from people that are the OG black Christians. You got a point there, AB. Mm-hmm. But then again, I'm gonna be talking about that like Creflo Dollar. I ain't gonna disrespect the memory any long, but I will talk shit about Jamal Bryant.
Oh, the blasphemer.
And people like, oh yeah, that blasphemous motherfucker. Hey, I'm a good Christian, but when push comes to
shove, Jamal Bryant did say these hoes ain't loyal. Y'all better give him his props. He did say it on stage.
Yeah. Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
But he also said that Jesus was out of order for the majority of his life, which is blasphemy. So,
bullshit.
Good point.
And disrespecting the memory of Kevin Samuels.
Oh yeah, but he had to walk that back. Yeah, but in fairness, he had to walk that back probably because his sorority brother's like, motherfucker, you better walk that back. Probably got to him and said, nah.
Yeah, hang on a second. I got to link Snowman to the conversation, but yeah, it is what it is. So understand, some people, it's like the cult of personality.
And after this, we get LAR, and then we get Leon. Go ahead, AB.
Speaking of which, I got to mention two things. Alexa, can you play 85 by the Youngbloods featuring Outkast for Better You? Even though we know he's not riding dirty. And I need you to play Cult of Personality by Living Color. Because we have to understand that, like I said, it's a cult. People
No,
are
Better You is
looking for
definitely
something to
Cadillac
believe.
pimping. If you're gonna mention Youngblood, yeah, he's definitely Cadillac pimping. That's
Well, that
more Better
too.
You screen. Yeah.
You're right. You're right. You're right. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. But hey, we building it, right? We building.
Yeah.
So so it's like this cult. People just want to be lied to. People want to be led to believe in something because they got nothing else to do. But when you try to break them out of it, they're like, no, this is all I can believe in. Because if it's a lie, then it's hard for some people to face the truth. That's why a lie is better for some people. People prefer the beautiful truth over the ugly lie. Me personally,
You said that
I
backwards. Name it. Say it again. You said it backwards. You said it backwards.
people want a beautiful lie over the ugly truth. How is that backwards?
That's not how you said it before. You said they would prefer the ugly lie over the beautiful truth. You said it backwards
Oh,
before.
my
You didn't
bad.
catch yourself.
Oh,
Yeah,
did I?
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place, but yeah, thanks for checking me. Thanks for keeping in line sometimes. But you know where I was going with this, folks. My bad. I'm not feeling okay. I just need a glass of water here. In fact, let me rehydrate.
Watch this. And
Leon,
on that note,
come
Elliot
with it.
Town. You already know I was going to Elliot. Go ahead.
Come on,
Come on in,
Elio.
bro. Come on in, bro. Hey, I
I
got
don't
you
know who's
good. I
talking right
got you
now. Is
boys
it
right.
LAR or is it LAR?
Cold blooded. It's cold blooded.
Hey, call me Rick James.
It's a celebration. Anyway,
It's a celebration.
I listened to some of the things that the young lady was saying, right?
Uh-huh.
And going on with the topic and everything. And when we talk about delusion, what keeps happening is, and I don't know why this is, but they have a lot of women who are on like a lot of metaphysical fantasy. And they have these metaphysical fantasies and they swear to God they're real. And the thing about it is you don't have to test it in the real world.
Mhm.
So a lot of the things, their traumas, they don't say specifically where they came from.
Mm.
They don't say, oh, I got, well, I take that back. When they say their trauma comes from a guy, they say it specifically. But when they say they went through trauma and they don't want to admit a woman did it. So they just say, I went
Mama.
through trauma in the community and this, that, and the third. They don't say, it was other women. It was other girls. It was their friends. So a lot of this projection keeps going around where if you don't actually say who did what, you never have to count up who did what. So they're only counting when they say men did something. So now it's beyond crazy because what they don't want to say, what they don't want to believe is men can count, which is ridiculous. Like even with the whole Princella thing, like it's weird for a man to listen to a woman say she didn't know how women act. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you've been around women and girls your whole life. Stop it.
No, they didn't want to believe what they were seeing. It was always the men. Somehow it led back to the men are defunct, and that's why the women act in the way they are. It was never the women's singularity are invested in this behavior and in this thought process and in these feelings, and what you're seeing is the outcome of that in her life. It's always got to lean to a man. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But more importantly, they don't count up the actions. The actions are just not counted at all. The actions always have an asterisk. It was because of. It happened due to. She was probably going through. You get it? It's never, oh dang, like we didn't count up all these shenanigans.
Yeah, you don't know what she was going through. Yeah, well, I get the thing. Yeah.
Well,
here's the thing. Now, y'all said something.
Wait. Let's do this. Better You, because he's probably gonna be short. Then Leon. Then Lion. Ellie, were you done?
You got it. Go for it.
Okay. So Better You, Leon, then Lion. Go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject one thing into that, which is when Priscilla is speaking about that, what I really believe.
God damn, you got cut off. You cut yourself off. What happened?
I was going to be shorter. I wanted to add to that about Priscilla. That's all I wanted.
Yeah, real quick, because Lion got the momentum. Go ahead, Lion, and then we got you back.
The thing about Priscilla, y'all were talking about Priscilla. Like Elias said, he didn't believe he didn't believe that. No, what Princella believed is that she thought she had female privilege over a female even in a lesbian relationship.
Yep.
That's what she thought.
It-
She didn't.
it-
She did not.
She
think
wanted
the
to play
rules
one foot
applied to
in
her.
and one foot out of the man role. The
Yeah.
problem is they made her eat all of the man role.
Yes.
Yeah,
She
basically,
didn't. She didn't think the masculine burden of performance would apply to her because she's a woman in a lesbian relationship.
Let me modify that statement. She didn't think the hypocrisy would be met on her about the male burden of performance.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
hypocrisy, and that's what she ran into. Go ahead.
Yes.
If y'all
That's
want to
it.
be honest, look,
That's
I'm gonna say if y'all, from my perspective, what I've seen, knowing women who've been back and forth and been studs and whatnot, the one thing that keeps coming into play is they all think a man is in a power position. They dress like men and talk like men and try to emulate men because they feel like that's the power position. But what they don't like is the work it takes to be in that position. They
Are
think
you saying
they think
that
the position, my bad.
No, L.A.R. What you were saying? Are you saying women don't want to be patriarchal, but don't want patriarchy applied to them?
No. It's worse than that. They think that masculinity and patriarchy is metaphysical. They think if I could dress up like it and walk like it and talk like it, everything else, all the work doesn't happen.
Oh Lord.
Well, they think it's like they think it's like us putting on clothes and going to work and quote unquote being men. That's the equivalent to, in their mind, to makeup.
Are you talking about the lady that dressed up as Steve Jobs and robbed
Amy Holmes? Amy Holmes, that shit.
That's Liz
Better you go
Holmes.
ahead.
Liz
Real
Holmes.
quick. I'm sorry, Elizabeth Holmes. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Elizabeth Holmes, not Amy Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes, go ahead. Better you. That's funny. Go ahead.
Yeah. Line kind of stole what I was going to say, but what really happened was she became male coded with the women that she was with, and she really thought that because she was a lesbian, that she could, in essence, perform like a man without the expectations of a man. And what happened was, basically, it's like, hey, look, you want to carpet dive and do all this other shit, you taking all this shit, and what you heard was her frustration with being a woman having to perform as a man in a man's world.
Exactly.
Basically, what she found out is, I own you, nigga, applies to her too.
Yep. Let me say this before Leon goes. I really want to go into the weeds a little bit. Shout out to Naima. I want to go into the weeds a little bit in detail about what that is. When I said the hypocrisy earlier,
that shit too.
right? when I said the hypocrisy earlier, what I'm saying is no, you don't get to exhibit frustration about me not being raised to control my emotions because you're the male in the situation. No, you don't get to be assertive when I'm emotional because you're the male in the situation. No, you don't get to take a tone of frustration at me for being an asshole and being selfish and being hypocritical because you're the male in the situation. So when Princella was being hit with what everything the men be saying, which is true, that's when she was like, oh crap, what they're saying is true. She was getting, that's why I said the hypocrisy of it all. That's what she was getting hit with, the hypocrisy, and that's what she was like, oh crap, she was getting hit with the two-piece.
Oh, this applies to me too?
Yes. All the hypocritical standards that women have on men in their comportment is what Princella got hit by. It's not just the good flowery rosy stuff, the sex, the intimacy of women towards whatever quote unquote male figure. No. It's I expect you to be quote unquote stoic even when I'm being an asshole, a petulant child, immature, right? Throwing a temper tantrum. I expect for you to be the quote unquote man in the situation, as better you were saying, because you're male coded.
Yeah.
See,
women
in that position.
After this, we got Leon. Go ahead, Leon.
Find out is if you are going to be a man, you're going to be with a woman who's not going to think when she's around you. See, women look at women as being smart And women run the world, women are geniuses, women multitask, but women don't really take into consideration when women are around men, it's like their brain shuts off.
Yep.
It's like, oh, you do that and you do that and you do that.
Yep.
And I'm thinking about, what the heck are you thinking about? Because like, that's why, like when Princella told that story, when she said, oh, she knew she was running late and she was going to go to the gas station because she's being logical. Every man on the planet is like, you just learned to be logical and have a plan when you decided to put on a ball cap and a sweater. That's what you're trying to tell me? Because when it's two women together, y'all just aloof. So
LA.
My bad.
No, I'm sorry. We keep on cut off LAR, and he say my bad. No. But LAR, when you were saying that, what I was thinking to myself is, you ever see those videos and it's little spoofs where the girlfriend and the boyfriend or the husband and the wife is walking in, and the husband's like, okay, check to my left. Okay, that's good. All right. That guy, he's looking a little menacing, but okay, cool. All right, everything is going good here. All right, and then the woman is like playing some freaking kid song in her mind, or
Exactly.
playing the piano
Yeah.
in her mind. Hey, that's what we're talking.
I
That's what
remember
you're
that
saying.
short.
That's what I heard. Yeah. That's what I'm hearing when
I
you speak.
remember
But
that
go
short.
ahead and
She's singing
LAR
to
finish up with
herself.
that. Yep,
Yeah.
I'm not
finish
gonna
with that,
lie.
and then we got Leon.
I remember that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's part of this. Black men are inherently bad because we have been cultured and cultivated to pay attention for multiple people. See, that's what people don't want to take into consideration as being a man in society. You have to pay attention, and sometimes pay attention for multiple people, because if you're a man, even in a family, sometimes even a bunch of friends, there are going to be a bunch of people who are aloof and not paying attention. And most of those people play the game well. I knew you would handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going through that now with what's happened to my wife in the past 7 days. And
Hey, Snowman,
Yeah, man.
you
I'm
right?
on
What's going on,
no,
man?
hell no, I'm not all right. I'll
All right.
explain this
Come here.
more tonight on AB's panel. But
Okay.
Mr. Z, if you would just give me a few minutes.
Okay. And Leon, I'm sorry, I got to push you back a little bit. Go ahead.
Oh, do your thing.
In short, my wife got screwed out of a job 3 separate times in 4 days by the goddamn gynocracy. New contract takes over at her job, so they fully eliminate her position. She's offered the HR position, takes that, starts Monday. 24 hours later, she's being removed. Jody never divulged to me why, because I wanted her to calm down. But boy, when we had a talk, she went completely off. You know how when you see people in an employment situation get removed because they happen to know what the fuck they're doing? Anybody ever been through that?
Yep.
Been there.
My wife went through it 3 times in 4 days.
Damn.
3. And people wonder why I'm on here doing trying to do what the hell I can do for my family. And why I put my Cash App in the chat so damn much, especially on AB's channel. God damn it. And I'm told, I have been told, you'll be all right. Shut up. Until you walk a mile in my shoes. Until you walk a mile in my wife's shoes. Don't talk to me. Oh, and Jody divulged something to me. Anybody who has seen a picture of me and Jody know that I'm in an interracial marriage. Jody said this to me, and I quote, "I think they removed me because I'm white and because I know what I'm doing." And that got coupled with half of the women there that are in HR are not qualified.
Sounds about right.
Internally, I went the fuck off. I didn't do it in front of Jody.
Mm-hmm. Hey, tell Jody if it's any consolation. Now she know what it feels like to be a black man. trying to get a job when black women are HR.
She looked me right in the face and said that, AB. I have never, and I've been with Jody 6 years,
Mm-hmm.
been married 5 years to her. I thought I'd seen all the emotion come out of Jody after seeing her lose a job. I mean, she's pushed through everything. Hell, she's helped me push through cancer. Now this happens to her, and it happened on the day where my car went bust, and I'm trying to have I'm trying to make money to have Christmas for me and my family. I have not been able to give my wife Christmas because I haven't had the money in 6 goddamn years, and I'm pissed. I haven't had a chance to do that for my family, and I'm pissed. Tuesday was the most rotten day of my 52 years, and not only because it happened to me, it happened to my family. It happened to my wife, and I'm pissed off. I shouldn't be, but I am. There's so many other factors that go into this. But Jody looked me in the eye and said, "Now I understand." That's the lone reason I haven't done any extra games this week. I have just been feeling for her. Anybody that's married or with somebody that's 10 toes down with you and you for them know exactly what I'm going through right now. And I do mean anybody. And all this shit that and I'll tie it back to the main topic, all this shit that Princella's been talking about, and all that she's quote unquote discovered, bullshit. She's known it the entire time. She's just now had it thrown in her face.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But I just want to give you some encouragement, Snowman. Here's the thing. What you and Jody have is extremely rare, and that's what a lot of people want. But the problem is no one wants to take the leap, because when bad days happen like how you guys have, and that's when everybody wants to quit.
Snowman, can I ask you a question?
So what you guys have is rare, so it's something to fight and stay in. So
Snowman, can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Have you ever have the HR ever seen you?
I didn't hear you. Try again. I didn't hear your question, sir.
Have you gone to Jody's job?
A few times, but never got
there
to
you
it.
go, AB. Boom.
No, there's a point to this.
Yep. I know where you're going.
Them heifers probably saw you and were jealous.
You know what? I am inclined to believe that.
Oh, this HR lady black.
I thought it the second you started telling the story. That's why once AB asked the question, I knew where he was going. I thought it the second you started telling the story. Go ahead with that line.
Is the HR lady black?
Yes.
There you go.
Ooh.
Well,
that coincidence is
I know it's rough, man, but another way to look at it, that sucks for that company. If they're going to operate like that, it's going to come out.
And she said,
maybe.
You're right, Mr. Z. Both of you are right.
That could be grounds, man.
It could.
You're right.
It could be, but it would have to be, because it's not. It wouldn't be company policy, number one. So you get what I'm saying? That's number one. And number two, there are ways to frame that and phrase that where it has nothing to do with what we're saying here. Where it really is that Snowman's wife just wasn't quote unquote qualified. Excuse me, she wasn't qualified, or she lied on the application, or there's she didn't lie, but it was one or two things that's requirement that they thought they saw on their application, but that wasn't there, and they realized it too late. There's so many ways they could escape from that, right? If pushed.
And let me tell y'all this. They stated, because when she
after this we'll get better. You go ahead.
Went into
and then Leon, we got to get Leon, y'all. Go ahead, Snowman.
When she originally went into a set of interviews after the contract was taken over, she was interviewing for a completely different position that wasn't HR. She was actually interviewing for a counselor position. So what do they do? They looked at the wrong goddamn resume.
Yo, I'll be telling y'all. There you go. What I
They
say.
looked at the wrong goddamn resume. They didn't look at her updated resume that wasn't tailored toward HR. They looked at her resume. Let me try that again. They didn't look at a resume that wasn't tailored toward HR. They were looking at a completely different resume and they went with it.
Even though she was applying for that was for the counselor job?
Yep.
Hey, Gil Gammy said, brother on Snowman's wife's arm, no brother on Keisha's arm. HR Keisha strikes back.
Oh boy.
That's how it feels.
Dun, dun.
That's
No brother or
that's how
Brad,
it
by the way.
feels. That's exactly how it feels. And AB and Mr. Z and Leon, I'm starting to think about what you all said about the times I've had to take Jody to work at Camp Atterbury, and who has seen me, and how the word may have gotten back to. Fuck, I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about it until now.
I'm saying don't. This is what I will say. Don't move like that's the absolute reason.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Consider that may be a reason or the reason. And move accordingly, but without the contempt yet.
Yeah.
Right. And I would say to your wife to do the same. Don't think that is the reason, but consider that might be at least a reason.
Yeah.
At least not until you get concrete evidence that.
Exactly.
She's already considered all of the pieces of the puzzle. It was just when she unloaded it to me and finally let it loose that just got me.
Yeah.
Damn, a brother can't even play in the snow in peace.
No, absolutely shit. When could a brother play in the snow in peace?
Listen, y'all, 3.5 years of hell that we've been through with me and my health issues and us trying to get resettled and resituated. And it just seems like one hit after another, and it's like, God damn it.
I try to stay positive. I know that's easy to say, but you know.
Let me do this. Okay, so we'll get Leon. Wait, actually, Leon, give me 1 second. Better you want to say something about the whole HR thing and stuff like that, because I know with his career he's been there. And then Leon, we got you. I promise we got you afterward.
Yeah. So with that, in terms of reasons,
Z, can you mute me up, please?
Huh? Can you hear me?
I have you to mute me up. I got my hands full here.
Okay.
Oh,
thanks.
But yeah, in terms of the reason, it's all about when fighting back against it, it's all about what you can prove. So what they probably would do is just simplest way, the cleanest way, reduction in our workforce. But with that being said, though, it sounds like she might kind of be in a similar industry to me. If you want, drop your email in the back, and maybe there's I'm looking myself, but I do have some connections and whatnot. Maybe somebody I know might can help, and might could be a breadcrumb that leads to something.
There you go. I dropped it in the back chat.
That's what I was going to try to tell you. This might be a blessing in disguise. You don't even know it yet.
It is, because she's now working from home, but she's still like applying for different positions like crazy.
Understandable, yeah.
Yeah, so they got her working. Here's the fucked up part, gentlemen. She went from salary to being hourly in 5 days.
Damn.
Was that a financial demotion, or was it just a social, not social, I mean like just a hierarchical demotion?
My opinion, all of the above.
Same company?
Same place.
Different company. Oh, you said contract takeover.
Yep. Same place.
They got the company she was working for got outbid.
Yep. And all hell broke loose. through the tail end of November.
Mm.
And when I say all hell broke loose, gentlemen, I mean every word of that.
It's the end. It's the fiscal. Well, it's just the fiscal year just officially starting in October.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, I got let go from a job 2 weeks before Christmas one year. So that definitely, that y'all could believe that Christmas was the best Christmas ever. Sarcasm. And so
I believe it.
and New Year's, yeah.
Listen,
They make it
2004.
worse. I spent a whole lot of money on them goddamn Christmas clothes because I was gonna walk into that goddamn Christmas party stepping on them. And
Listen,
yeah,
2019 and 20 for us, while we were in North Carolina, we were just about to get everything together, and then COVID decided to kick us in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah. But let me do this, and thank you for that, Better You. And Snowman, you could definitely stay up. Let's let Leon go in, and then we'll just circle through. Okay, what's going on, Leon?
I was just about to say I'm gonna touch on the prison seller later, but I was gonna say I'm on paternity leave, niggas. It's Saturday. Deal with it. Deal with it, niggas. Deal with it. Yo, I'm gonna be on Saturday,
Hey, we gotta get with Leon's wife and tell her, hey, no more children because we need this nigga at work. This nigga at home, he ain't doing shit. Right, he over here actually enjoying his weekend. How the hell you got this nigga enjoying his weekend? What the fuck? This nigga's supposed to be working.
What is
How
wrong
dare
with
you
you?
enjoy your weekend?
Do not spread that
Not poor.
gynocracy to my woman, okay? Do not spread the toxic gynocracy to her, okay?
No, we need to keep you on the gynocratic wheel.
Man, the
Leon,
only ones that can do that
Genuine
is grandma, my mom, every little while. And my mom right here, she'll tell you I argue with my mom. I argue my mom down instantly. But yeah, what's up, baby?
Well, I got to get ready to
Friend?
start my championship
No.
coverage, but I will make this plea to everyone that's in the chat and everyone that's on the panel. I want to desperately give Christmas and Christmas presents this year to not only my wife, but my daughter Sonia, my daughter Cheyenne, my daughter Carmen, my daughter Sam, and my son Dakota. I have not had a chance to do that in the 6 years we've been together. And Jody said something to me about that, and she's absolutely right. So, Mr. Z, thank you, A, for the time, and B, having this message up. If anybody can like help me give Christmas to my family and help me get a rental so I can get back to doing Spark for Walmart in the interim while I'm getting my broadcast together, because I'd really like to get back to it this week and earn some money for my family and for my household. It would totally be appreciated. And AB, on your panel tonight, I will say a whole lot more. But that was the bomb. That's a piece of the bombshell that happened this week.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Snowman, for coming up, and definitely, I'm gonna leave this coming up for a little bit, and then we'll get to Detroit's super chat, because I got a question about that. I'm kind of lost on the super chat. But yes, Snowman, thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it.
From you stay
Snowman, we leave.
Yeah.
And I hope I pray for you, man. I hope everything works out for you. Also, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to reach out to all of us, man. I appreciate when you reach out to me for help and everything, and I'm trying to help. I'm always happy to help you any way I can.
I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys and being a part of the Manosphere so very much, and for you guys accepting Jody.
Oh, absolutely, man.
I tell
she
her
makes you happy.
I tell her this all the time, and she jokingly says, well, I don't care if they love me. I want you to love me. I said, baby, I do. But she knows what you guys mean to me. She knows what this group means to me.
Well, we love that you love her. So,
yeah, we have to for you, man.
Yeah.
We want to see you succeed, man. Hell, like I was on Base's show earlier, and I was saying, dude, you and Snowman need to link up together because for the Niners and Bears game, y'all need to chop it up and have that because he's got to make you laugh, like Dion says about Shay Shay, with a straight face, face. How do you do it with a straight face? He ain't no good. He ain't no good.
If people only knew how many times my mother asked me with a straight face, how can you be from Chicago and be a 49er fan? We'll touch on that. I'll touch on that later. But thank you for leaving this. Thank you, Mr. Z, for leaving.
You're not the only one, so I don't see the big deal is. But okay, anyway. I'll talk to you about it later. To get back to Z's show, but I'll talk to you about that later.
Yeah, okay. Thank you guys, and thank you for leaving this comment up. Whatever y'all can do to help me.
No problem. No man.
Get back. Whatever y'all can do to help me get back on the road. I know I got to deal with Ava's pending, so I can get a rental and get to Ubering and just driving around, just earning money that way. Toward my absolute goal is to pay off my wife's truck and to buy a truck of my own. So
all in due time, fam. All in due time. One step at a time.
I appreciate y'all. You, maybe I will see you tonight.
All right.
Love you, man. Thanks. Yeah. Alexa, can you play The Best Man I Can Be from the Best Man soundtrack?
No, let's let Leon go. Let's let Leon go and finish with what he was saying with earlier. Because you wanted to say something else before Snowman came up, so we'll get that and then we'll just continue. And then I think Detroit gave us a little bit of clarification. But yeah, go ahead, Leon.
I think when we talk about the dynamics and all that, her admitting to this is like why I always take the stance I take on trans women and stud women. It's like, hey, y'all want to join in? Come join. You just don't know what you're signing up for. Like you're trying to like simulate masculinity, but you're not understanding what comes with it. So when I hear these stories from these studs, especially on that one page I watch every blue moon because they pop up. It's like a group of studs. They're talking about the same.
They don't call it a space for us anymore. They call it
something.
Sheilasville.
Something.
Yeah.
They have the same. They have the same issues, and they're saying that these women aren't really a lesbian. It's like they're signing up for something, and they're operating on the same dynamic that they try to operate with men on. So they didn't know how to articulate it. And they were just saying these chicks is crazy. And it's like, yeah, once you learn how to articulate these words and you understand what it is, you get a reality check. And that's why I have so many of the stances that I have. It's like deal with it. Like join you wanna be one, great. Women can figure that out.
That's because
you want to join in the guys.
But this is the thing, Leon. That's because we're like leftists and we're trained, and the things that we consume train us to think about these things macro. So we know what they're gonna run into. The elite of them have an idea, but they're gonna be okay. That's why I keep on saying, do you really care about women / care about black women, particularly to the Chrissies of the world, to the Kim Fosters of the world, to even this lady goddamn, what I already forgot her name. The sovereign woman.
What she look like?
The reason why I say that is because maybe a handful of them they'll be able not to fall off the edge of the cliff, but their subscribers will. When you put their back to the wall, and this is what I do to Chrissy, what does Chrissy end up saying? Well, I create content for the people that enjoy this type of content, for the women that enjoy this type of content. So when you put their back to the wall, they end up throwing other black women under the bus. They end up being like, well, excuse my language, fuck them bitches. I'm really here for the women that rock with me in this message. Right? So when you challenge them with, are you sure that's where you want to go? Because y'all understand that the TRANS is coming for y'all spot. Are you sure that's where you want to go? Because if you keep on expanding this is going to hurt you and what you claim to care for and advocate for.
Actually, I have a note about Sovereign Woman, but after you and Leon get done.
Okay, but I don't think they think that I don't think they're really going into the weeds and the details about that. Number one, but number two, a lot of these women, and this is what I think annoys me, is that they get to duck off eventually. They'll find their escape hatch. It's what Black Lou was saying about white women the other day. White women are the biggest scammers because they rah feminism, and then they eventually marry the white dude, and all the true believer Black women be out here in the wilderness mad at the world because she was with the rah bullshit, right?
Yep.
So and to me, it's the same thing Black women do to other Black women. More well-spoken, intelligent, but still broken-ass Black women be with the rah shit, and then they turn around and marry some Nigerian cat and then go missing after they go into a battle. Paris Milan, right? With the rah shit, right?
Why do you have to
Laughing at
bring her up every time you say Why do you have
because
to bring her up?
she with the rah shit with Terry Nichols gets deleted. She laughing and making fun of him, but and she's hiding the marriage, and then she turns around and gets married behind her subscribers' back, hides the marriage until she's about to be exposed, then talks about the marriage, and then now she got into some back and forth with whoever, and now she done ducked off again. But what about all the subscribers and all the women? For years, Paris Milan was on the crazy talk about Black men for years.
Airhead.
And then you mess around and get married. She's a whole airhead, a little sassy prick airhead. But for years, you was on this Nazi talk about Black men, and then you turn around and get. I want you to understand how egregious it is what she did. You turned around and got married. Yes, to maybe he's not ADOS, but still, you turned around and got married to a Black man behind your subscribers' back after talking crap about Black men, for years. That is the height of selling the soap but not believing in it. Oh, that's bullshit. But go ahead, Leon. Finish up. Yeah.
And I think they do that because, inherently women are in competition with each other, and they say they do all this for themselves, but it's all for leverage. They have their outcome while their sisters suffer. And I'm entertained by it. You know what I'm saying? If they think we're failed white men and this and that, I just okay. Like I said, when I'm questioning about my son or anything from people I know, it's like, yo, I'm not gonna educate these niggas to be competitive like me. No, you got to deal with what you sign up for. If that's your baby daddy, hey, good luck. I'm not saying he's doing anything wrong. I think he's doing what you signed up for him to do.
Wow.
And that's how I operate. I told the ladies on TikTok the same thing. I went on the TikTok stream and they said, wait, so you're not gonna do anything? I said no. I was like, these guys make me look great.
Oh yeah, Leon, I remember this. So shout out to all of y'all in the if y'all see what the link that Leon dropped. I forgot about that, but yeah, I remember the lady that exposed her for trying to talk to her with her married coworker or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
I remember that. Yeah, I remember
dude
that.
called
Yeah,
in. No, a sovereign woman. That's a video. A dude called in the Anton show in the link I just posted, where a dude was he knows a dude that was a dude that's married that was smashing her.
Yeah. And by the way, if I recall correctly, I don't think she ever disproved that. I don't think she ever tried to fight back against that claim, if I remember correctly. So yeah. So yeah,
So yeah, this
real quick.
So that's why I posted that. I'm like that woman's full of shit. When I saw that, I was like, oh, that's all I need to know. This is the same woman sitting here smashing married men. But get the hell out of here.
But once again, when you believe in the divine feminine and radical feminism, a man, like, they think that we look at them as things and as nothing but a sex toy. A man is nothing but something to bring you pleasure. So she don't care about the married woman. She don't care about none of that shit. She found him attractive. She smashed. So be it.
But then that's fine. I mean, but and the and is so there really is no sisterhood. So why are you talking to these females?
Yeah,
it's a sisterhood as much as I would. This is what I would say that it's a sisterhood as much as she could get other women to do her bidding and to take them. Say this is what Leon is saying, and to take themselves out the running.
Yeah,
it's a sisterhood. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
You coercing people.
So it's a sisterhood until the right dude walks in the room.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, but the way Sovereign it sounds like she moved, is she would dirty Mac him in a way where the other women wouldn't be interested, only for her to scoop in and pull him. Right?
Ah.
That's the way she sounds like she would dirty Mac him so the other women wouldn't be interested, and they would take themselves out the running for her to turn around and pull. Right? And like that's how sovereign black women. It's some dirt.
It's believable, but
Yeah. That's
dirty shit.
But that's a lot of women are on that. Y'all remember the clip?
I'm laughing because this like
Like we know
what was it? Was
we
it
know
on
what dirty
Jubilee?
Mac guys do.
It's just
Real quick, because men dirty Mac Mac the other way around. Women dirty Mac backwards to us. Men dirty Mac where we talking to the girlfriend or the wife about, oh, I would never do that to you. Oh man, he did that. Yeah, that's how men dirty Mac. How women real quick.
Oh my world.
Real quick. The way women tend to dirty Mac is they talk crap about the boyfriend, the regular. Well, I'm saying regular, but I really meant single dude or the boyfriend to the girlfriend, so that she could break up with him, and then so the homegirl could scoop in. And you saw this on that clip. I want to say it was from Jubilee years ago. Where
Alexia played Jagged Edge. He can't love you I love you.
But the way women do it, and if y'all remember the clip from Jubilee where the girl, the young lady was like, she was talking to the boyfriend, and she was like, yeah, you apparently you were walking with some other girl at the movies or whatever, and he was like, what are you talking about, something like that, and she was like, such and such saw you and da da da. And he was like, I didn't do that. What are you talking about? And so the girlfriend called the homegirl or something like that, and then the homegirl admitted, yeah, you shouldn't be with him anyway. And I wanted him or something like that. If I remember correctly.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about.
But that's how you dirty Mac. That's how women dirty Mac. Women dirty Mac against other women by talking crap about the boyfriend. Men dirty Mac by talking crap about the boyfriend also. So it looks a little different. Like, that's why Leon was saying the women make sure that the other women take each other out of the running. She's gonna make you take yourself out the running. Right? Yeah. Where men, we bump the other dude out the running. See the difference? We don't take ourselves out the running. We bump the other guy out the running by talking to the girlfriend. Women, they talk to the girlfriend so they can make her take herself out the running. Go ahead, and then we get
you boys got herpes, right? That's what they would say.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Jake. Jake left a comment. Go ahead and post it. He's absolutely right.
Either way, the dude is always the villain. Exactly.
Either way, the dude's the bad guy.
Yo, can I come in, please?
Mr. Donnie Mac said it perfectly. He said, Mr. Donnie Mac said gentrification dating.
Oh, that is foul. That's foul. Yo.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Let me get into the weeds a little bit. Just a little bit, because I need to, grab some, roll that shit, light that shit, and we gonna smoke that shit. You know what I'm saying? But first of all, Priscilla is pretentious.
Killer Cam. Go ahead.
Yeah.
He had an interlude on Purple Haze that literally said what you just said. Go ahead.
Anyway, because I've met some actual studs in my life. Some actual studs I've met. Black, white, whatever. And I've had conversations with them, but and if you think I'm lying, check out Shantae Wayans. Y'all remember Shantae Wayans?
Yes.
That was the comedian.
Shantae got a man at home. Ain't that the one you talking about?
No, that's Shantae Moore. I said Shantae
Goddamn,
Wayans.
you're right. That is Shantae Moore. Goddamn. I'm thinking about Shantae Moore, the one that Shantae got. She got another joint, don't you? I'd rather you not sing that song, please. Please. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
She has a baby with Kadeem Hardison. I remember that.
Oh,
but anyway.
Yes, she does.
That's who she was talking about. The song, Shantae Got a Man.
Yeah. I'm getting my
Shantae Wayans is a stud. Shantae Wayans, that's Marlon and Sean Wayans' niece. All right, she's one of the Wayans. Okay, and she's a lesbian, and she's a stud, and she's talked about. I remember she's talked about.
Yeah. The comedian. Yes, I've seen her before. Yeah, I've seen her before.
She's talked about. There was one time she was like, she did a stand up at the Laugh Factory. She talked about the bullshit she's got to deal with dating a chick who's trisexual. You know, she's trying to be a lesbian and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Like this bitch would try some funny shit with her, like, she'd be like, "Yo, whose panties are these?" And she'd look at her like, "Those are mine, bitch. I don't think you understand, but you're not the only female in this situation. You know what I'm saying, right?" And some shit like that. Or she talked about how, like, ugly straight chicks try to hook up with, with studs because they don't want to be lonely, and they're usually referred to as gargoyles. That's what they call them. They call them gargoyles. And I remember there's been a couple of movies where it's, same-sex love, and movies where you have straight women who will venture into these, like, lesbian bars and whatnot, and try to hook up with with L's and B's, left-handed batters and switch hitters, just for like a little fling.
Going
like
way too far in the weeds, nigga. We in the Amazon now. You ain't even in the weeds no more. Go ahead.
But what am I saying is what am I saying to the point or not?
We're not even in civilization anymore.
But is what I'm saying still to the point though? Is it valid what I'm saying?
Yes, but we far in the weeds. We ain't even surface level no more. Nigga, we in the swamp. I'm fucking with you, neighbor. Go ahead.
Well, it's not my fault. Your Everglade wireless is fucking you. You're fucking up your cell phone like that. But anyway, it's what it is. Please, motherfuckers, like, share, and subscribe, and hit the Cash App. We need to get a new cell phone for Mr. Z and a Bluetooth headset to go with it, because, man, that Obama phone is fucking him up. It's fucking him up.
Oh, but this is what we're saying, name. We're just really speaking about, because you're right. But if we go far enough, you're right about the dirty macking that ends up. And I already covered that, the dirty macking that ends up in LGBTQ activity from women.
And they talk about the issues with the straight chicks coming into their world.
Yeah.
And I've had conversations with them about that. I've seen the show. Anybody's ever seen the show? The L Word? That show that talks about that shit, and a lot of shit that affects same-sex loving couples like that.
True, but remember, I covered that last week, name.
Oh,
that's
sorry,
what I'm saying. Yeah. But we spoke of, was it earlier this week? No, that was last week, right? But yeah, no. We spoke about the LGBTQ, the dirty macking that leads to LGBTQ behavior, and the women that go on the cruises and be, munching on each other, or you think this is your lady's home girl, and really it's your lady's girlfriend, right? So yeah, we covered that. But if we go far enough in the dirty macking, we actually gonna end up where you at. But I'm not trying to go all the way there today.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm really, yeah.
Well,
I'm just really thinking. Go ahead.
You highlighted a comment, Afro Natural comment. Well, that definitely is a point. The final boss of women's dirty macking is feminism.
Is feminism? Yep.
Like so, because that's really gonna have to cause them to make a choice.
But there's a conversation that me and Black Uru had years ago on it was either Charles Patton. No, I think it was Black Men Being Brutally Honest. It was Kev's channel. It was Kev from Black Men Being Brutally Honest, and we were speaking about women's self-awareness. So, Ryan, when you speak about them, that's where I'm going. When you speak about them having to make a choice, bro, like there's so much about their life and upbringing that never really punches them in the face to make overt choices. This is why I would argue BGS speaks about the environment is what dictates how they move and how they think and feel and operate. Because like you see how we especially as men to other men, we make very definitive statements and comments, right? Like look at when we speak to Dre, shout out to Dre's in the comments, we tell him, like, I caught a little bit of Art's panel last night, and like you'll hear BGS tell Dre, get to the point, right? When we speak in the name of, get to the point, like, what's your point? What you trying to, and like literally Telescope literally just said that to Nema in the comments, right? So like, because we need you to make a definitive statement so we can move on from there. Right. So what ends up happening?
He was just using that example.
Yeah. I was using. Thank you. So And the reason why I brought that up is to say, with women, they get to move in the shadows of and what's not said. They get to move in and implied and
that smoke
suggested.
screen. Yeah.
Exactly.
That
And
whole
so
smoke screen says so. They want you. It's like saying stuff. They believe in saying stuff without saying stuff until it's actually
and
time to
what does
directly say
and
stuff.
wait, like don't go too far for that. And what happens when you try to pin them on what you think they saying and what they really saying, but they didn't say it?
That's not what I said.
Thank you. That's the
That's not what
whole
I
point.
said.
That's the whole point.
I
They
can't
don't say
stand
nothing
that
for
shit.
real because they don't
I
say,
swear to
bro.
God,
Me
that shit
too. Don't worry,
irks
bro.
me to death.
Hey,
That
bro,
shit
y'all.
irks me, dog.
But it does all men because they're not saying anything. They're suggesting, implying, and what. And by the way, this is the same thing for the dating scene. This is why women, they send you signs and you're just supposed to pick up on it
But then
because
you ask
she
them
don't.
questions, and then they
Wait,
get
wait.
annoyed with you asking questions.
Exactly, because I don't ever want to put myself in the position to do or say anything definitive. Because guess what? I
Definitive,
gotta hold the bag
because
of
now
that
I gotta hold that.
responsibility. Exactly.
Because now
So
I gotta hold
going back
Yeah.
to the statements, right?
in a word accountability.
So this is why I think you see these women moving and implying and suggesting things, because if I overtly say it, I gotta hold that.
Yes.
Right? The same thing with the dating scene. If I come up to you to talk to you, if there's a woman going up to a man to talk to him and he turns her down, that's a definitive turn down. So what does she
Yes.
do? She give you the eye, she gives you the look, and
Yeah.
and here's the thing: women be doing that so often to so many dudes that dudes is getting the signals crossed, and then
Like the
the
only
dude
two
she not
times.
really looking at, real quick line, the dude she not really looking at like that, go walk up to her, she not interested. The dude
Yeah.
that does walk up to her and maybe thinks that she's just, something in your eye, she does want him to talk to her, but he doesn't, because bitch,
But he
you
doesn't.
ain't saying
Yeah.
nothing,
Yeah.
He
right?
ain't picking. He ain't. She's just what it is basically like
Mhm.
they
And
want to.
after this, we get
Patrice
line
O'Neal
again,
said.
and then we'll circle around.
Patrice O'Neal said it best. Women are not built for rejection, so they have to try to get you into a situation where you talk to them, and then they decide to reject you.
Honestly,
Because if
the
they try to,
only
because if they come to you and try to hit on you, and you reject them, they're gonna try to flip it by saying the good ones are always taken or they're gay.
like the
How's
only
that for
two.
getting to the points?
Yep.
There's only two times. There's really only, in my experience, only two times women are direct: when they're hungry and when they're horny.
Nah,
Man, even then, I would say
the
nah.
horny one
Even
is
then, man.
complex.
Even then, man. Even then, it depends. Even then, bro. Like, yeah. Even then, if sometimes yes,
If she's
sometimes no.
already
That,
messed with you,
yeah.
No. Here's the thing. I'm saying, but here's the thing. Is it ambiguous even when they're hungry? Because we already know what happened. The whole "what you want to eat" conversation. Trust me. I
Oh
know.
man, we done all had it.
I
Oh
know
man,
where
we
y'all
done all
going with
had it.
that. I
We
I
all,
agree. I agree. I
bro.
have no pushback about the whole "what you want to eat." I know exactly where y'all coming from with that. I know. Trust me. I
I'm
know.
telling you, the definitive, non-definitive statements
I
is
swear to God.
crazy work.
I swear to
This is,
God.
and I
I
think
swear to God.
there's so much to be said about the gray. And this is where men and women really, this is beyond, at least in American context, this is beyond race. We get our signals crossed because men are trying to make definitive statements and get definitive answers,
Yes.
especially if there's no argument going on. If it's just we
No.
just talking. Women,
We
on the
just
other
asking a
hand,
question.
don't want to stand on anything, so they're subtly suggesting. They're using the euphemism. And why do you gotta say it like
Yes.
that? And what are you
Why you
saying?
gotta
And I'm
say it
not
like
saying
that?
that.
Or worse. Or
Ugh.
worse. Here's the thing. When you actually do, here's the shitty part. When you actually do pin them down on something, you manipulated me.
Bruh.
No,
And
I
remember what I said.
asked you
Remember
a
what I said the other
question.
day. Lion is having flashbacks of the marriage.
I asked
Lion,
you a
hold on a
Lion
second.
is
Hold on a
name it real
second.
quick, real quick. And remember when I covered Chrissy, and Chrissy said,
Uh-huh.
and they twist up our words. Um um. And when she said that, I was like, no, we don't twist up your words. We accurately and appropriately say
Assess.
what you're actually saying. See, you're once again, woman, black women. And Chrissy actually, which is crazy because the divestors and the swirlers and these black men ain't shit. Women, they'll overtly say the things, but we're not twisting your words. We're actually saying what you're implying and suggesting. It's not twisting your words. You over here trying to play with in the shadows because you over here talking genocidal and eugenics. That's why.
all
So
that
I
damn
call it what it is.
experience. All that
Right?
damn obscurity.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
can't stand that
and
obscurity
Lion.
talk.
I'll give you a prime example. One more again. Name it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I
Sorry.
kept on saying it for years that these women see the men and the boys as defective. They think we're coming out the womb broken, and patriarchy just makes it worse. And they think they're coming out the womb innocent and great. And what ends up happening is the patriarchal system is what turns them into these monsters. I've been saying that for years because I already knew that's what the women were getting at. Like I said earlier, no woman has ever said to me or even implied or suggested around me this. But look at what a sovereign woman just said. She just said it, and I knew that's what they were saying. Why? Because they subtly suggested, imply it, and now sovereign just came out and said it. And I think LAR was trying to say something.
Or to add on to what you were saying
And after
about
this LAR, and then we got Nima.
Because women will use the patriarchy against women will actively use the patriarchy against men. Like, you create this system, but then at the same time, we can't suggest to women. I'm like, well, you also had children within this same system. So what's your problem?
They enjoy it. They like it. Go ahead, LAR.
I'm gonna be petty and say it this way. People who believe feminism rhetoric, they become the bluefish from Finding Nemo. You don't remember anything. So you wind up having a new conversation every trend that comes out.
Yeah.
If you notice, people keep forgetting the things they've said. People forget the same things they've done. People get brand new, even when it's on camera, even when it's recorded. All of these people, they're bluefish. They have this, unless it's an emergency, I don't remember anything. And the sad part is, even when it comes to fighting the patriarchy, they don't remember anything. That's why they keep making stuff up, because they don't remember what actually happened.
No.
So it's LAR, how you a true believer but you don't remember shit?
You ain't got.
That's the point. They don't want you to remember.
As a man who's a sports fan, don't you do that when you're delusional about your team?
I'm not really a sports fan. I'm a car fan, and Nissan is my brand. But you're right, Nissan been fucking up. But whenever somebody else bring it up, I'll be like, well, nigga, what you talking about? I don't know what you talking about.
Well, we about to own Nissan. We about to own Nissan.
Fan, LAR, so I know what you're talking about.
No, but I get what LAR is saying. I'll just tie it to cars. But yeah, I get what he's saying.
Okay.
If you really want to get to a feminist, just go, oh, I know you don't know what you're talking about. That's it. That's how you don't know, cause next week you're gonna think something completely different. I don't know you don't know what you're talking about.
He said hit the feminist with the most sexist ass stereotype ever. Bitch, you crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Cause as a parent, as a grown man, married man, all that other stuff, and especially when you get to people who are feminists, because it's that's a lot of school and college rhetoric. They don't remember what they said 6 months ago, because they keep adding stuff. They like feminism and the rainbow community are the same thing. They keep adding stuff. And if you keep adding stuff because you really don't have a struggle, what's going to wind up happening is you're going to forget the last stuff. We're going to make it this LGBTQRV, him, them, they, me, we, me, this ism, that ism. It's gonna be too much.
It makes sense, LAR. No, it makes sense in their logic. I'm not saying it really makes sense. It makes sense in their logic because remember, they're forever expanding to be quote unquote inclusive.
Nope.
Remember?
It don't.
That's
make
why I
sense
keep on expanding. Go ahead.
It don't make sense in their logic, because when their old logic comes back to bite them in the ass with their new logic, they forget about the old logic.
LAR, I don't know what you're talking about. We're just adding and thinking about these things, and so as we expand and think about these differently, and we come up with new experiences, we put new theories and ideas out there because we're moving along with what's actually going on.
They don't expand. They don't expand. They never expand. What they say expanding is I made up some new stuff and I forgot the old stuff.
Yeah.
That's like buying a mansion and keep adding to the mansion, but not cleaning up the other rooms.
The old rooms. I mean, no, you're right. I don't even got nothing to say about that. You're right about that.
150 dirty rooms in here.
No, but you're supposed to do that. You're the man. It's a patriarchy.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
And LAR, why are you slow, LAR? Why you just can't keep up with the new modern social science that's being added to feminism? That's not my
LAR,
fault
why
that
can't
you XY chromosome is slow.
LAR,
That's
why
why you
can't
need a
you
partner.
understand the spectrum of
Say that.
people? You know, this is a spectrum. It's not only
You
layers.
doggone right.
It's you're in the 12th dimension.
Hysterical,
We
LAR.
just can't comprehend it. You know,
LAR said, hell, you damn right it's on the spectrum.
It's definitely on the spectrum. It's
can't
on the
comprehend it,
kaleidoscope.
bro.
Nah,
like-
we aren't. Nah, it's not even a spectrum.
LAR said it's short bus theory. That's what it is.
No, you watch the movie Interstellar.
LAR,
Mhm.
it's
After this, we gotta get Neyman.
colliding. It's colliding with your reality. It's not a kaleidoscope. It's colliding though, so
No,
you're
it's not.
partially right.
It's not colliding. Look, it's not colliding
see, man?
with your reality when you live in the
Wait.
Marvel feminist universe. You just
Say
make
that.
up a new universe and then
Mhm.
make up another universe
Feminist
and make up
multiverse.
another. That's all this is.
You on Earth 995 right now.
It's okay.
See, man, you completely about this shit, man. What you got to do is you got to light up some good shit and you got to look at it. And then you gotta look at that
Welcome to
shit.
South Florida, where I
And
just
it
watched this
makes
petite ass.
complete
Real quick. I'm sorry, better you. Welcome to South Florida, where I just watched this petite ass, mixed looking, whatever the hell woman jump in a goddamn Bronco Raptor. Oh shit, look, man. Mr. Z is definitely not one of these people with money in South Florida, but goddamn, this bitch, little thing, little mulatto looking, whatever the hell thing, just jumping a goddamn, and she jumped in the driver's seat. And she the only one in there, nigga. Look, man, I'm about to sell my soul for this money. I'm so joking. Jesus Christ. Anyway, y'all go ahead, better. Y'all cut you off. Go ahead.
My bad.
Go ahead.
I agree. Like
No,
we ain't
after this
smoking the
LAR, I
same
didn't name
shit.
up because I think it's gonna be short. Go ahead.
Because I understand completely what LAR talking about. Because we apparently we ain't smoking the same shit. Because there is no way any of this makes a lick of fucking sense. If you just
But
try to
better you know
explain this
better
to a
than to
regular
think makes
person.
sense. Yeah.
Like just try to explain this to a regular person. Like the whole concept, hey, there's gay people, they this, that, third. It's like, all right, I'll follow you. And you start going down them letters, and it's like
Exactly.
It's when you start going through the letters, they be like, wait, what?
You know what?
I've done it.
What dude said, what you were saying, Z, stop the planet and let me off.
Stop the bro. I promise you. The first time I ever heard that, I thought it was the funniest thing. Bro, I promise you I was laughing for like 10 minutes. I heard Dr. Richie say it. Dr. Richie, the TYT affiliate. I think he's the one who said it. Yeah. It was him and he said, stop the planet and let me off. I was like, nigga, I'm gonna say that forever.
Watch this.
That's the comment. Go ahead.
If you made feminism a restaurant, what would the menu be for the whole year?
Ooh, niggas ain't shit.
That.
Oh, we go play with this one. Nah, we go spend some time.
The niggas ain't shit gonna be the main course. That's gonna be what the restaurant is really built on.
Guys, stop it. That's bullshit. The main course would be aborted fetuses, preferably male.
Yeah, watch this.
Fetus burgers. Fetus burgers sounds good.
How long would niggas ain't shit be the main course, and how long would abortion be the main course? It's gonna keep changing. Ooh. The menu is gonna expand, like y'all talking about.
You're saying it's one of those restaurants where like there's a new or there's a different lunch special every day. Yeah. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Oh, so the lemonade is terrible. Is that what you're telling me? The tea is terrible.
Well, they actually did that. I'm not sure if y'all brothers remember. This was like a couple years ago. There was a restaurant where they charged. It was two feminists. They opened up a rrestaurant. I want to say like Portland or somewhere, and they charged
the men more.
Yep.
And
I remember they went out of business within like a year.
Good.
Oh,
good. Because I bet you the inspector was a man.
Hey, when you say good, I thought about Mr. Burns tapping on his fingers off of The Simpsons.
Yep.
Good. Excellent.
Good. Good.
It's terrible. After this, we got to get naming. Go ahead.
When my son was about 6-7 years old, he learned how to play rock, paper, scissors. And the problem with a child playing rock, paper, scissors with an adult is reflexes and experience. So
True.
he kept losing. So what happened? Now it's rock, paper, scissors, bomb. Now it's rock, paper, scissors, jet. Now it's rock, paper, scissors. You get what I'm saying? Like,
oh God,
spaceship.
That is not the rules.
No. But that is feminism.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Wait. LAR and Lion. You said that LAR Lion. You said that's not the rules. No. It is the rules now. I get what LAR is saying.
Oh yeah.
It is the rules now. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
But the
they're making this shit up as they go.
Right.
Exactly.
But what is the problem with making stuff up as you go?
Rock,
if it
paper,
already
scissors.
has a foundation and a base.
What foundation and base though?
Yeah. What's
if
the
it's not
foundation
serving
and
me?
base though?
Okay, the foundation and base of
build so high, man.
no, the foundation and base of feminism is the patriarchy provides everything.
The same patriarchy you supposedly are trying to tear down.
Yeah.
So you can't go you only complain against the patriarchy. You never build your own.
Backseat revolutionary.
LAR, absolutely not. You're supposed to siphon off the patriarchy. The same one you helped to prop up, by the way, that you're trying to tear down.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
So
hence backseat revolutionary.
Shout out to white women.
What happens when you're a backseat? Watch, and it's gonna be petty when I say this. What happens when you're a backseat revolutionary, but somebody got a navigational system?
You don't get to say shit. Where we
Then you
going?
just talking. If you don't shut up before I press this ejecto-cito cuz button, about to make you look like Tyrese shooting that Latino dude out. Ejecto-cito cuz. For real.
How do you shut up your kids? You put a TV in the back.
Yep.
Like this is what we're doing.
Oh damn! So you,
LAR,
like
you know what you just said? That the elite LAR just said elite rich white men just gave feminists the TV in the back and said, "You play with the TV. The TV is average men. Go ahead, watch that and play with that. We over here navigating. There go your distraction. Go talk. Go do some pussy hat riot bullshit. Let us run this shit. Go ahead."
Pretty much what happened.
That's exactly
one
what
word is missing in all this.
Go ahead.
When you hear the women talk,
no, go ahead, Naaman. Go ahead. You got it.
Two words that come to mind. You guys are forgetting, and let's call a thing, as you say, Mrs. V. Plausible deniability. These women are going to engage into word salad, gymnastics.
Oh, they love that. Real quick, Naaman. That's the term. Naaman. That's the term that me and Lon were trying to use earlier. That's what it is. When they don't stand on anything when they're speaking and they don't make definitive comments, it's plausible.
Deniability.
Go ahead.
Plausible deniability. Shout out to Patrice O'Neal and Black Phillip show because they were calling chicks out. There were times where on the show itself, a couple of women, they were saying some funny shit. They would talk to them, and Patrice mentioned, once you get their back on the wall, that's when they start trying to do some slick shit and everything. Mm-hmm. You see them when you try to stand on your tooth. That's when they start trying to move around. It's like they try to act like what's his name? It's like they try to act like Mayweather up against the ropes, or like Pernell Whitaker, Sweet Pea, got him up against the ropes, and they're trying to bob and weave, trying to avoid taking accountability for what they say. And then they start to make some new shit up right on the spot. They keep changing from moment to moment to moment like that. And this is why you don't engage with them. You just ignore them or debunk their bullshit. Just keep pushing.
Let me. Yeah, Naaman, give me a second. Let me cut you off again. Because exactly what you said about the back against the wall. Everybody from FD Signifier to LAR to let me see who else. We know Raj don't have any kids, but the Raj Report to Lion to Better You, we know he got a son. None of these brothers that I listed, no one that I could think of, do I see as giving their sons or any man they care about, a nephew or even a brother, in space to be bullshitting, landing face, right?
No.
Once again, when you put your son or your nephew or even your god cousin back against the wall and be like, nigga, don't bullshit me, nigga. This shit might hurt if you lie to me to my face. Who does that for women? So that's what I'm saying. So when you put their back against the wall, that's when the plausible deniability comes out, right? Because growing up, no one does that. Who does that to them outside of maybe their dad? And that's depending on the father, because we already know some of these girl dads, they don't do that shit to their daughter, so they daughter never developed that
You
skill
want
to
to
not
answer?
bullshit. So once
You
again,
really want to
if the
answer?
boys, yes, yeah, go ahead, but you already know where I'm going. Go ahead.
Who holds them to the wall as who they've been fighting the whole time? Patriarchy. That's
Patriarchy.
why they're fighting patriarchy.
Yeah,
Because
Mhm.
patriarchy
Yeah.
is going to hold you
Girl.
responsible for your. I don't want that.
I don't want to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
responsible.
yeah.
I'm gonna do what I
I don't want
want
it
and not have
sex.
to pay for it.
I don't want
See,
it.
I
For
wrote
anybody
this
that
in
know
the
that
chat.
reference, go ahead.
I wrote
I
this
don't
in the
want it.
chat earlier.
Mhm.
Feminism wants alimony.
Yeah, I
It
saw
doesn't
what
want.
you said. I forgot
Yeah,
to read
so
it. Yeah, I saw it.
yeah, feminism just wants alimony. Like a lot of people don't take it into consideration. Why this is so important now for quote unquote people in this whole male female rhetoric is because America made it so that women use alimony and child support as a form of matriarchy. So they want alimony without marriage. No, I ain't even talking about the gynocracy. I'm talking about women want financial independence off of your labor.
Yep.
So if you're a man, you owe me for existing.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
feminism is just women's way to say that they want reparations without having a struggle to come from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or having to do do what they need to do to earn it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Well, what
agree.
LAR is
Yep.
saying is a remix of what I say. You funded, they run it.
You funded, they run it. Yeah.
Oh, they don't. No.
They run it.
See, that's where you mistaken. They don't. Okay, if you get most women who say they if they got money, what would they do? They would pay everybody else to do what they should be doing. They'll pay for a maid. They'll pay for a driver. They'll pay for a chef. They won't do anything.
This is what you were saying, I think, a couple of streams ago, LAR, which is it's just laziness, but the class element of it all is where you get I'm not a real woman unless I have a maid. I'm not this, because it's really just laziness.
No, okay.
It's just yeah.
There is no difference between feminism and the idea of rich white men. Like that's the same. It's the same premise. Like
cheaper free labor.
It's the you know how they had the kids of real rich people and they don't never do anything.
Yeah.
Feminism is the exact same thing. They want a rich daddy that they could just do whatever they want to do because dad pays all the bills, but they hate dad because it's dad's money. And they want dad to die so then they can really do everything they want to do.
What you said about the Menendez brothers? I think they out now, but go, yeah.
It's the same premise. No feminist will tell you something like, man, I want to dig ditches. I want to lay the foundation. Man, I want to cut these trees down. Man, I want to put up all of these cell phone towers. They're not gonna tell you that.
LAR.
Man, I want to plant those trees.
This is what I'll say. I don't know how much men want to do it either, but we will for our livelihood and etc. Women will not, period, no matter what. See the difference? We'll do. We may not want to do it, but if this is where the money got to climb up that freaking 30 floor, building and clean the windows, but it's paying good enough, fine. The woman said, "F that." Nope, not doing it. Don't care.
No, it's like Den of Thieves.
Or police for anybody.
Remember the scene just like the scene in Den of Thieves, where like they were about to have the shootout, and 50 was like annoyed when the cops showed up. He's like, "Whatever, give me my vest."
Jason kind of made a point, and I'm gonna just expound on this in the chat. For feminism, men are women's chat GPT.
Ooh.
That's what we are. We're their chat GPT. Do this, type it in, do that. Thank you very much. Now you do it.
Man.
That's all.
And that's some good money. Wait, real quick, LAR, and see what Indigo said. Indigo said, "Man, I want to work at the water treatment plant," and that's some good money. And the women said, "I ain't even doing that."
Because there's no prestige in it.
Because they don't have to.
Well, yeah.
Fair enough.
If they had to, they'd do it.
You know,
Ah,
speaking to what BGS is saying, what I was watching, and they were digging up is somewhere in Africa, and but you could see the resentment in the women too. I ain't even gonna lie. I mean, like this is like a village in
Yeah.
Africa, and no, it's Angola. It's Angola, and they digging up what type of sand, but they barely have any of it left. And even in the
big
women,
stand.
yeah, it's like a darker sand, right?
Hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. They're digging that up, and you can even hear it in the women voice. They kind of resent it,
Yeah.
but like BGS was saying, they still doing it because
Because they have to. Yeah.
because they have to.
Yeah.
But in a quote unquote advanced society where we separate these kind of tasks out, women said, absolutely not. The way my femininity is set up,
Nope.
absolutely not.
I need to get a man
Nope.
for this because I don't want to do
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
But
I
they do it if they
refuse
have
to
to.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
it. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree.
That's why come. That's like I said, Uncle Sam is their baby daddy.
Yeah.
Good
That's why
point,
I said send them back
BGS.
to the manufacturer.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Send them back to the
Oh, and Master
manufacturer.
Teacher, why you gotta sneak up on me
BGS
like
said leave
that?
them on the lot.
The what?
Why do you gotta sneak up on me like that? You just come out of nowhere like, whoa, where'd you come from? You know, sometimes I hate
Did
that.
you
Yeah.
see the comment in the
Hey,
section? He
hey,
was like,
hey,
where's the
hey,
comment?
hey. In other words, you know how Pops used to walk into the room and when you guys are cutting up and stand behind you
Right?
and not say nothing, and you turn around, oh, where'd you come from? Yeah, I saw you
BGS,
fucking up.
you ain't see this comment? BGS said, can a
What's it?
brother join a reckless stream?
Yeah, I did type it in. I know it's reckless.
I didn't
So
fuck you up
Oh yeah,
yet,
you better, you
know?
better, man. Shit. Yeah. It's not as bad as usual, but yeah, it's still reckless. It's a reckless stream.
Art was
There's
doing a
levels to the
reckless stream.
recklessness.
Art was doing a reckless stream all night last night.
Was he? How is that
Yeah,
possible?
yeah, the lights were out, so he had to get in the car and drive around.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wait, the lights were out in LA or just at his house?
That's just his portion of his
LA.
area. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
No,
they
no.
suffer blackouts
If the
where he's
lights
at?
were if blackout, LA blacked out, it'd be worldwide news.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Wow.
see. Like in
Hey,
selective areas
I'm not gonna
experience
lie.
blackouts from time to time. Okay.
I am internet addicted, so the loss of power, I would well if I still had my mobile internet, yeah. But if no internet and no power, I don't. What would I do? What did they used to do before internet again? Can somebody remind me?
It's called read books, sir.
Well, I don't even know what you speak. I don't know
Not
what
when the
language you're
power's
speaking
out.
right now. I don't even know what you just said, BGS. I don't even know what you just said. But because think about it, even if I want to play video games, Forza is tied to the Wi-Fi. You can't even play offline unless you're doing the demo thing. I'm not doing that. So yeah, you're right. I can't watch
Demos? The
Netflix.
hell
I
you
can't do
talking?
anything. Yeah, I can't do
They
anything.
had driving games
got
before the
this?
internet, sir.
True, but no, the
Yes.
new stuff is all linked to
Not
your
no
Wi-Fi,
more.
so you can't exactly. You can't
We
even do
digital
the.
now,
You
dog. We
can't.
monetized.
You can't even quote unquote race offline anymore, BGS.
Nope.
I
That's what I'm
know.
saying. Yeah,
I know.
At
it's
all.
bullshit.
And
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
bullshit now.
that's also to keep piracy down too. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, and so that you can't cheat because what ends up happening is that we'll mess around and do infinite money offline
mhm.
and then buy whatever we want and then go online and do everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
But
so
this,
to keep that from happening, they just keep you constantly online. Yeah,
Mhm.
I miss
bullshit.
yeah.
those days. I miss
That
those days.
microtransaction is a trip, man.
Yeah, that too.
Monetization. Even a game just came out this Thursday. It's called Marvel Rivals. The game
Marvel
is
Rivals.
free, but it's still
Oh
it's
yeah.
still monetized via
In-app
currency.
purchases, huh? Yeah.
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 Yeah, in-game
BGS,
purchase is like a
when I
motherfucker.
tell you they are hitting us upside the head with in-game purchases like a
That's where the money is.
motherfucker,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where the
Well,
money
that's
is.
where the money is.
man,
I feel
that's
good that I
Fortnite, anybody?
retired.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
use
good that I
it's a
retired playing 2K.
it's a challenge to me. I'm gonna beat this game without paying. So it's a challenge.
so this is the thing with racing games. Yes, but what they do is when they do the car bundles, it'll be like,
Mm-hmm.
let's say for Forza, it'll be like 10 cars in the bundle, right? 8 cars. And you don't really care about 6 of them, but 2 of them you really want. Here's what they do. Sometimes they'll let you buy the cars individually for $2.99, or you got to buy the whole pack for 20. You be like, God damn it.
Yeah.
I
But
really want the other 2, but I don't
but
care about
here's
these 6. But,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah,
but
yeah.
but
That's
BGS, what you were just saying about you want to beat the game without paying. Here's the thing.
Mhm.
That works for a story-driven game. There are not too many story-driven games anymore. These games
Yeah,
are
good
just
point.
ambiguous, and you can play forever. And that's what the PvE is for. So you just play forever and monetize, for for skins and weapons and stuff like
But,
that.
by the way, Destro says sim racing game rules. If y'all click on Destro's channel, he was doing a race on Spa and motherfucker came the wrong way and crashed into him.
Yeah.
And Destro's like, "Fuck."
Damn.
Online is just a new game arcade. That's all it is. Where you
Yeah,
drop
no, it's fun
quarters.
though. I will say that there is a special. Even though if you put in Forza, if you put it on ultimate difficult, it really you barely could beat the first place if you let him get too far ahead of you. You're not probably gonna catch up. But online racing is just more fun to race people for real and actually beat them like this is a real person I'm racing. It's a different type of satisfaction. Than beating the AI.
Yeah, but that's why I do PV. That's why we have all these PVE games, because the game I just mentioned, Marvel Rivals, it's a PVE game. So it's like 6-on-6. So you're actually playing real people playing as characters, playing as Marvel characters. It's fun though.
Okay.
It's pretty fun though. But I just wanted to play the game because I noticed nowadays there's this thing. Is it just me? Maybe I'm getting older, but I don't know. Video games are starting to feel like homework.
Oh, they are. It's a total grind that you have to grind over because they don't give you enough content to level up as you go. So you have to grind missions over and over. Then there's Marvel. They'll sit down and make you have to do co-op missions with people that are fucking retarded. I used to play DC Universe a lot.
Oh yeah, I didn't play that. Yeah, I heard about that, but I didn't play that.
What?
Oh yeah. People spend like $1,000 a year on that game.
I treat video games
Grand
like
Theft
I
Auto
treat.
5 still making millions of dollars to this very day.
I'm playing it right now.
Yeah.
I'm playing it right now.
LAR trying to get in.
No, it's all good.
Yeah,
I treat
goddamn
video games.
Hexer, go ahead, LAR.
Yeah, I treat video games like I treat fast food restaurants. I look at the customers first.
Oh yeah.
So you look at who buys it.
Yep. Nope. I'm not gonna turn into you. I'm not playing. That's exactly what I do.
There are certain games I have not touched in a long time because of that shit.
Easiest way to do it is just don't cut on your microphone. And just play
I don't race with my mic. As a matter of fact, I put my headphones on and I zone out.
Never join the chat.
I raced Artisan MC in Gran Turismo a couple years ago, and once the race was about, so I would be messaging him while we were in between races, and once the race is about to start, headphones in, zone out, right? And I'm just taking the turns and doing what I need to do, and Artisan MC was like, "Man, you need to get into tournaments." Look, man, I'm good. I ain't that good. Them tournament Negroes people are at a whole nother level. That's like a whole nother level. The professional niggas,
them motherfuckers don't have no life, no whatsoever.
No, their life is the game and doing tournaments, or they work a type of job where they could either work from home or whatever, where they could practice. And I'm not that good.
I learned that in college. That's why I don't do it.
You see,
let's go to the Madden tournament. Let's go to the Tekken tournament. Let's do the Street Fighter tournament. I'm like, bro, you're not gonna be here next semester.
FD is good. LAR apparently FD is like really good in Tekken. Like he
looks like it. He looks like
it.
Yeah,
he's
he
okay.
Looks like it.
He's okay.
When I tell you I look at people before I do it, he looks like one of them people that's good at Tekken. He sit there, play video games, eat snacks, and drink soda. He look like it.
LAR the worst. He the worst. God damn. Why you read this man life, bro? Why you read this?
I mean, I play video games, but I still go to the gym. Shit.
Yeah.
Listen.
No.
Let me tell y'all the truth. Video gamers and these new age gangsters are built exactly the same.
Ooh. Go into that.
They're
go ahead.
Skinny and bad built, or all teetering and morbidly obese. It's really no in between.
Wow.
Nah, I do not want to do.
You saying nobody do push-ups?
I do not want to do the female thing, but I do game, but even I still go to the gym. Like
you ain't lying though. I still go to the gym. I gotta get up and go walk or do something.
Yeah, I still got to get up and do something. I still got to go get a workout.
Let me tell you,
Dre says FD insulted Attack on Titan. I knew I couldn't trust him. His critique of Attack on Titan, I get it because what he's saying is these type of like borderline genocide excusing ass anime it funnels particularly white young men into like this type of ideology being okay. I get where he was going. I do think you're right where it's too much, it's heavy-handed, but I get what he
Give him a
was
minute.
trying
He'll
to
be
do
back.
with it. Yeah, yeah.
But
No,
it's
no, no,
true though.
no.
I got a
Yeah, yeah.
question.
I
When
get
it
what
came
I
to
get
the
what
attack of the
but it might be, but it's history. Okay, it's
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on
yeah.
right
No.
now.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
What if when you look at Attack of the Titans during the end, what could he have done? They were going to keep on making those things and killing everybody.
Hmm.
So it's like, okay, I take the stance like BGS checked me for one of my stances. I'm like, yo, if Nazi mothers are going to keep on producing them,
No,
maybe
that's
you should
true.
get them out of here. And it's like,
Hmm.
well, do you want them to play by the same rules that you're saying? And I'm
Wait, wait, wait,
saying
wait.
they
Pause, pause, pause,
literally
pause, pause.
are.
Wait, wait, no, Leo, no, I'm doing this on purpose because I want you to go into detail because you say it and I enjoy when you say it. Go into details about what the white women said they're gonna keep on doing and why they're gonna keep on doing it.
My recollection, I read this when I was 28. It was about the Nazi mothers, and basically
Hmm.
they said for
Be
every
right back.
Jewish progressive woman that bears one child, we're gonna bear three.
Okay.
And it was during the wartime, so they wanted to outproduce them in population, and basically for every one child a Jewish woman had, they would have three. So if she lost one, they would lose one, but they would still have two, and they keep on producing for the
Okay.
war and for the Germania and all
Talking
that
about
type.
World War II.
I think it was written before World War II. It's when the Nazis came about and the mothers
The
of the
Nazis came
Nazis.
about in
Yeah,
1932. So
yeah,
that's what they're
and that's
yeah
that's that's pretty much what they said.
yeah
And so
after the crash.
and that's what I was talking to BGS about. I say, yo, people act like women don't participate in growing patriarchs, and then
Hmm.
we finally hear it, women saying it that yeah, we produce these patriarchs,
Yeah,
and
you
it's
do.
just like.
Yeah, they produce
It,
kids for the system. Yeah, Jewish women do it too. So what?
yeah, yeah. So I'm just like, okay, if that's the game,
Hmm.
black women need to read that and understand that these women are feminists too. That's how I see it.
They
It's
know they
like they're
feminine.
producing, they're producing the outcome, and you're trying to do the polar opposite.
It's too late for that. Let them go the way of
Yeah,
the dodo bird.
It's because it's a whole. But the thing is, you can't just put black women by outside of their experience, right? American black women outside their
hmm
experience, because I was just talking to my mother, and why her mother, which her mother which is a group right out of slavery. Um, I had so many kids is because that they were socialized to have a bunch of kids for the slave
hmm
master. So they just kept producing. The thing is, if you don't have the wealth or the land or something to put the kids, especially in urban centers, um,
yeah. It's
the
like
kids
being
are an
on an
expense.
island.
It's like an expense. In other words,
hmm
on a farm, kids are wealth. In an urban center, kids are an expense.
Yes.
So you can't have 6, 7 kids in the middle of Harlem
That's
and
true.
and be able to and try to eke out a living because
Yeah.
uh, kids are not going to be able to help you inside of Harlem. So that's where
Yeah.
the abortion came in, okay? Because you have poor
Hmm.
women, and this is not unusual because you look at
hmm
you look at Northern Europe right at the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah.
There was after they had 2 kids, they're sending out every other kid out to die because they couldn't feed it. Okay.
Yeah, because in an
Yeah.
advanced world, them women need more education for their kids to actually have a chance to operate in the system too. If they don't have the education,
Okay.
she's going to have a lower
On,
IQ. The kids are going to have
on
poverty
a
outcomes.
on a farm, okay. On a farm, kids are what? Labor. Okay.
Labor.
You don't survive without children on a farm. You need as many
That's
hands as
true.
possible, right? Okay. In
Yes.
an urban center, it's the exact opposite. Okay, kids are a
Yeah.
debt in an urban center, in an urban setting. Okay, you're better off by yourself. Okay, in fact,
hmm
I'm just reading the Pew Research, right? A a single mother without kids has, is worth $80,000, right? Her wealth is $80,000. Whereas a single woman with kids, her wealth is less than 10,000. Okay,
hmm
there's a big gap.
Okay.
Okay, so the thing is, it's not like I said. You can't take these things outside the environment. Okay, the state needs kids more than you need kids.
what's the term go? How does it go? If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go safe, go together, or something like
Go
that. If you
together.
want to, yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me, if I may cut in for a moment. To Leon's point, I remember, it wasn't just not German women who were saying that back then as well. Uh, uh, Z, you're right.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
no, I wanted
you
Jason to talk when you get after
you go back to
name.
Sparta. Sparta said the same thing.
Yeah,
It's
they
not
said the
unusual.
same thing.
Yeah. In fact, you're right. In fact,
Outproduce your enemy.
Yeah.
I'll produce because remember, after the formation of the little country in the Middle East, the surrounding nations, they said, you know what, we're gonna encourage our women to have more children so we can outnumber them and eventually wipe them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
didn't work like that
Thank you,
because
KMS. KMS got the quote for me. Go ahead, Damon.
and it didn't work because there's one thing you forget within Arab societies, and that is tribalism and the inter-tribal animosities and their attitudes regarding the military and such. But I could be wrong,
Oh, I
BGS.
mean,
So I'm
that's
ready to
nature.
take it to task.
That's nature. The bigger the herd, or the bigger the pride, the more protection you get. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's
True.
nature.
True.
Okay.
Ask those buffaloes when the lion go after the wrong
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I'll
But
give you another example of that. You go out, like watch National Geographic, Northern Europe, muskox.
mhm.
Whenever
Yeah.
the wolves are coming nearby, they surround. They have the weak ones and the calves surrounded, and then you got them forming a circle, keeping the wolves away.
Mhm. Yeah.
Those muskox ain't playing around. Same thing with the bison in North America in the
Yeah.
prairies at
Yeah.
wintertime.
That's how you keep
Absolutely.
you keep it healthy. But the thing is, you can't go outside the environment. Basically, this stuff like this didn't happen until the machines came in. Now the machines came in. That's when you start the birth rate or the fertility rate drop because you
Oh
didn't need
wow.
children anymore. Yeah, because you didn't need hands
Wow.
anymore. So
Okay.
black one is just the extreme example. But because
Hmm.
black women have like at least a third more children fertility wise than white women do.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
Oh.
overall America is at 1.6 ish, and I think
Yeah,
Black
yeah,
America is like 1.8 or something like that
yeah.
ish.
one point
Something.
eight. Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
The last time America had a positive fertility rate was 1990. Was it 1995? Because Reagan actually gave more welfare
Paid
to the
them.
women to have paid them to have more kids. Yeah,
Mm.
and then
That's
Clinton
crazy.
came in and cut that again.
Yeah. To further
That
that
is
point,
crazy.
I got to mention, like in many African countries, like when you with given the environmental situation at the time and traditions being what they are, like the belief about be fruitful, multiply, and also a lot of families also figured because of the high mortality rate,
Of children.
they
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
large families.
Hmm.
Hopefully, as someone will survive to adulthood and take care of the parents when they get old.
Yeah.
My mother's family is a prime example of that. My mother is the oldest of 8 children.
Mm.
Except for the youngest, every one of them made it to adulthood, and they're saying they
Wow.
took care of their parents until both my parents, until both grandparents passed away.
Yeah,
So
that's your
yeah, I
welfare in
can
those
vouch for that.
countries.
But let me
There
do
was
this,
no
yo.
welfare.
No,
Real
there's no
quick.
Go
welfare.
ahead.
Let me let Jason speak. What's going on, Jason?
Hey, peace, guys. I'd like to just add, you can ask ChatGPT many things,
Hmm.
and it's definitely your friend. But what we really should understand is that it's going to give you a relatively honest answer because it's a machine, and it's going to spit out the right answer.
Not
And
always, but yeah.
Hmm.
well, for the most part, it's going to give you the right shit. It's kind of like using a calculator. So, with that in mind, when you ask what happens to society when society's women loses its principles, it says erosion of family stability, shallow interpersonal relationships, cultural and generational drift,
Hmm.
a culture of exploitation, imbalanced
Is that me?
gender
Oh, you
dynamics.
broke up for a little
If
bit. You
this
said
doesn't
imbalance.
speak
What? You broke up a little bit for me.
imbalanced gender,
Okay, okay, okay.
imbalanced gender dynamics.
Hmm.
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 And I just like to add that nothing to that, but like if you don't understand that that's what's happening, it's really hard to be aware of any changes that are even possible. So if you're not running into women with principle, you need to look the other way.
The thing is, why are women losing principle? That's the question that people never ask. Why is it happening?
Well, that's just a part of, especially if you're talking about black women in particular. That's a part of the fabric of capitalism.
All women are a fabric of capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, what in capitalism is happening is because it's not just happening here in America; it's happening all over the world. So what's happening?
General exploitation.
Nope.
Okay, well, I'd like for you to give me the answer
No,
instead of me
the
guessing.
answer is women. The contract between men and women is that you need to come together to survive and have children and actually produce children for the next generation, right? Because hands are labor. Okay, what happens when women don't need you to survive anymore?
They don't need you to survive anymore, so men have
Eh,
to look elsewhere.
they don't need you to survive anymore, so basically they don't need you, so they're independent. So that causes a rift in the whole contract.
Hmm.
The social contract
Understood.
went to
The
crap.
social contract because it happened here. It's happening in China as we speak. Okay,
Hmm.
Hmm.
in the big cities, it's happening on the continent as we speak. When the
Isn't
environment
that a
change,
reflection of that's a reflection of capitalism being introduced there and through industrialization,
it's called
right?
industrialization.
Yeah, yeah.
Capital. You got to remember,
It doesn't have.
capitalism started in 1504 when the Spaniards came in to steal the silver from
South America and Central America and
in
whatnot.
Central America. Yeah, that's
Hmm.
all
Okay, so
capitalism is.
I
But
would.
Can I
okay,
this
ask
But
so
real
something?
quick,
you
real quick, everyone.
this
Let
didn't
BGS
change till
land
the
with that, and
machines
I'm
came
gonna
in.
say
Go ahead.
something. No, okay, okay. It's there's a certain brand. I get what you're saying, Jason.
Yeah.
I'm a leftist,
mhm.
so I already know. But I would say there's a certain brand of capitalism. I'm not gonna pin capitalism all the way on this one. I know Z really. There's a certain brand of capitalism that emerged, really re-emerged, in
Mhm.
the late 70s, early 80s. I like to call it neoliberalism because that's what it is, and that
Okay.
just took whatever um
Well, I
whatever
think BGS
proclivities
said
of women
steel.
that isn't the best, and it turned the knob into the broke. And that's what you see
Okay.
in America, in
Can I,
Western Europe. That's what you see with that's going on in Japan and South Korea.
Hmm.
It's what BGS said, where the women don't necessarily need them in on a day to day. It's
Hmm.
also that they just price their vagina out the game because
Yeah.
they have a market ideology about
Hmm.
everything that's insane.
can I ask something?
Basically, they replace you with the state because same thing happened. Okay,
Yeah,
it's not necessarily
yeah.
capitalism because same thing happened in the Soviet Union. Their birth rate
You have
shrunk.
to
Yeah.
do more for them than the state does.
Yes.
Okay.
I
Well,
just
that
wanted to
totally
add.
makes
Now,
sense.
I wanted to add. I don't think capitalism really plays a part. I think it's more of an excuse because it doesn't matter
Mm,
what
I have a
it.
follow-up question.
Well, it doesn't matter because even in communism or any other
Yeah. Yeah. See.
percentage, then you
Yeah.
still have hierarchy. You still have richer
yeah,
people. You
that's
still
true.
have poor
That's true.
people.
Okay.
It's the advancement of the society when there's no physical labor for or and there's social welfare for
Yeah.
women and they don't
Yeah.
have to
Yeah.
produce 10 kids
Yeah.
to
Hmm.
have people
Yeah.
take care of them. So
Okay.
if you
So,
have these tools and these systems operating, she's less likely to have more kids
Yeah. Yeah. Because
and,
it
can the
and an
happened.
system
extension of
can the
school.
system of capitalism exist without stealing?
No,
Yeah.
Yes,
Mm.
I mean, yeah.
no,
yes.
not
Yeah.
in America.
Oh,
Not in
what,
No, no,
America.
that's a
no, hold on,
catalyst.
hold on, sir. Pray tell me what system
Doesn't
has
have
ever been
exploitation and stealing.
social system has ever been that didn't have stealing?
Which
None.
socials bartering?
No, no.
Oh,
What
bartering definitely
system
has stealing.
has stealing? Yeah. What human system there has ever been that didn't have stealing?
Does
None.
bartering
No, no.
include? Is that?
No.
You have to answer my question. Okay.
I'm answering the question, Mr. BGS.
Bartering is just trade. Okay. That's all it is.
Okay.
Just trade. Okay.
Okay.
Bartering is just
So,
trade.
if is bartering a system? That's my question.
It is a system. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if
Do people steal in
Mr.
bartering?
BGS, Mr. BGS, let me just say what I'm saying because I'm agreeing with what you were saying, but if we're
Okay.
not going to
Yeah,
disambiguate what we're doing here,
but you have to get to the point. That's what we're saying.
Mhm.
I'm getting to the point. Bartering is a system of trade, and it's a system that is viable. It is a lot harder to trade material good and be shortchanged for what it is that you're looking
But
for.
BGS, let me
It's
actually
possible.
let me actually say something to that. Wait. Everybody, give me a second. Give me a second. The problem with bartering is that you live in a country with 340 million people on a planet with 8 billion people. How do you
Yeah.
barter? And how do you barter cows and sandwiches and
I'm not
cars
trying to exchange
on.
the system. I'm not trying to exchange the system or even
Mhm.
purport that one is better than the next.
Okay,
What
okay.
I am saying is that there does exist a system that doesn't involve stealing. That's what I'm trying to
There
do.
is a,
But I don't think bartering is that system either.
even under the small systems, people stole from each other. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm
There,
saying. That's
there.
what I'm
Like
saying.
you,
Well,
like you're
to
not about
any
to say
Wait, wait, wait,
you
wait,
degree,
wait, wait,
stealing
everyone.
from
Okay,
to
let's
any
let's do this.
degree,
Wait,
to
wait,
any
wait, wait, wait.
degree.
Jason, give me a second. Give me a second, Jason. Let's let
Sure.
LAR go. Trust me, we're gonna get you back in. Everybody's
And
talking.
because we're not
Okay.
getting into
Thank
financial
you.
systems because bartering
Yeah.
doesn't work past 5,000 people. Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
we'll we'll
Okay.
we'll we'll do LAR. I think was that you line that was trying to say something afterwards,
Nah, I
Leon,
was
and then
just
we'll
Leon.
saying
get
like
Dre
there's
because Dre's up here
It's
too. So
Leon.
LAR, go ahead, and then Lion, and then Dre, and then we'll
Cause,
keep on
Oh, it
going.
was Leon.
trust
Or
me,
Leon, I'm sorry. Mhm.
trust me. Basically, Mr. Z can tell you. I spent 7 years studying this shit. Okay.
I've been
Absolutely.
listening to BGS since like 2015. Y'all, I'm telling you.
I've
I've been
been
set.
listening as well.
And
Mhm.
so,
this,
so if you've been listening to me, then you know what I'm saying is 100% correct. It's the
I
environment that
never
keeps
told
us
you I
from.
was disagreeing. I
no,
never told you that.
Oh well, it
this,
sounds like he's disagreeing, doesn't it, Mr. Z? That's what I'm getting the feel of.
But
I
BGS.
think
Well,
it's
Anyway, go ahead.
more.
Yeah,
I think
but
it's trying.
BGS.
I think he's trying
it's
to
nice to
move
think that
the.
I'm
I
in a
think he.
Wait, wait,
binary.
wait, wait,
Yeah,
wait, 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 everyone. We're talking over
yeah.
each other again. Wait, 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 wait.
It
Let's do this.
I don't get into ancestral feminist talk, man.
Wait,
I
wait,
go
wait,
by
wait, wait.
what I hear. Okay.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Wait, wait, BGS. Okay. And Jason, wait, wait, wait. Jason, trust me, you're gonna get a chance to talk. Let's do LAR. So it was Leon, not Lion?
Leon. Yeah, Leon. It was
Okay.
Leon.
So okay, let's do LAR, Leon, and then Dre, and then we'll keep on going. Go ahead.
there are ways America perverted a lot of things, and capitalism, in my opinion, is one of them. And some of the things that they did with capitalism that's made it the way it is here is, in my opinion, see, capitalism changed in America because they didn't expect for white people to exploit other white people as much as they did, in the way they started it. And the other thing about capitalism in America, it's actually suited to the most lazy person. But by stereotype, like the best person is the person who can get everybody else to do this stuff for them while they collect the money. So when you put that in the context of, let's just say, masculinity, you started to make the laziest men the most powerful. Thus, how you see our society and politics, you see people who aren't really soldiers, they aren't really farmers, they aren't really engineers. They're just people who used other people to put them in a position to be powerful. And that dynamic wound up becoming our relationship dynamic. Because I don't need you for a skill. I need you to get other people to do stuff so I can get free stuff from you.
I think. I think when we say that, I look at every single society like that. I don't care if it's
Rome,
communist. I don't
Greece,
care if
Rome.
it's
Yeah.
every single society. They look at people that are useful. So if I was hanging out with the chief, I would try to make myself useful, especially in a time where only the chiefs had kids with the women. I would try to make myself useful so I could produce something. So when we say this, it's like, okay, you can say China's 60-40, America's 80-20, but it boils down that they have poor people having kids, rich people having kids, but overall, the more they advance, they have less kids. It's like in the world that we live in, if a 14-year-old girl has a baby, her kids are going to be poor. If she has a baby with a 15-year-old boy, they're guaranteed to be poor. So when we look at how much this country has advanced, and women look at the numbers and they say, "Oh, this makes sense. Most guys don't make money until 30 or 35." And then some get pregnant right when they get finished with college. You know what I'm saying? But on average, the number is 25 to 28 when women are mostly getting pregnant.
Yeah.
And teen pregnancies
They
is
should be.
almost teen pregnancies are so low now
Hmm.
that because women know, okay, if I get pregnant by this guy, he has no money, he has nothing, I'm screwed.
And they want women to finish high school. That's why.
Yes. Like I said, I don't think it matters. The system is just bullshit. It's you if either you have the imperial power to make people do and operate or you don't.
I
What's
must say, like,
what's the three ways to make people do something, Leon?
Soft power, hard power, and I always forget the other word.
No. Hard part. There's two. One is hard and two are soft. You can force them to do
Yes.
it by gunpoint, right? Okay.
Yes.
You can pay
Persuade
them.
them.
You can pay them to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you slowly but surely persuade them to do it by indoctrinating them, right? Okay.
Yes.
Those 3
And
ways.
we have been indoctrinated
I,
by all 3.
All societies indoctrinate their people.
Yes.
it might sound silly the way I say this, but America presents itself as Mufasa, and the world is finding out it's Scar. So now it's like a whole implosion, and people are having mental breakdowns.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think it's normal.
You know, I think
because America's time at the top is coming to an end. So what happens during the decline?
Yeah, we saw it with Greece. We saw it with Greece, Rome, Egypt, Mesopotamia. All through history, you see the same repetitive thing continue to happen.
Of course, you saw.
Hey, what you said? What you said about the U.S. saying, "I'm gonna put cases on all you bitches"? Go ahead, yo.
Oh yeah, shoot, nigga, 24 hours. Yeah. I'm King Kong. Yeah, King Kong ain't got shit on me. That's what this is.
Wait, I'm gonna put cases on all you bitches.
Wait. Before y'all do that, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Don't do it. Don't reach for the gun. Don't do it. Don't do it. Right next. Oh shit!
But
you
go, wait. Oh, Nema. Let's let I think LAR finish up, and then we'll get Drake. We got to get Drake because we ain't let him speak yet.
Yeah, what I'm about to say is gonna be trifling. I think, like, when it comes to business, capitalism, and relationships, even when y'all just talked about the fall of certain societies, the common denominator in that was white people's interference. So we're on the precipice of a world that's trying to figure out, should we continue doing this the white way?
Well, it's not only white people. The Moors.
Wait, Leon. Wait.
So what
Leon,
is
real quick?
Let's
finish with that, and then you got it. Go ahead.
What is the white way?
The way we've been indoctrinated to think is the only way to work.
And
From 15 something onwards.
Don't you see that being passed on to other places like Asia? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
In other words, it gets adopted because it does work. Okay. People don't adopt shit that doesn't work.
No. The way
only
I
American
see
feminists.
It people adopted it, but they realized it don't work as well for them as it works for Europe in America.
They will check. Basically, China has adopted the whole model. They put their little stuff on it, but they've adopted the whole model.
They say capitalism with
Chinese characteristics.
Yep. That's how they say it. That's how they say it.
And the Chinese characteristics is part of why they felt like they built faster once Britain or England left.
Well, they didn't want to end up becoming Japan with the stagnant economy, and they definitely don't want to be South Korea right now with the stagnant population, which China their population went to their birth rate is going to the shitter. So these nations are learning from each other. Like, oh crap, see the direction he went in. But
I'm not gonna do that.
I agree on the surface. LAR is right where you have to tailor it for you in the different idiosyncrasies of your society, but I don't think anybody has really gotten it down pat yet, because the rest of the world just really took off the yoke of colonialism, white colonialism, 70 years ago. So nobody really got it down yet, and everybody's kind of like, when you first watch your child walk, everybody's kind of stumbling through like, okay, I'm gonna take this step, wait, leaning over, wait. Let's take that step. Wait, leaning over. So that's what I think all these nations are really doing right now.
It doesn't happen that rapidly. What basically was it Mao tried it a different way. Okay.
Yeah.
Mao tried
the revolution.
He tried the red revolution, communist revolution. It killed like 50 million people, right? Because it didn't work. Okay.
Yep.
So he said, wait, this shit doesn't work. And what he found out, what most countries find out, is you have to have a mixture between socialism and capitalism. This is
what Deng Xiaoping come in.
Yeah, Deng Xiaoping comes in. That's why he put Deng, because he said Deng Xiaoping was actually right. That's how he took him from out of the work camp and brought him back. Because you're right.
I'm gonna say the only reason I said what I said partially is when we were talking about capitalism. Because if I'm not mistaken, when we was talking about bartering, I think they made bartering illegal in America.
It's not. It's not illegal.
There are certain things you can't barter because they don't want people actually trading like publicly like that.
You can still barter. It's just some things are illicit that you can't barter. Okay, but you can
Yeah, I
still
can't
barter.
barter these firearms I got
Yeah,
24/7.
no,
They
yeah.
do
Some
it in
things have to
gun
be
shows.
tracked,
Yep.
but the thing is, for the most part,
Let me do
you
this
can
real
barter.
quick.
People barter all the time,
Dre,
especially
you
in
said you're
prison.
not gonna. Dre, you said you're not gonna speak for a while. If you don't mind dropping for a little bit, or whoever is not gonna speak for a little while, because I'm trying to get Black Uru up here too.
Yeah,
Vince, we're gonna let you speak
but
in 60 seconds. But yeah.
no advanced society, no large society barters, right? Because if you look at even ancient societies, like go back to Africa with the cowrie shells, right? There has to be some medium of exchange, okay? And
Exactly. The
so that's where it comes
shells
That's
in,
what
were
it drops
for that
down.
way.
and this is way before capitalism.
Yeah.
Capitalism is simple as me putting together some roses or trinkets, and the women see it and they want to purchase it.
Capitalism is basically the banks financing capital for an expenditure. So basically, that's what capitalism is. Just like when the conquistadors went to Mexico, found silver. Okay, hey, guess what, man? We found a whole mountain of silver, but we don't have the funds to actually come in and exploit this shit. So we need loans or capital to actually get the soldiers and get the people and get the weapons, go over and get this shit. That's capitalism. Okay. It didn't used to be that way. Where you have private equity, or we call private equity, financing shit like like most of the slavery shit like that was finance. Okay, that's
Let me
capitalism.
let me pause you real quick, BGS. Jason, something's going on up with your connection, so I don't know because it's going in and out. So it's like you're not connected right now, but you're in the back, you're backstage. I don't know, but I guess Black Uru, go ahead,
I want to ask you a quick question, Mr. Z. Okay.
go ahead.
Now, when somebody's going back and forth with me, okay, and they say, "But I'm not disagreeing with you."
I mean,
I think that was partially my fault because I was talking the same time he was. So you might have heard me instead
No,
of
no,
him.
no, no. I know
no,
when
it
people
was
do.
definitely
I know when people
that was Jason.
disagree with me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
Jason.
You disagree. I'd
Okay,
rather people be honest about it.
My
it's the
bad.
way you see disagreement. Sometimes it's I agree with you, but this part right here, right?
This point right here is a disagreement, sir.
Yeah, no. I know that, right? But other people who's not enculturated in how, especially how we engage here, BJs, this is something you already know. What we do here is not normal. All right, this is not no. We are literally. This is like college. This is your professors watching you debate it out with another class member who
Mm-hmm.
disagrees with you,
Mm-hmm.
right?
I mean,
And you just gotta follow the rules of
I,
engagement of debate.
I come from the what's called conscious community or the pro-black sector. This happens all the time. Okay,
Yeah.
happens all the time where we have different points of view. That's a disagreement. Okay, but be honest about it. Okay, otherwise, because you keep but this, and try to bring up another argument. Okay, you disagree. You just say that.
But do I if I don't believe I do?
BGS, I
You see what I
wasn't
just did there?
I mean,
Wait, Jason, wait. I just did something right there. Wait, BGS. You see what I just did there? Do I disagree with you if I don't believe I do? It don't matter what I'm saying.
If you jump off a cliff, don't believe that you're falling. Do you still fall?
I mean, you still
Of
gonna go
course.
splat.
You
I mean,
definitely
duh,
still
but still.
Okay.
No,
BGS.
I'm just bad at flying.
Because I know
Funny, Vince.
disagreements when I hear it. Okay. Because I've been doing this
Whatever.
long enough.
BGS, if I may add, I wasn't disagreeing. I
Bullshit.
was not. Okay, well, you can believe that. I was
I don't
just
believe it. I don't
saying,
believe it.
okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. But you're interrupting me as I speak right now. It's all right that you disagree. That's just fine. I was just saying that there does exist systems that are better than capitalism in terms of trade. That's all. And bartering, bartering in particular is different than capitalism. And I was just pointing that out. That's all.
Okay.
And
Systems that are superior dominate. Okay. There's a
that's
reason
not true.
capitalism. Yes, they do. Systems that are superior dominate. They do.
It depends on what the end goal
Nah,
is.
no systems that
And you said yourself that
okay.
capitalism
Aren't you
is
interrupting me, sir?
inherently stealing.
Hey, well, hold
Well,
on a
you
second.
do it
Hold
all
on a
the
second. Hold
time.
on
I'm
a second. Hold on a
trying
second. I want to say something.
to say what I'm
You just
saying.
no. You interrupted me, right?
Wait.
Hold on a
Yes,
second.
sir.
Hold on. No.
BGS and Jason,
Let me get this out. Let me get this out. Okay.
BGS, no, I just wanted to say to BGS, we do have elder privilege up here,
No.
Jason. So just
What I'm saying. What
FYI.
I'm saying is, if you, when you say I interrupt you, okay, that's fine. Okay,
Mhm.
I'll back off. but things don't come right after that and interrupt me. Okay, I don't like that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And no disrespect intended.
I'm
That's
not
not
saying that I'm not saying it's not about disrespect, sir. Okay. What I'm saying is play by the rules that you put out. Okay. There are systems that are
Yes, Dre.
basically the systems that are superior to capitalism or any other system dominate. Okay. That's in nature. That's in everything. Okay. That doesn't exist in nature. Okay, an animal that thrives better on a certain environment will dominate. Okay, in anything. Okay, if you're
Let
superior,
me
you're going to dominate.
let me
But
say
And
this.
what they
lottery works on a small
Real
scale.
quick, Jason.
so what they have found out even in China. That's how come China adopted capitalism. Okay, that's why he adopted it. Okay, because what they found out is a mixed economy. Even the United States is a mixed economy. Okay, there's no pure capitalism anywhere. It's social. That's why come they brought Marx, which is socialism, from Germany to England. Okay, it's because pure capitalism was destroying the
Was kicking them
society.
in the ass. Yep.
Yeah, so they had to mix it together for it to actually work. There is no pure capitalism. Okay.
Okay.
Let me say this. That's what I was. Goddamn, BJ, you beat me to it. But what I was gonna tell Jason, that's why I was trying to cut you off, Jason. There's an argument. If you knew the argument to be made, you could have made an argument back about either sabotage, right? Like when you look at Chile and whatnot. There was an argument to be made, but BGS just beat you to it. And he just made the same argument.
Michael
He just made
Hudson,
the
who's a Trotskyite, right? He's a communist Trotskyite, right? Okay, when Michael Hudson was brought, because this is actually in the comments, actually brought to China and said we don't want to hear the communism shit. Okay, that's China. China was one of the biggest capitalist countries on the planet right now.
Absolutely.
Why? Because shit works.
Okay. Understood.
So,
Okay.
Mr. D, I think it was
Yeah.
you and Dr. Thunder that was having a conversation that you guys were talking about how people need to be careful about like having the capitalism talk because well, you had like one of those guys in the chat at the time that was doing like the bootstraps argument.
Yeah, the bootstrap bros.
That
Yeah,
doesn't work.
yeah, and basically it was like you need to be careful about that capitalism talk because if you know where it came from, like you probably wouldn't want to.
Yeah, the actual word capitalism. It was actually Marx, and he actually used it as a pejorative, right? But it's really markets. It's market ideology, right? Then that's why you hear me and Dr. Thunder use free market word. But even then, I could turn that into a negative, and I often do. But no, the
There's
thing
no
with
such thing as a free market.
right, exactly. But
Solid
the thing with
capitalism.
capitalism, even if we don't take it at the Marxist way, which is the pejorative term, the people that quote unquote advocate for capitalists, first of all, they don't own the means of production of anything. It sounds nice. Number one. Number two, it sounds good until I tell you, this is why BGS keep on telling you there is no actual free market. Until we start walking, which you think, or at least what you think when we walk into this logical conclusion, we're gonna end up in a really dark place. That's why we talk about mixed economy. That's why we brought up Britain. That's why
There is no EPA. There's no EPA in a free market system. There is no police force in a free market system. There's no library in a free market system. None of those exist. Free market system is purely a term that's used for teaching in your econ class. That's the only place where a free market exists.
The last advocates for the free market system was the South during the Civil War, Confederates.
Yeah.
So
they wanted a pure free market, and guess what happened to them?
They got beat by the mixed economy, the planned economy, low-key.
Yes.
That's what Lincoln the railroads too, but Lincoln with the planned economy and the mixed economy. Which, by the way, that's why I don't believe in this whole talk about the invisible hand in the market. The biggest crock of shit I ever did here in my life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The biggest crock of shit I ever. It's all planned economy. It's just they talk about the invisible hand in the market because they want the elites to be the ones to move that quote unquote invisible hand in the market. That shit don't exist.
That doesn't exist.
What is that?
Thank you.
What is that? And why is it
the invisible hand is like a god in religion.
Yeah. Invisible hand in the market.
Invisible
The biggest
hand.
crock of shit I've ever heard in my life. Go ahead,
like,
Vince. We didn't cut Vince. Go. Well, finish up with that, Dre, and then we'll get Vince. Go ahead, Dre.
So by that, do you mean that like the invisible hand is in like the
We can barely hear
corporations?
you, Dre.
Yeah, you do sound low as hell.
Yeah, like the invisible hands. By
Perfect.
that, do you mean like the corporations? Is
No,
that
no,
what
no,
you're
no,
saying?
no, no.
The invisible hand is like the market moves in its own way, and
Yeah.
it's not being dictated by anything. So when you hear it's really elites and certain government officials, usually more conservative, but you might have some free market left, not leftists, but Democrats.
The invisible
That
hand
dictates it.
means that market forces themselves, which the push and pull, the market forces like the
Yes.
supply and demand, all that kind of crap. Those forces come together and actually move the market.
And it's not state planned, and it's not
Not
the state doesn't get in the way of that.
They're getting away with that. Yeah,
no
that's the invisible hand.
regulations.
Yeah,
It's really a backwards way of saying keep your
Algorithm.
hands off the market, which is what keep the government from entangling itself with the market. But that's bullshit because there would be no market without the government.
and without the government guaranteeing it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The
And just to quickly finish off, like yeah, about the original topic, which is why I hopped up here, is that like I thought it like you said to watch the 3 to 4 minute part, but I watched like before that and brought it, like up to that point, and it was interesting because she basically said that the reason why that like she twisted like what she said into the reason why she said what she said was that because these black women aren't ready to hear what she has to
Yeah.
say
She did say that.
because
You're right.
it's all black men's fault. Yeah, that's basically what she
Yeah.
said. I'm like, how does that work?
It's a fallback that's been working for the last 200 years. That's why. Why?
That's a bunch of bullshit.
If it ain't broke, why fix it? Right?
If you're a black man in America, it is your fault. That's what we like. That's what BG has been like. Like we act like our families didn't tell us it was our fault when we was little.
Yep.
Ooh,
Like,
Yep.
you went there. You went
When
there.
you grow up, when you grow up, it's going to be your fault.
Wait. Let me say this. Shout out to all of us older brothers out there, Black Uru and BGS and me.
Yeah.
like this is where we're at. Like people know who's really at fault for stuff, but it's if you say I'm at fault, that's what's gonna stick. Because you've been trained to believe it. That's why your daddy ain't nothing. That's why your granddaddy ain't nothing. That's why your great granddaddy was Mister. That's why your son ain't gonna be nothing.
Right.
That's why the boys up the street is all bad.
Yep.
It's the same.
Ain't nobody shit.
And ironically, no matter what good they do, it don't count.
Yeah.
I resonate with that. As a young black man, I resonate with that. You grow up, it's going to be your fault. And it's like, yo,
embrace it.
I gotta
get the person to say it.
On that video,
Black Uru, you want to say it? You want to talk about embracing the villainy?
I mean, I think that's the only way. I think, there was a great. You ever seen the movie Clear and Present Danger? It was a Harrison Ford film about 30.
Yeah, but that was
very good. Very good film.
Yeah, it's based on real shit.
Yeah, but John Clancy, famous
the author.
Yeah.
Tom Clancy?
There's a phrase in the Tom Clancy. Yeah, Tom Clancy. And what happens is the president. We discover fairly early in the movie that the president was like good friends, fraternity brothers with a guy who was a drug dealer, right? So they were trying to figure out how they were going to spin, this association. The drug dealer ends up killed, right? That's how they discovered he was a drug dealer because he's killed on a boat, and the boat's captured by the Navy or Coast Guard, and his dead body and millions of dollars of drugs and Colombian drug dealers or whatever. And they're trying to spin how this, explain this relationship. Fraternity brothers, roommates in college or whatever. How are we going to spin this? And Forrest's character, I forget his name. Forget the name of the character, famous character, I guess. Played by Harrison Ford, says, well, no, you embrace you embrace that relationship. If they ask you, were the president and him were friends, you say they were lifelong friends. If you say that they were bosom buddies and brothers, you say they were the best of brothers, best of friends. You say you don't try to stop a bomb from exploding that's already exploded.
Mm.
And I say you don't try to, if they're gonna make you the villain, nigga, be fucking Lex Luthor. Be Doom.
I'm gonna ask the question
Be
even more.
Thanos. Be embrace the villainy and all the powers that are infused within the villainy.
Hey,
wait, pause, everyone. Wait, everyone. Let Black Guru land with that. And then I want BGS to read this if you don't mind, BGS, and then LAR, because I hear you in the background trying to speak. And then
There
we'll
is
circle
great
around.
power and leverage of being dreaded and feared.
Is it better to be feared? Is it be loved or feared?
Yeah.
Feared. This is the eternal question of men.
Fear is much more predictable. The responses of people are much more predictable.
48 laws of power, right? Okay. KMS with $10 said, I had a debate in my 20s with a guy who was a free capitalist. I told him, bet I will beat him up, take his money, take his girl because I could, and he without help could not stop me. Okay. Debate over. Yeah.
By the way,
that's capitalism.
Thank you. I wanted
That's
you to
your
say
true
it. I wanted
free
you to say
market
it.
right
Thank you.
there. But
that is
true free market right there.
That is the Spaniards versus the Mayans, okay? In 1510, okay?
Hey, you know what it really is, and Black Uru and BGS, y'all notice? Look, man, we got some brothers that are physically imposing. We got some brothers that are very intelligent, very resourceful in this space, very educated. They might be making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And what they think is they're actually capitalists. Like, I don't want to laugh in y'all face, but y'all really don't appreciate the shark ass Jeff Bezos monsters that are out there that got whoever politician you think you're about to buy, they already got them in their pocket. So you think you're a capitalist and you think what you're advocating for will actually work for your ass, your black ass. We ain't even gonna mention about how much how much American capitalism is built off of your back, right? We ain't even gonna go there with it. So you really think you're a capitalist and not how much the game is rigged against you. And by the way, I think brothers are actually far more capitalist than the white guys who purport to be capitalists. But once again, the game is rigged against you. So
basically you would have a big stratification if there wasn't for socialism mixed in.
Definitely. Absolutely.
Well, see, don't forget about Elon Musk. Like, he only had how much did he get from his dad? But he only had a small loan to start his empire.
No, that was the Elon. That was Trump, and that was Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney too.
Yeah.
Mitt Romney.
Elon was broke when Elon slept on people's couches when he first got here.
That don't mean he was broke though. I mean,
he was broke.
He was definitely sleeping on couches.
His couches,
yeah. He was definitely sleeping on couches. He's still part of PayPal mafia.
Yeah, that's what started.
Yeah, over here before the hair surgery. Real quick, Dre, I'm sorry for cutting you off. Before the hair surgery, he was definitely looking like a naked mole rat. Yeah, I need to see the young pictures of him. Oh my God. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask the question because the answer, I'll be petty about it. So, how many degrees of separation is there between this ain't nothing but the devil and it's black men's fault?
Ooh, is there a separation? Yeah.
I'm just saying I'm gonna ask. I ain't saying I'm gonna stay the answer because I could have just given.
The gonocracy to hell is a local call.
Right. You know some Detroit, I'm gonna leave your. By the way, Detroit, I'm gonna leave your super chat for a little bit later so that we could go into that. That's a whole different thing. And MS Delta God, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Hi family, what's going on?" MS Delta God, and so LAR, that was all you had to say, because I'm gonna keep on going.
Absolutely. I was just asking,
that wasn't a real question, nigga. LAR.
Well, he specifically said he was gonna be petty, so.
But let's is that better you? Better you go ahead, and then we'll keep on circling around. And we got to get Vince after better you. Go ahead.
So KMS comment actually hit it on the head. Like, that's the real hand of the market. That's in his case. That's the black hand of the market. But that's really the shit. the whole
But if we
invisible hand is. Oh, go ahead.
no finish. I'm sorry, cut you off. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just white people trying to mystify and personify certain
Greed is
economic
good.
forces.
How do you
Exactly.
how do you get poor white people to buy into a system? You got to. What do you have to do?
Make them believe.
Yeah, make them believe.
Mhm.
It turned basic capitalism has been turned into a religion.
And by the way, one of my favorite terms, temporarily embarrassed millionaire. That's how you get the poor white person
Yes,
to
yes,
advocate for shit that's gonna
yeah,
kick them in the ass and kick their kids in the ass.
yep.
That's all. That's what. That's.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, and it also encourages you to keep the niggers in mind. It definitely.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Absolutely.
You know, it's always a
Absolutely.
black man's fault, right?
Yeah. Hey, it's always Jermaine's fault. It's not just a black woman thing. That's an American thing. Maybe even a global thing. But yeah.
The Negro always just Negro is the butler in this scenario, right?
He's the stepping stool.
No, the butler always did it, right?
Right.
Always, yeah. It's always the butler, right? It's always the black.
see,
The butler's always black too.
Hey, LAR say that. LAR said the invisible hand is holding the gun. The invisible
It
hand in the
is.
market holding the gun. Say that.
It is. It is.
So
All right,
what
guys.
Cam has
I'm gonna
said,
drop
like,
down.
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming
Thanks,
out.
guys.
All
Yep, yep.
right.
Peace, man.
to what Cam has said is like he's definitely right with that. Like,
Yeah.
um,
People don't know how many years I've been studying this shit, man.
Man, shit.
They don't know how
You,
many years I've been studying this shit, man.
when I started reading certain articles, when I started really when YouTube was just a little boy, when YouTube was just a little kid, and I'm surfing the internet, I'm surfing YouTube, and you start watching the documentaries, and you start watching all the zeitgeist movies and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
My eyes used to glaze over for the first time. I was like, what the fuck am I?
Mm.
What? You know, when you're like, wait a minute, so this is what it really is, right? And you're reading, you're following what's her name from Democracy Now? You're following her, you're following
Yeah.
Glenn Ford,
Hey,
you're following
tell me,
right?
Amy.
Don't do it. Don't
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
I
Don't do
remember.
it. Glenn Ford,
I
like all of that.
remember when they first started Democracy Now back
Yeah.
in
Yep.
'93 or '94. She was actually in the firehouse. Okay, they
You
rented an old abandoned
yeah.
firehouse
And
back
you could hear the shit going on in the background sometimes
Yeah.
because it was a
Yeah.
little hollow
Yeah.
ass shit.
Yeah, it was
And
hollow. Yeah.
you when I first started following TYT, when they were a little bit more radical,
Hmm.
all of that shit just
Yeah.
and you're like, wait a minute, so this is what's really going on in the background. Oh, they didn't lie to me.
Yeah.
Right. So
The
yeah.
that's when the modern progressive movement actually started, right after the
Mhm.
'94 Republican takeover of Congress. That's when it
Newt
really
Gingrich
started.
ass shit.
Gingrich, yeah.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
yeah,
right there right when it was happening. So with the KPFK and the radical lefties. So been there,
and
done that.
LAR, if you don't mind reading this one for me, if you can, if you're not busy, if you're not also doing reckless shit, but
I got it. I got it. Eric
no,
Dedman said,
I want
"Oh, good.
BJS, I want it to be LAR because I want the pimp ass voice. Go
yeah, we
ahead,
gotta get the
Elliot.
LAR voice in here.
Bitch.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right?
Better have my money."
better than what you're doing.
Yeah, I got into an argument with a chick yesterday. She was saying America needs to adopt socialism. I challenged her to give me an example where full-on socialism has worked. She couldn't. She lying. She lying. I can give you an example.
Go ahead.
Baby daddy.
You know what?
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute.
I
There
would
is an
have.
argument to be made. Go ahead.
If I
Go
was
ahead.
Eric, I would have started my discussion with asking her the definition of socialism.
That's socialism, yeah.
That'll flummox a whole lot of people.
And it has morphed. Even Wolf says it's morphed over time.
That's exactly what you would have got. Exactly. That's exactly what you would have got.
What was the original theme of socialism? Right, workers unite. Okay.
Yes.
It's called unions. It's called unions. Yeah.
And socialism was a response to capitalism.
Yes, to the industrial capitalism.
The exploits of capitalism. That's why that's Marx's whole thing.
Yeah,
Marx was looking around. Marx is a philosopher. Marx was looking around like, what the? Wait a minute.
No.
Wait a minute.
He already experienced it in France and Germany, right? But he got kicked out of Germany. So Engels said, we having all these goddamn problems maybe Marx has an answer. That's why he brought him up there.
Yep.
Socialism is older than Marx.
But by the way, that's another thing you can ask them. They might know about Marx, but do they know about Engels?
They don't know about Engels. They don't even know. They don't even know what the socialism is. A social contract. That's where the name comes from. It was actually started in France. Under Rousseau. In fact, America was actually founded under the social contract. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
BGS.
That's another thing. Do you even know what a social contract means or says?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah. Just for
go
the record.
Go ahead, Naaman.
Go ahead.
Well, go ahead, LAR, and then we get Naaman. Go ahead.
Just for the record, we living in a time period where before we get an answer, we go Alexa.
Yeah. That's why because I was looking at my grandson had to do a whole bunch of homework on a book within 1 day, right? So I let him, man, go use the AI, man. Forget it, just get it done, right? But things never had to read the book, didn't know what shit meant. What the answer was coming back, but it got it done. So you got there is a limit to the tool.
By the way,
let me say this real quick. Because I want to read this. And MS Delta says, "Paying my late BGS tax." And thank you, sir. You are a scholar and a gentleman, right?
And he says he don't care if they smile no more.
Right? KMS said he don't care if they smile no more. KMS said that's his thing. Look, KMS, I still care. You left me out here in the wilderness, KMS. It was supposed to be both of us against BGS, and then you left me out here looking retarded, not just me against BGS. Goddamn. Now I'm over here by myself.
Well,
let me
one time.
Wait. Is it me and Better You United? Yeah, you care about the
smile. No. Who wants some smile? So it's him too.
I'm with good company. Me, Better You, and Black Uru. We it's good company over there.
I mean, my whole point is, why, if you have the leverage and the power, why have somebody acting all funky in your face? Yeah, if you serving me at a restaurant, I don't want you funky in the face while you serving me dinner.
Well,
if you're doing my lawn and I'm paying you a decent rate for it, I don't want you acting like I'm your bitch or something while I'm paying you.
I got better food from the old fat black chick that had a bad attitude. Okay, in a restaurant.
When you said that, because I knew where he was going with that, BJS. And down here in South Florida, especially, but anyone who's ever interacted, shout out to all my Jamaicans, the best goddamn Jamaican food comes from the rudest ass Jamaican people.
They do. It does.
The best Jamaican food. Wait. If she didn't suck her teeth at least once, nigga, that food is
Jamaican. I'll take the second best. I'll take the second best.
You want service with a smile?
I don't play the shitty attitude from people who serve me. I don't believe it.
I mean, no, you're right. You're right, Black Uru. But it's what I'm saying is funny and true. Go ahead, Dre. Speak
you know where I was going with it, right? Right, Z.
I knew because it's true about Jamaican food. But go ahead, Dre. Go ahead.
Black food, period. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Z is completely right about that because even as a Jamaican, like, yes, I get the same disrespect. I do.
You black. Oh, you woke up black, huh? Interesting.
Right.
I get the same disrespect. Right. Like, the food is great though.
I'm telling you.
I mean, on that.
This is the problem, Black Uru. That means you don't get to complain when the rice and peas got raisins in it.
On that analogy.
One time.
In that analogy, you're coming and going from that Jamaican restaurant. You're there an hour, whatever. You're not living in that Jamaican restaurant with that one.
True. Good point.
So we're talking about a wife, right? You're talking about somebody gonna be raising your kids. You're gonna be buying a car for her. You're gonna be buying a house for her. She got claim to your investment portfolio, your pension. I just don't want to be living that kind of life with somebody frowning at me and fussing at me all.
Well,
That's the kind of thing.
okay.
That's the reason why. That's part of the reason why black men have life expectancies of people in the third world.
What I'm saying, she ain't got to fuss. The thing is, she ain't got to smile either. I don't want to hear what you got to say. Just do what I ask.
Using your analogy, that's why the dating market is a to-go spot.
I mean, the dating market is fast food now. It's fast food,
and it should be. It should be, given the quality of the goods and services out there. That's what it should be.
Yeah.
I mean, what is dating for now? Sex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now look for a wife because there ain't no wives out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if dating for sex anymore, BGS.
So what are they dating for?
A story to complain about on the internet.
I'm talking about the guys. I'm not talking about the women. Why are they dating?
Wait. Before you answer that. LAR might not reiterate what he just said. You asked the question. I'm going to reiterate exactly what LAR just said. If we're going to get on the men sometimes too, it still might be a story to complain about on the internet for dating with men.
All right.
I'm just saying. Go ahead, LAR.
So men have become women, huh? Okay.
I made this argument. Let me see if anybody remember this. Roger covered the story of Drake smashing that dude's chick in the studio years ago.
Okay.
And it was me, perfect timing, and everybody's trying to figure out why was he on the internet embarrassing himself talking about this. And I made the comment because of the attention. Who told you the women are the only ones that want attention?
Okay.
Who told you he not trying to get some sympathy vagina? Who told you he not out here trying to get the attention of being the broken dude?
Okay.
You know, every once in a while these dudes be backwards with their shit too. But go ahead, Elio.
The only reason I say that is because though it may look like it's very much easier to get sex nowadays, that don't mean these people are actively doing it.
That's true. That's true.
Because they look like they're not actually actively doing it.
They're not. Elio, you missed it. Yesterday we had a real quick we had a brother come up, Gen Z come up yesterday, Chef Butter Biscuits, and he said it. He was like, "Yo, like we're not exaggerating as Xers, Boomers, and Millennials. The Gen Z are really not getting it in like that." So you're right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like they had this little clip. Somebody, you know how they make these videos on social media. They had this girl that said she worked for Amazon, and it was like the things that people are ordering. And it was dildos, roses,
yep,
cock rings. It was all.
I think because of the internet, social media, etc. You know, where when we were younger, BGS know it's true. You know, this time we talking now. You know, 40 years ago, I'm talking to some woman trying to get some ass, right? So even just the whole, you know, how we operated socially was much more into the world out there on them streets, you know. And so because we operated much more in the streets, the prospects of getting laid were largely a consequence of that. And we were encouraged and trained to be much more aggressive towards women than you all are. Like, I mean, we judged each other by, you know, whether or how aggressively you would step to some woman somewhere, especially if it seems clear she was giving you that kind of flavor.
It's called a rhythm,
a woman was giving you, if we knew a girl or a woman was giving you some kind of flavor, you had to go run at her. You weren't going to be able to survive around us if you did.
So
let me break down.
Real quick, everyone. Before everybody go, because I want to stress this. In a weird way, what Black Uru just said is this is 1984, but the screens when you pass them by the houses isn't the TV, it's the phone. We're not outside anymore. The light shimmering is not the TV, it's the phone. Yeah, it's the laptop or the phone or whatnot.
It's the internet. It's the phone. It's the internet. Basically.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly.
This is what we call.
It's the to-go menu.
This is what we call Black Uru, full of toxic masculinity.
There you go.
Harassing women.
Exactly. Exactly.
Cancel.
We were very toxic, man. We were very toxic.
In other words, let's saying what Leon and Black Uru was saying in a different way. The women got exactly what they advocated for over the past few decades, and they hate it. What happened to the nightclubs? Y'all happened to the nightclubs. Your incessant whining about the nightclub happened to the nightclub.
Well,
Black Guru was a guy in New York.
They asked for it, but they didn't play their part.
Yeah.
Which means you're supposed to ask for the dance now, lady.
Oh wait, let me bring up something about this. Let me bring up something about this.
Go.
The girl in New York that did the walking around the city for guys, catcaller.
Yeah,
she killed her husband and killed herself right after.
Yeah, so no, it wasn't her.
Oh,
it was
really?
another one. It wasn't her. It
No,
wasn't
no,
the
that was a
exact same one.
different
There was
guy.
another one.
One
But you're
time.
right. No, it was. There's multiple of them that did that, but it's not the one that really went viral. Yeah, I heard that story too.
The one in black.
It's not the same one. It's another. This one did the same thing, but she was in the one with the curly dark hair. It's not her. It's another one. It was another one. It's another
one that did
if
it
I'm
on
not
the
mistaken.
news.
Yeah.
If I may,
you're right. Well, real quick, because LAR was good. As a matter of fact, go ahead and name it, and then we'll get LAR because he was trying to say something too.
That, speaking of which, LAR, you're gonna hate me for this, but to quote, first of all, to quote, Yogami says,
exactly. Thank you.
Actually,
Please read that. Yes.
Yeah. Hold on, Z, I got this. All right, let my brother talk. But anyway,
hysterical. I don't know if that's
Yogami
LAR or LAR, but go ahead.
Yeah, but Yogami would be like, good evening, everyone. He was Mr. Z. His point.
Oh, that's scary.
He
got your ass too, Gilgami. He got your ass.
I'm
go
not
ahead,
just hey. For the other one, Gilgami, I'm not. This is I used to do voices growing up. Okay.
I remember you saying it, but every time you do another voice and it's really accurate, I still gotta laugh. Go ahead.
Hey, I've been around y'all long enough. It'd be scary if I did BGS. I don't want to do that. I'll scare myself. I'll traumatize myself.
He probably would.
I start laughing like you sometimes, BGS. Anyway, Z, bring it back up.
Let me highlight it back. Wait a minute. I'm gonna highlight it back.
As you said.
There you go.
It says, Mr. Z's point. If she can afford a shitty attitude while serving customers and her business is still going, the customers love the quality of the food that much. She doesn't need to care.
Exactly.
God damn, that's scary. Gail he got your ass. God damn.
Hey. I mean, I'm good with pronunciations. You expose me to a language, I will try to pick it up as quickly as I can and try to.
Oh man, that's crazy.
My mother said that in my culture, in my mother tongue, they said that I have what they call a flexible tongue.
Mm-hmm.
My tongue is flexible, so I can and I've been exposed to accents, languages from a young age, so I could.
Yeah, no, LAO had to say pause.
Pause.
Yeah, pause, son. We know what you're saying. But go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, to Trump Bentley, he says, to Black Guru's point, I wouldn't talk to a dude because I was too busy trying to get ass from some bras. He's got a point there, but anyway, what you got talking about the 10 hours. First of all, the dude, the man behind it, his name was Robert Bliss, the guy who directed that shit. He was also responsible for that. If you remember, Z, that one clip in which a woman, she got a couple thousand guys in New York to meet her through a Tinder date, and then they had to go through a process where everybody had to do some kind of obstacle courses and shit just for her attention, and they had cops in the area, and it became big news. That's what kind of cast they are, and the actress who was involved in it, her name is actually Sharona Roberts. She went into hiding sometime after it went viral. But then when she came out, she tried to sue Robert Bliss. That's what people forget about. And she herself, she's like 5'4", 5'5", small hat from Pennsylvania, black belt in TKD, Taekwondo. She's also an actress and a stunt double.
Okay.
So a lot of people don't know this woman.
No, finish that because I want Black Guru to read this because I think it speaks a little bit to the villainy conversation we're having. But no. I want Black Guru to read it. There's a reason why I have certain people reading certain comments. That there's a method to the madness, yo. Go ahead and finish your comment name.
But that thing but remember that thing the 10 hours thing, it was only less than 2 minutes we saw. So my question is, because I've asked this question, what was going on the rest of 9 hours and then some? In fact, if somebody who is a native in New York, somebody who knows his way in New York, like a cab driver, if they could see there, they could pinpoint exactly which streets they were in which neighborhoods. Because good and well, they weren't going through certain areas.
Yeah.
They went to the clips they showed. They went to specific areas, but there were certain areas they would not go to because they would never have gone to Flatbush. They would never have gone to Crown Heights in Brooklyn or to Brownsville or to Queensbridge or in Queens, or in Soundview's project down in South Bronx, because they knew those areas that get fucked up, or in some of the cats that they have, are trying to approach her, they probably paid her, or they were paid actors themselves. In fact, there were some actors who tried to sue them for that, sue Robert Bliss for that shit, because he misled them.
Yeah, okay.
That too. I'm done.
Okay. And Black Guru, if you don't mind, if you're not too busy, mind reading the super chat for me, please, and thank you for this MS Delta. Nope, you might be preoccupied. Let me see.
Want me to do it?
There's a reason why. No, yep, no. There's a reason I wanted it to be Black Guru.
I got it.
Okay, you good? Okay.
I was on mute.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks again, MS Delta, for your super chat. I remember once I asked my former mentor, who was always supportive of me, the question: what do some people in the field say you are? Why do some people in the field say you are mean? I guess silent but deadly cutthroat. His response: sometimes it's good to have a bad reputation. I agree. I agree. I mean, very, very often being the villain protects you from the bullshit of a lot of people, and it puts people at a certain. It puts you in a certain position of advantage in dealing with them. Not gonna come to me no bullshit. I might get hurt if I fuck with this person. He don't give a fuck what I think and feel. He's gonna do what's necessary to win in this situation, so I can't be on some bullshit. And I think for Black women in particular, I think that's gonna be in the years to come. In particular, that's gonna be really helpful for a lot of y'all. That's why I genuinely believe that. And part of my villainy means, yes, you must be smiling, bitch, when I tell you to do something. No, that's part of my villainy. That's part of my program. To not only get you to do what I need you to do, but do it in a way in which you're fearful enough about doing it that you put a good face on it while you do it.
And so, Naaman, now you see why I wanted Black Guru to read it. That told you there's a method to the madness, right? Yeah. And Dre had a comment for me and Leon. There we go. And Dre says, Z, I want to ask you and Leon about the healthcare CEO that got deleted since you're both lefties. Bruh, it's not just the left. A lot of people on the right, it's not a celebration per se, but it's a very public indifference, shrugging of shoulders, mocking phrases like, I would care, but my caring got terminated, or I would care, but a part of me, it's not about him getting deleted. Let me be very clear. But a part of me is glad that whoever works with him or whoever is about to be next up sees these public displays of this type of comments, because it needs, and this is going kind of in the villainy role that Black Uru is going to, it needs to be seen. This is what we think about y'all, because this is what y'all think about us. It needs to be emphasized. Go ahead.
So what I'm gonna add to it is, I directed this towards Black Marxists once, that you need 50% of white boys to flip out because y'all are irrelevant. So when I see a white guy take an action like this, white rich people recognize that they can be touched. And and it's great that it's a white guy doing it. I'm not saying that I agree with the outcome, but I think people in certain positions need to be touched sometimes, or just reminded that you're human.
Let me tell you. By the way,
real quick, everyone, real quick.
If you had
after this, we got to get better you, and then we get you LAR. Because I forgot, Leon, you forgot, not Leon, Dre, you forgot better you a fellow lefty too. But yeah, go ahead, Black Uru, then we get better you, and then we get you LAR. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think if more of this had happened somewhere around 2008, this whole country would be a better place.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Like, I genuinely believe that. I think if some of that would have went down on Wall Street around that area, I think this would have been a better country.
I'm just saying, what they say, the comments from the audience do not reflect, but I'm just saying. I'm
You
just
know,
saying.
I try not to be too specific, try to
Hey,
communicate the
you ain't.
message
Hey,
without
hey,
being
you
too
ain't.
specific.
What Easy said? Easy said, I ain't say shit. That's what Easy said.
I mean,
I ain't say shit.
a lot of these people operating around. I mean, a lot of this stuff. These rich people, they move around very greasy, man. They act like they
Mm-hmm.
don't remember how this world has operated historically. There's
I don't think
reasons
they
why
do.
there's been coups and overthrows and empires that have come and gone. Everybody can get got. Everybody
Hey,
can
They're
get
they're,
this,
got.
they're learning that lesson right now as we speak. Okay?
this
hey.
is
Yep.
I,
Hmm.
Go ahead, LAR, and then we get better. You go ahead. Go ahead.
the comedy of this is just movie level white privilege, because this is why people fear
Get
white
it.
people, because when white people do stuff, everybody in the world don't know how to do nothing no more. He got a silencer
Mm,
just from somewhere. He got fake IDs, and
yeah.
he rode away on a bike. He been walking back and forth for 4 hours just as a white dude with a ski mask on. We can't find him after all
They
these
they caught it.
days.
They got a picture of his face now a little bit. Buddy Roll looked like Jake Gyllenhaal a little
Bruh,
bit because
they got
one of the women behind the counter asked him to put his face mask down, and he did.
listen.
And you caught him with a smile and whatnot. But go ahead. Go
They
ahead.
got a picture of this guy's face when he should be in Cuba by now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's where they
Exactly.
got to.
Man, let
So
me tell you,
this
it's
is
some college chicks that's hiding him at NYC, man.
this is
I
NYU,
wouldn't
I'm
be
telling you,
surprised.
man.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They hiding him in a dorm at NYU.
it's not necessarily about the CEO or the money part. It just makes me
Hmm.
laugh. Like, man, y'all swear that black people are the most violent people, and you know why you say that? Because we can't do stuff like this
Thank you.
ever.
Yep. I agree. I
There
agree.
is
I
no
agree.
you can't. And
Hmm.
I told a story about why knowing a bank that I knew was gonna get robbed because I was at work. I said, y'all finna get robbed. You know how they got robbed? A white dude came in on an 18 speed, robbed him,
Wow.
took the money, and rode off. This is no, but when it's white people, it's just like, oh my God, I didn't know.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
going on, bro?
Yeah.
The police
Yeah.
don't know nothing. The CIA, the FBI can't figure it out. The CIA can't figure it out. It's just like, it's just white guy.
And why would a white guy do this? It doesn't make sense to me.
What's his name? We have a manhunt for white guy.
Hey,
What does he look
let
like?
me
White guy.
let me let real quick, Jay. Let's let AB get in on it, and I'm not AB. We're gonna let Better You get on it. I'm about to drop the link for AB also. So yeah, we'll just cycle through. But hey, LAR, you killed me for real. But we can't get away with this shit for real. But go ahead, go ahead, Better You.
I feel like I agree with a lot of the comments that have been echoed already. Like to Wu's point, um, if some of this happened earlier, this would have been a lot better country. But I feel like there's two things that causes change in America. That's blood and treasure.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the economic system, the people don't have the treasure. So they chose the option.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
there's only when you tighten the screws, pressure bust pipes. You can
hey,
only
bro.
hold so much.
Try to
Well,
tell him.
we're gonna find out how America works in the next 10 years, and it's
Hey,
not gonna be
bro.
pretty.
Oh,
It,
saddle up, baby. It's about to be some interesting
because
times.
because America doesn't work the way people think it works.
Mm. I've been saying, hold
What
on
you
to
mean
your
by that?
hats. I've been saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on to your hats.
You're really gonna find out how America really works. Okay, and not
AKA buy guns, folks.
not really. Basically, it won't matter because there won't be any wealth anyway. Because in fact, I think I might put it up with you because Jamal Thomas had Mark Frost on. He's an economist, right? He's actually breaking down exactly what's going on and what's with the BRICS and versus the West.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
what he painted was not pretty. It was scared the shit out of most people. Okay.
Put it up. You know
Yes.
we love a good doomer realistic
Yeah,
Fear
realism. You
porn.
know we love it.
that's how America really
Yeah.
works. And you guys think that you guys are not engaging in the wealth? Okay, it's bullshit. Okay,
Mm,
ask Naaman. Go where Naaman came from. Okay.
yeah.
So are you
Shit.
telling
Come
me
on
that
down. You guys do. Let me tell you something, BGS. With them, especially when it comes to the military, because
Mm-hmm.
they have us in force code conscription for life. And
Mhm.
I should be talking about this, but
You
once you're
can.
in, they try to make you get out. They will not let you get out. That's why so many of my own brethren are among those. You see those like one of the most common nationalities who are trying to go through human traffickers to get to Europe. And the system is built in such a way that they have to keep us locked in, and they're building the infrastructure on us as cheap labor. It's like China.
Just real quick before we go into the
real quick, Dre. I need you to read this for me, please, Naima.
Okay. Hold on, I need some water. Good EHO. Oh. Okay. Like Mr. Kyogami said here. I don't say he should do it, but I would understand. No, actually, I say he should do it, but I understand.
Right.
But I do understand.
Shout out to
Chris
Chris
Rock.
Rock. Shout out to Chris Rock. Look, but okay. Who's next? AB just came up with actually LAR. Go ahead, and then we'll get AB. Go ahead.
And just for the record, ladies and gentlemen, your insurance premiums are about to go up. Just for the record, so you know.
Yeah.
You know.
I gotta call a lot of relatives. You know. Thank you. Now I gotta call my relatives in advance. Let them know.
Let me say this. And thank you for the super chat, Electrician 480. He says support Black Male Media, and thank you for that. And you're right, support Black Male Media. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and we just gonna ride this on out because I like where we are right now. Let me just kind of set the parameters. I want us to be honest about what we think and feel, but remember, we ain't trying to get Mr. Z kicked off. So just be mindful of the words and the framing and the phrasing. Right, so we still saying what we say, but just be mindful, right? Okay, and that's all. Go ahead, y'all.
So what I was trying to get in to say is that apparently after that incident happened, certain restrictions that were put on anesthesia were they got rid of that coincidentally after this happened. Yeah.
Let me say Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Let Dre land with that real quick. Go ahead, Dre.
Yeah, just to line with that. This is why I wanted to ask the lefties on that, because you guys would know more about this stuff. If you think there's
Blue Cross Blue Shield is crooks, just straight up. They crooks.
They're not what they used to be. Yeah.
They'll sit down and give you an out of network doctor and you don't even know. You end up with $25,000 to $50,000 worth of bill. Yeah, they been crooks. They tried to do me once. I was laughing. I didn't pay it. And then they got sued, and they had to pay out billions to people for medical costs. They're getting pregnant women with children, for God's sakes. Using out of network doctors on purpose.
And understand when BGS says that, again, this is an age thing. When BGS says they're not what they used to be, understand Blue Cross Blue Shield was to the medical like the Aston Martin or the Mercedes Benzes to the automobile industry. I mean, when you had Blue Cross Blue Shield, brother, you were covered. Period. There was no questions. There was no questions about who you can get, what specialists you can see, what doctors, what sort of operations or medications. There was no question at all. No question at all.
Yeah.
You know, people would take jobs because they had Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage. They would take jobs for that purpose.
So what was crazy about?
So Dre, land with that. We got to get AB. I know Vince hasn't spoken yet, so and I keep on trying to get him in.
Vince, if possible.
Okay.
So just to land quickly, what was crazy about that? Because I was looking at people speaking in the comment sections and stuff, and they were saying that basically these insurance companies were. I'm not sure if this is the full extent of it, but they were saying that certain surgeries they were doing them without giving people anesthesia, which is that's wild.
What I heard about that, Dre, was they would say that they would give you a certain type of anesthesia, and if the anesthesia wore off, then so be it. You know what I'm saying? So they would only cover a certain amount of anesthesia, and if it wore off, so be it. They wouldn't pass that limit. So I was hearing about that particular, which is to me, it may be even worse because at least you know if you're not going with anesthesia, like goddamn.
Well,
But if you
that's
on it and it's
insane.
off,
That's insane
that is
because
insane.
basically you're taking discretion away from the doctor. They go in there, they think it's going to be a 2-hour procedure. It's a 5-hour procedure, and now the person is coming out of it. I mean, that's
Anesthesia,
insane.
that's against the Hippocratic oath.
Yes.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. Z, all I gotta say about this, all this situation with the, CEO getting murked is this: if you're gonna push for healthcare reform as a lefty, now's the time to do it.
I saw you put that in the comments last stream.
Don't get twisted. I'm not saying you're gonna get government care, but if you want to push them to make some real changes, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, there a lot of the so-called
because there's blood
costs.
in the water.
There's a lot of costs are going to get automated, so it's going to work in 2 different ways. You might get better care, but you're going to get AI and a lot of automation coming into the medicine, which hasn't happened yet, but it's getting ready to. Because it's about cost.
It's them kind. By the way, I'm gonna ask Better You a question, but I'm gonna be a bit vague. Better You, how's your whole situation right now? Is it, is it better actually? Fun.
I'm okay. I'm still looking. I basically went through the process for like 3 ghost jobs in a row, so it's
God damn, man. Yeah.
It's gonna be that way, man.
So if I were the lefties, I would push now because as the brother said, all these knuckleheads that are running these companies now are going to do is raise the premiums.
The thing is, what's going to happen,
or at least try.
What's going to happen is there's 2 ways to make money, right? Either raise prices or reduce costs, right? Okay.
Yeah.
What is the biggest cost in the medical field? It's personnel. Okay, they're already laying off nurses. Okay, they're already doing it. Okay. So they're already laying off medical personnel. They're actually replacing them with automation that can actually fit in. So it's already happening, but it was supposed to happen 5 years ago.
So the last thing I'll say on this topic is that apparently,
and after this, we'll get Better You to read his own super chat. I know I'm doing this on purpose because I want you to go into why you're choosing this particular villain. But I know why you're choosing this particular villain. But I want you to go into why afterward. Yeah. No, when Better You explains it to you, you're gonna know exactly why. Trust me. Okay. So after you go, Dre, we got Better You. Go ahead.
So the last thing I'll say on this topic is like I watched like an interview of like it was a black dude, and he said that like he's seen the guy standing there for like a good like 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, he said this, but nobody thought he was suspicious, even though he was standing there with a ski mask on. Just saying.
Yeah. If you noticed him, he was suspicious.
It's called white privilege.
Yes. Yeah. Nobody called it. Yeah. He's supposed to be there.
That must be beautiful, being anywhere you want to be and just everybody just assume you're just supposed to be there. Oh, that must be beautiful.
I just call bullshit. I think the guy was sanctioned, and they're not really looking for him.
Yeah. I mean, Lee, do you remember what happened at the theater in Colorado?
Yeah.
The Dark Knight, was it? The Dark Knight Returns, was it? Yeah.
No, but you know who I was thinking about? The dude that have the rights to the Wu-Tang last album. Remember he hacked up the prices on them pills and they threw his ass in jail for it.
Yeah, for fraud and everything. Actually, they got him for something else. For fraud.
But a lot of it was you know when they get you on something official for this reason, but really they're getting you for that reason. Yeah, that's what it quote unquote felt like to me. Yeah.
Do we have to mention his name? Because I remember his name.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
It's Martin Shkreli. It's Martin Shkreli, and I believe his background is Croatian.
Yeah, that guy. But so let me let Better You read this super chat real quick because I want him to go into why he chose this villain. I'm gonna back him up. Go ahead, Better You.
Gotcha. If you're gonna be the villain, be Yuhaba. They should fear you for many reasons, but most of all because you can kill their god.
Say that.
Those who don't know, in Bleach, Yuhaba is the final villain, and he is the son the bastard son of their god, the Soul King. He comes back to claim what's his, and he kills his father and takes his father's power in the process. And in a similar way, if you're gonna make me the villain, god damn it, I'm gonna be the worst fucking villain you can imagine. I am your god now.
And let's rewind. Not only before he even kills his father, he kills Bleach's soul captain that ran it for 1,000 years. He killed the next captain up, which was the one he literally was the one that gave the Zanpakuto their names, which is the swords. He's the one he's the literally he writes things into existence. He even killed him before he even killed Ichibei. So you get what I'm saying? So like I know this is what I'm saying.
A remake of Oedipus.
Yeah. So yeah. In a way, yeah. Yes. So what better you were saying about killing the god? Because I'm trying to really drive the point home of killing your own god, like that. Yeah. If I'm gonna be the villain, I'm gonna be a super villain.
It's Nietzsche. Kill your god. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Black Pill.
To contextualize a little further, he killed Henry Yusei first, which was a man who had been alive for 1,000 years, was renowned as the absolute strongest in the Soul Society. He then killed Ichibei, who you could say had a similar role to Adam. He was said to be stronger than Genri Yusai, but he gave everything his name, and whatever he called something, it then became.
Yep.
Matter of fact, he called him an ant and took his power. He just simply said, "No, I'm not an ant," and he came back and killed him. And then he killed his dad.
Yep.
Which was thousands of times stronger than all of them.
Yeah. So emphasizing the point of better you, killing your god is the ultimate villain. And the god of now, what's the god of all of these folks, white people? What is their god? Who's their god? Who's their? And I'm maybe not. When I say that, I'm not saying about often these people literally. Anyway, I'm saying about the imagery that's going on in these people's minds. If I replace that person with me, I then took your god.
I actually have to interrupt you for this because you got a super chat saying stop spoiling the 1,000-year blood war. Like
goddamn, okay, yeah. Like, my bad. And Bad Black Gamer says, and thank you for the super chat. And Bad Black Gamer says, hey, stop spoiling the 1,000-year the Bleach 1,000-year war for me. We didn't really go. We didn't tell you all the details like that. Yeah. We ain't tell you the details like that. Yeah. We ain't tell you the details like that. We gave you surface level shit. Go ahead, Dre. Go ahead.
Y'all are spoiling it. That's it.
But yeah. I thought everybody watched it already. Goddamn. I thought everybody watched it. But yeah, no, it's good. That was such a good analogy. That was a good one, Better. That was a good one. Yeah. If you're gonna be a villain, you gotta be the super villain. Go into what Black Uru said. As a matter of fact, I think of Michael B. Jordan in Black Panther, right? How was he able? And it's so messed up. He said I had to off some of my own people. I don't know if you want to go that far as a black man to other black men, but he said he only got to be where he is by essentially being a villain. That's how he was able to fight T'Challa. He would have never got that far. So once again, Better You, thank you for the super chat. Go ahead.
Let me put it this way. By the way, I need a hysterical. In fact, sometimes I just can't stand it when you go like everything when you giggle. That's my fault. But going back to if you want to embrace the villain and things, and I remember I sent you the link, Inksy, and I think I might have shown it to a couple of people, off chat. There's a cheese commercial, a series of a cheese commercial, where the man had to check the woman and show her the darker side of him, of how far he was willing to go to make a point, and why she couldn't, just like be disrespectful to him. If you know what I'm talking about, this is a Norwegian cheese commercial. I sent you the link to it. I don't know if you saw it yet.
I don't think so. Yeah, but go into that. Go.
It's a 4-part series. It's like inspired by Black Dog because it ran between 2010 to 2012, and it's by a company called Jarlsberg, which is like indigenous to the region where I live in. And it's a type of cheese, and each commercial is a 2 parts. First part is she comes in, he says hi. He just like, he's at one end of the hall in the kitchen, says hi. She says hi from the front door. And he asked her, did you get the Jarlsberg? Because she comes home from the supermarket. And she just says, oh, I got your regular cheese. Walks past and goes into the kitchen, puts everything on the counter. He looks at her and is like, you didn't buy the Jarlsberg? And each time she looks at him and says, it's all the same. It's just cheese. Next scene. He does something to flip and to flip what she said earlier. Like the first time, she had a dog. It was a little Chevalier type of spaniel. So what he does is he gets rid of that dog, and when she comes home and says hi, and instead of that little dog, out comes an Irish wolfhound. And she's looking at him like, what the? And he's like, while holding the plate of cheese, like, it's all the same. It's just a dog. The next part 2 of that. She comes home from the supermarket. He says hi. She says hi. He asks her, did you get the Jarlsberg? She said, I just got you the regular cheese. She gives him no excuse. She doesn't say, oh, I couldn't find what you're looking for. No, she just, I got you regular cheese. He's like, you didn't buy the Jarlsberg? And she's like, it's all the same. It's just cheese. Next part of that episode, she comes home from wherever. She says hi. And much to her shock, he's looking at her and says hi. And apparently the whole house, the interior was white. He paints it black. And she's looking at him and shocked, like he painted the whole house black. And he looks at her and says, it's all the same. It's just paint. Third part, I don't want to spoil it to you. In fact, I'm going to get the link and show it. Huh? What?
I was saying, if you don't mind reading the super chat for me, please and thank you.
All right. Okay. What Joe says, I don't condone it. No, I don't condone it, but I understand regarding how a lot of people react to the CEO deletion. Oh, he's got a point there. I mean, corporate greed being what it is. I mean, as a lefty, have you ever checked out the documentary Sicko by Michael Moore?
Yeah, but a while ago. I barely remember. The Capitalism as a Love Story is probably the one that stands out to me the most, but I think I've watched every Michael Moore documentary. Sicko is one of them. Yeah.
And understand that each of them talks about one thing, but you realize how everything is interconnected.
That's why he did Capitalism a Love Story, to bring it all in.
Yes. I remember, like, he talked about, in fact, he is like a modern day, a Roman, let's say ancient Roman analogy, where instead of the Colosseum, it's an MMA cage to show what he was talking about. And just like in Sicko, how he talked about like Ronald Reagan back in the 60s with the whole, before he became governor, had the whole audio campaign about social medicine and such. But, going back to the cheese commercial, part 3, same thing. First thing, she comes home from the supermarket, says, hi, did you get the Jarlsberg? She says, I got you regular cheese. He looks at her and said, you didn't get the Jarlsberg? And she said, and with frustration, she looks at him and said, it's all the same. It's just cheese. Part 2.
Let me say this real quick. Toya, I heard this in your voice. I heard this in your voice, Toya. Go ahead, Nate.
All right, put it up for me. Put it up for me, please, Z. That Toya quote. Mr. Z, you have to understand, I never called you long-winded. At Andre, shaking my head. Actually, it's me they accuse of being long-winded. Well, okay.
You're exhibiting it right now, but go ahead.
Yeah, but what I'm saying has a point here. It's
no, it does. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Part 3, the second half of it. She comes home late one night. She says hi. He's like, hello. Walks through the corridor. Hello. Opens the door, leads to the bedroom. She sneaks up, rubs his shoulder, and says, are you asleep? Turns over, it's another man who looks like her husband, her partner, and he says no, and she jumps up. What the? And out comes her man with a plate of cheese, looking at it, says, "It's all the same. A man's a man." And it's like that was that it hit home. So in part 4, the final.
Okay,
This the
Nima,
final one.
I'm
This the
gonna
final one.
have to pause you in a little bit. I'm gonna have to pause you, and we might come back to that in a little bit. Let me say this, because I really want to read an MS Delta guy's super chat.
I'll
And
read
MS
it.
Delta guy says, no, I got it. And thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. MS Delta guy says, insurance companies are some of, I know what you meant to say, some of the biggest crooks allegedly, right? MS Delta guy, this is the thing, and I've said this, but I say it in ways that I could, you can't create a system, or you can't benefit off of a system where you say greed is good, and this is the working ideology for the next few decades, where you have literal leaders of states saying there is no society, there's just the individual and the family, where you have one side of the political spectrum and the other side of the political spectrum, both in their own ways, telling you the era of big government is dead. Translation: the era of us protecting you from the perniciousness of the market is dead. And then not expect that certain people on high might find, I'm saying figuratively speaking, find their head on the other side of a guillotine. I'm just saying, like, what do we think was gonna happen?
Yep.
Right? What do we think was gonna happen? You kept on talking about screwing screwing the screws. You kept on screwing the screws on people's life, and so this is where people ended up. People are frustrated.
Understand.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Adjusted
Go ahead.
for inflation,
Mhm.
wages have been flat for the better part of 50 years.
That's a fact.
Absolutely.
They have been stealing the productivity from the majority of Americans for half a century.
Yes.
It's
That's a fact.
inevitable at a certain point. At a certain point, things are going to start to break down, and there's going to be some percentage. And it don't take a whole lot of men
Not at all.
to make this whole thing collapse on it. A few brave men, I'll put
A
it
few
that
good
way.
men.
And we can put
A few
brave in
brave men, right?
quotations if you want to.
hmm
But all it
hmm
takes
hmm
is a few brave men to make it, like a few brave guys who were willing to fly airplanes in the building. All it takes is a few brave
hmm
men to make the whole thing collapse down onto itself. And
Can I say
the
something on
masters of everything
Yeah.
had better
After
really
so I go
start to
earlier.
really kind of consider that, because the heroism, this whole Robin Hood thing that is evolving around this incident, this looks like something that's going to catch fire.
But there's a part of me that I'm not even gonna say it, but y'all already know what I'm saying, because I'm of two minds with that. I'm of two minds with that. But y'all know, Mr. Z, y'all know where I'm going with it. Anyway, go ahead, Elio.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get out of here because I'm doing a bunch of stuff now.
Mhm.
Isn't it kind of ironic that the wages got stagnant not too far after the civil rights movement?
Oh yeah, we ain't paying you Negroes.
And that went for everybody else too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We ain't paying you Negroes. Yeah, but Lee Atwater already told you how that go. The Southern strategy. Yeah, black people. Some white folks are gonna feel it, but we will hurt some white folks to crush black folks.
What is the other part that people, when they talk about President Lyndon B, when he was like, I get these niggas voting for me for
200
100 years.
years.
But they forget the other part about that. About
If you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best black man, not only will he empty his pockets for you, he will show you where to go get more.
There you go. So y'all have a great one.
All right, I got you. All right, Elio, have a good rest of your day.
Can I
go ahead.
finish my story?
Go ahead.
All right, final part. She realizes the errors are ways. So part 4, this is because it's serious. This is the 4th one. Following morning after what happened the night before, she comes home straight from the store. Opens. He says hi. She says hi. says hello, greets the dog, the greyhound. He asks her, did you buy the Jarlsberg? The dude from last night walks out of the bedroom. She says morning to him, and then she looks at her man and says, yes. And then while he's sipping his coffee, he looks at her and says, good. And sips his coffee, looks at her. And at the end of every commercial, it says in Norwegian, it says, bare Jarlsberg or Jarlsberg. Only Jarlsberg is Jarlsberg. At the end, Jarlsberg. Jarlsberg, irreplaceable or unreplaceable at the end. But the story is like Black Guru said, sometimes, if a woman disrespects you or disrespects the things you like and tries to force you to things you don't like or try to make you like seeing something else, you have to be that villain. And he was willing to embrace the villainy and go that far with it. He was willing to go that far to make a point. Because he understood what she was doing was disrespectful. It's just like
I think Mr. Donnie Mac got a message for you. think Mr. Donnie Mac got a message for you. Name. I'm thinking you might want to read it. Just saying.
Okay, he says, brevity is the soul of wit. William Shakespeare. Thank you very much, Mr. Donnie Mac. That is very, very poignant indeed, my good man. Very important.
Do we know how he actually spoke? Because we assume that's how he spoke, because he didn't speak like the Queen's English in that same way, did he?
No, they spoke. Their English was far different, because you got to go back 500-600 years.
See what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah, that's
500 years. I mean, and speaking of, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, but like I said, the whole thing was just based on Black Phillip. You got to do what you got to do. Hell, if you guys want, I can leave you a link to the entire series.
Put it in the live chat. Put it in the live chat. But let me let Socrates get in here. Yeah. Go ahead, Socrates. What's going on with you?
Come on in.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How's everyone doing?
What's going on?
I'm just chilling, man.
We're talking about Mr. Health Insurance CEO just now. We got into
listen, man.
Hey, man. But this is what I'm gonna just preference this by saying, remember, we're on a YouTube and live, so whatever you're gonna say, just be mindful of the words and the phrases and the,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I live by the philosophy that you have to be careful who toes that you step on, because you never know what foot it belongs to, and the constitution of the man that foot belongs to. So I believe that, historically speaking, if we're really going to understand the balance of society and nature and things like that, there has to be equilibrium and balance. And yes, I'm a capitalist, but I'm not confused or naive to believe that there doesn't have to be balance within the marketplace. And when this balance is not established, when there's a situation where contracts not being honored and people are being robbed and deprived of their premiums after they paid their amounts, and being told that to go and die, I'm surprised more these things don't happen more often. That's what I'm saying,
bro. Hey, hey, he ain't say nothing, but he ain't nothing, but he said a lot. I'm just, we just, yeah. Hey, that.
Wait a minute, Z, stop talking like Abba from Abba and Preach.
I mean, it's the informal, it's the provisional government in a sense. The idea why the mob exists. Sometimes the mob exists because the state fails to do what it's supposed to do. Honor contracts, protect property, and then you have to go to the provisional government to get order. And so sometimes a provisional government can be a single man, trying to establish order. So.
I'm okay. Hey, you know what? And I might be Borgen, so let me hear up and say this. Sometimes you think you're not touchable. Sometimes I can't keep on saying it. Able to get on that private jet. Are you sure you're going to be able to get into that bar? Just say.
I mean, what
Mr. Z, I'm gonna have to be real about it. I cannot wait.
Go ahead.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait to hear Sergeant Willie Pete talk about this.
Oh no, Sarge gonna kill it. Sarge gonna kill it. And by the way, I'm gonna back him up. Whenever Sarge drop that shit, I'm gonna do a live now. Do it. I'm doing. Be prepared. I'm gonna drop my shit that day or the next day.
Well, Sergeant
Like,
Willie Pete,
I'm
quote
waiting for Sarge
unquote.
too. But
Sergeant Willie Pete, quote unquote. You got the white people you deserve.
There's actually a quote in the Bible that says false scales are abomination.
Yep.
Yeah, and I believe that. Like robbing people is not capitalism. Fair exchange is capitalism. Robbing people is not capitalism. That's just thievery.
Yeah.
Now, if you try to get the state, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Continue. Sorry.
Yeah, robbing people is not capitalism. Like, I believe in win-win exchanges, 100%. If you start robbing people and start tricking people and start doing shady practices like lying in advertisement and doing shady stuff, 100% you should get penalized. You probably should lose your own whole business. I have no regards for people like that.
Well, you should do what China does. They execute people like that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fair.
Or send you to a concentration camp, or you get missing for a little while. Shout out to Jack Ma.
No, they just executed a banker for doing shady practices in China.
That was what, a couple months ago. If I'm talking about the same one you're talking about.
In fact, that's what China said after the mortgage crisis, right? It said that should have been a capital crime.
Yeah.
It really should have been. It should have been a bloodletting on Wall Street when that happened. Yeah.
That's amazing. Asian countries don't play that stuff.
So what black?
If y'all recall,
real quick, probably should have been some bloodletting. There probably should have been some bloodletting for 9/11 too.
They're probably so. I mean, what should have happened to some of these bankers? What happened to the Enron executives?
Yeah. But let me. No. I mean, like, no, because we're still playing in parameters. This is what I will say to that, and I keep on saying this, and I bring it up often. When Barack pretty much said, "I would stand between y'all and the mob. I would stand between y'all and the pitchforks." When he said that, I think that set a precedent where they really felt like, oh, we could really move how we want to move.
No, not really, but he was warning them that you had to get on board. What we're talking about is because Roosevelt said the same thing. FDR said the same thing in 1933. I'm the only thing between you and the pitchforks.
Yeah, but then they tried to murk him, though.
The capitalists,
but then they still tried to murk him.
They did. What I'm saying is that Barack Obama, the reason that you should have a banking system is because they had to comply. He said, you don't have a choice, okay? Either you're going to get this or that. Yeah.
Good point, but BGS noticed what you did there when I said, but they still tried to murk him. He was like, true, but I got BGS to say, but they tried to murk FDR after the fact.
And guess what? Guess what happened? The military stood down.
Yeah. True.
So you ain't. In other words, said you ain't gonna touch him. That's what they told him.
Yeah.
So, like, to what Black Socrates said, and like to what the other brother that was arguing with BGS earlier, that was talking about capitalism, like, like theft and robbery is not part of capitalism, but it goes along. It goes along with it.
You don't know capitalism, sir.
We about to get into conversation whether this is a feature or a bug. And y'all already know Mr. Z believe it's a feature, but anyway,
I believe it's a feature. I believe it's a feature, but just to save unnecessary arguments, I say it's not a feature. I'd rather say it's a bug.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to argue with it.
How do you grow enterprise that requires new resources from various parts of the world, different people, different languages? How do you do all that without stealing and killing some people?
And he's still doing it.
How do you do that?
But I'm not. You didn't hear that from me.
Yep.
I never even heard this conversation.
I mean, think about Andre, the logistics of what I described. Then you tell me how you do that without killing and stealing and shit.
Hey, how do you think France keeps control of the 14 African colonies they
The
used to have?
Francophone countries. Yep.
I never heard anything. I ain't trying to get in trouble, so go
Well,
ahead.
and we just trying not to get Mr. Z's channel in trouble. That's
No,
all.
but I mean, like it. Look, man, we already there. But this is not only that. Not only what we're saying. What's his name that wrote um the Confessions of an Economic Hitman? So he tells you a lot. He actually he go into withering detail actually about how this
Yeah.
game goes.
How the
Right.
game goes, yeah.
And so it's what Black Guru said. It's what I just said. There's something else. Go ahead, y'all. If I remember, I'll cut whoever off. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
There's layers to this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the biggest elements of the capitalist, the modern, especially American capitalism system, is the intelligence function. The intelligence function is really the power, even more so than the military itself, because the intelligence is essentially the brain behind or the machinations behind what you would use the military for, what you would use a policy and diplomacy for, that to be able to get in and penetrate this particular outfit and this particular organization and this particular government, that gives you the leverage to acquire and manage power throughout the whole damn system. And it's a large part of the reason why we have a special relationship with those folks in historical Palestine.
Amongst other things, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's interesting how y'all break it down like that. I learn something new every day.
Yeah, they're not going out without a fight. And this is the fight, okay?
They're gonna go out swinging.
Yeah, they're finally coming around to what I said almost 20 years ago. So.
Can I chime in real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Vince. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
Bet. Because I forgot like my first 3 points. I had something to say, but
get the ones that you remember now. We'll get back to the first three.
Only got one.
It's all good.
It's about what we're talking about right now. Where I'm from, when things happen to people and it's like, they're not the best type of people, we just be like, well, I mean, it be like that sometimes. And that's my statement.
Ain't nobody crying over you.
Yeah.
So there was a great point that I've seen, like in the chat of I can't remember what channel, but like it was in the chat. It was talking about like the so-called like the high class Europeans. Like we all know what I'm talking about here. The high class Europeans. Yeah, they were definitely the rejects and the lowest of the lows that ended up making their way to the West.
They were the few. They were the peasants.
Yeah, and somehow they're in power, but
they're basically those are the building blocks of what we call America right now. They weren't in power. The thing is, they were the material used. Still are. In fact, that's how Trump got in office. Those people that you're talking about, the deplorables, the people
who
are still
elected
there.
Trump.
Yeah, they elected Trump. Okay.
Yep.
Go back and read White Trash. Okay, she goes through the whole history of
I
these
love that
folks.
book.
Yeah,
I love that book. the chapter where she says the woman had the baby and they recognized that it had wild hair.
Yeah.
I was dying. That was fun.
Well, go ahead, Dre, and I'll go after. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I can't remember the exact numbers currently, but I believe like what I've seen was that the highest numbers were like
And after this, we're gonna
like
put Leon to work. Leon, you read the super chat after this. Go ahead.
White men and white women were the highest numbers for Trump supporters.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, by a wide margin.
Does that surprise you? Does that surprise you, Andre?
If you go back, if you go back, I'm giving you guys a little game, right? Go back and look at Sarah Palin, her run for VP, right, and her crowd. Okay, you will understand why Trump succeeded. Okay, go back and look at it.
Those are literally the same people.
Those are the
Those are
same
literally
people.
the same people.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yep.
Well,
And
it
by the
doesn't
way, they
surprise me at all.
resented. Wait, real quick, Dre. They resented how the media and them folks treated
Yeah.
Sarah Palin. They
Yes.
resented that because
Yeah.
that's them. Sarah Palin represents them,
It's
and as a matter of fact,
represent
Sarah
them.
Palin's whole
Well,
family
and
represents
not.
them. Yeah.
In fact, Palin was really the precursor to Trump
Yeah.
because
I'm
she
saying.
was the
Yes.
initial rebuttal or attempt at a rebuttal to Barack Obama, and Trump kind of capitalized on
Yep.
that sentiment. So
Well,
she was really Trump's precursor.
not only the rebuttal of Barack Obama, but also Bush and also
Yes,
also
as well,
Clinton.
as
It's
well.
Clinton. Yeah.
Yeah,
Establishment
that's true.
politics.
That's true.
DC establishment politics. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, because what's her name? Hillary Clinton hated these people. Okay,
Yep.
deplorables. She
Yep.
hated
Oh
these
yeah,
people.
yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Establishment stuff. But Leon, read this for me, please, and thank you.
Insurance companies raising premiums now is like telling people that can't afford bread to eat cake instead. Now, the
Basically.
interesting thing about this
That's a fact.
subject is most
Wait,
people have
let
insurance because they have
Leon speak on that.
jobs.
There's a reason why I wanted him to read it. Go ahead, Leon.
The more interesting thing is most
Mm-hmm.
people have jobs to have insurance, and people are lacking jobs, so they don't have insurance. And the less people, my parents are calling that.
Well, you know what, Leon? I would feel sorry for them, except for this: when it came down to Bernie Sanders and having government insurance, medical insurance,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't do it. They didn't stand
Yeah.
up and make their voices heard. Right? Oh, that's
Demand
socialism.
single payer.
Yeah,
Demand single payer.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
The
if
thing
I
is,
may,
it's real quick, and I'm gonna
You
move
get
out the
the
way. I'm gonna
government
move out
that
the
you
way in like
deserve.
10 seconds. That's
Okay.
true. And so this is the thing. This is where Raj reports come in. You got to be held accountable for what you believe in. But this is to all of us. This is what
Hmm.
BGS is saying. You let the elite rich white folks scare you with the word socialism.
Yep.
So when they made the healthcare single payer thing a quote unquote socialist issue, and this is the precursor to goddamn, I don't know, Fidel Castro and
Yeah.
Stalin
Yep.
and
Yep.
Mao,
Yep.
when you let that happen, then you end up where we are here.
Well, you are here. Yep.
You know? And I'll pause right there. But go ahead, was trying to speak
Which
earlier.
is crazy because we are all paying into a socialist system called Social Security.
Yeah.
No, but
Yes.
but that's not socialism,
No.
sir.
Right.
Hey,
Exactly.
rewind. Give me a second, yo.
Neither is public education.
Hey,
Okay.
rewind to
Exactly.
Barack Obama taking
Not
those trips when he was
socialism.
trying to push for the health for Barack for Obamacare, and people were saying keep your hand off of my Medicaid or keep your hand off of my. And
Yeah.
it's like, wait a minute, what?
Exactly.
Wait, what?
Hey, did y'all
Keep
hear
your hand
everything I
off my
said? Because my
Social
mom called my
Security.
phone.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Did y'all hear everything I said? Because my mom called my phone. They're coming over. So
No, go
I
ahead.
don't
Go
believe
ahead.
so,
Because
Leon.
no.
I
I
don't
wanted
believe
Leon.
Yeah.
I
so.
wanted Leon to say that.
So as
so
far as
my last part of what I was saying
mm-hmm,
was
Mhm.
people have jobs so that they can have insurance,
mm-hmm.
and if the market isn't giving people jobs, they don't have insurance, and
I,
less people that you have insured hires premiums. That's their theory.
I don't feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
well,
Mhm.
so I was listening to Jamal yesterday, and he said that like just based off of like his last job or whatever, like he's saying that currently just like private insurance is 1,000 a month. I'm like, that's insane.
Who's
A
paying a
thousand a
rack a
month.
month for insurance?
Exactly. I'm
God
like, that's
damn! What you got? 30
well,
kids?
That's
well.
that
He was
Cobra
saying that like
bullshit.
well, he was saying that like he has a medical condition or whatever. So because of
That's
that
still
reason,
bullshit.
I'm assuming it's 1,000 a month. And like I'm like 1,000 a month, like that's insane. And he was talking about like he's considering moving to another country just like to offset like the cost of that.
like that's what I'm. But this is okay. So this is what I'm saying. The question that Americans have to start asking themselves, and that's all of us citizens at least, but even though those of you about to be, where's the line where the market should not be included in this endeavor? That's a question that Americans have. What is too sacred for the market? Because if you don't have, if you're gonna let market forces enter whatever this is, then are you ready for the boom and bust? Are you ready for the higher prices, the rising prices? That's what I was trying to say. Are you ready for that in any endeavor you decide should be open to the quote unquote free market? We already know it's not free, but still, right? So that's a question that all Americans are going to have to ask of themselves. And if health insurance is one of those endeavors that you think the free market should be included in, then you get what you get.
Yeah,
Now what?
No placeholder. Like if your insurance
Wait. What do you get if the free market is involving insurance? Because the insurance market is not a free market currently. So
it's not.
What are you exactly saying?
Yeah. What are you arguing right now?
I'm arguing that the insurance market acts as a monopoly, where there's only a few organizations that are allowed to compete, and since there are only a few organizations allowed to compete, they can act as a syndicate or a cartel and control prices.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty damn free market to me.
The thing is,
that's not. Well, free market's actually against monopolies.
Certain things should not be exposed to market forces like water, air, stuff like that.
That's what I was saying. Yep.
And what Reagan did was turn basically a public service into a deregulated market system. That's what he did.
Let me actually explain, kind of explain my point to Socrates. This is what I'm saying when what we're saying about the health insurance companies and the cartels, right? What I'm saying is if you take all the brakes off, right? All go no brakes with certain industries under a capitalist system, is you're eventually going to get the cartels at best. I mean, excuse me, if you don't get a straight up monopoly, the best you get is 3 and 4 companies that carve up whatever because they're tired of fighting each other. And this area of the country is yours. This area of the country is mine. Shout out to the cable companies. And this is what we're doing. We're always going. We're real quick. Sorry, I'm gonna land in 10 seconds. We're always going to get here when you take the brakes off. Is what I'm saying.
I agree, but you always need the government's help, right?
That's so, what so I agree with you on that. Yeah, I agree.
You still do.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, so you need all monopolies exist. What happened?
No, go ahead, Socrates. Go ahead. Whoever's go after you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So shout out to our man Theodore Roosevelt. I'm all for the trust busting. I'm all for that. I'm all for in the NBA when Shaq was too dominant, they had to change the rules to make it more fair. I believe if a game becomes lopsided when it's no longer fair, that things adjustments have to be made to make the game fair. So
by the way, let me pause you real quick. I'm glad you brought up Shaq because for NASCAR, for those of you that ever see the fins on NASCAR cars, is so that a really good driver doesn't get too far ahead and just gap people, by a mile. So it's purposely made to slow down the people that would leave the whole pack behind. And that's another reason why, if I'm not mistaken, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, NASCAR, it's universal engines. They don't do the whole thing that Formula One does, where you can kind of experiment and they're doing that on purpose for the competition.
This is actually close to me because I wanted to start an insurance company. I went to start a pet insurance company, right? And so I started delving into the insurance market, and I realized, it would be a great idea if I could do it. You know what I'm saying? If I could do it. Same thing with banking. It's like you have these.
Can you blame them?
You have these institutions that are heavily situated with the government, and the government allows for it to be a monopoly because you can't compete.
Thank you. Exactly. So because you were here for this part of the conversation earlier, Socrates, we were saying that where there is no free market, it's the invisible. No, we were saying there is no free market, but more importantly, there is no invisible hand of the market. There's no invisible hand That's all regulated by government. So
So if we're gonna talk about like this invisible hand stuff, we gotta talk about like the invisible hand was around like in like I asked you guys what you meant by that. So if we're gonna talk about like invisible hand, that was around in like the industrial era where like you had kids working and stuff.
There never was an invisible hand. There was a
but the idea is still around. But
it is still around.
Right.
The so-called invisible hand was around that time, and like kids were working, which I mean I don't have like I don't completely disagree with that.
Okay. Okay.
Depends on the age.
I'm trying to get your meaning. Now, y'all got him. You guys know what he means?
Dre, you got to hear how you sound right now. You say what you're saying. Say what you're saying, goddamn man. Say it with your chest. Go ahead, Dre.
Well, see, I'm in the middle, man. Like I'm in the middle.
Oh no, okay, no. I think most of my chat is. I think most of the people in the comments are right now too. So I already own that. I make sure that anybody that follows Z knows that I'm over here talking leftist stuff, but most of my subscribers and people that listen would probably be more centrist. So no, I don't have a problem with you being more. That makes sense to me.
Hold on. I have one. So my fundamental issue when it comes to these conversations about the government versus the private sector is that I don't see them really distinct. I see it's the same issue, and the same issue is concentration of power. You have concentration of power in the private sector. You have concentration of power in the government. Either situation is bad. You know
what happened when they take the government restrictors off of private enterprise?
What happened?
You get a mortgage crash. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you take it off.
You also get three-headed babies.
Wait, everyone, wait. Black Room, give me 1 second. Black Room,
you get three-headed babies.
Yeah. Because I want to wait, Socrates, real quick, y'all. Remember, we got elder privilege here, Socrates. I promise you, after Black Room, I promise you got your chance. I promise you. Black Room, were you finished with that? And then we get Socrates.
You have rear-engine Pintos exploding on people on highways and shit like that. That's what happens when you take government regulations out of shit. You got Ford doing a calculation. You got Ford Motors doing a calculation that says X number of these vehicles are going to explode and are going to kill X number of people, and we're going to have to pay X number of dollars out, and we'd rather do that. They actually did this, calculate that shit up and say we'd rather pay that than to recall these vehicles.
Yep.
That's what you get with our government regulation.
Yes, and you know, and yes. So the thing is that yes, and 100%. I know about the Ford Pinto, but you also get governments like in Romania that do calculations about giving their citizens cigarettes so they can die earlier, so they can get their pensions. You also have governments like Canada that tell people that they should just die or get assisted suicide so they don't have to pay their medical treatment. It's both the same thing. It's concentrations of power. You also have governments. You also have governments that will, like in China, that will.
No, let him finish. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what's going on right now, even though they're not saying it. Okay, but go ahead, finish what you're saying. Okay.
So what I'm saying is that every time you have concentrations of power, you have abuses. Whether it's in the private sector or it's in the government sector. In fact, historically speaking, the governments have been way more capable in their ability to exact untoward damages and destructions through their concentration of power, such as world wars. Who dropped a nuclear? What private sector? What private company dropped a nuclear bomb?
You had a whole lot of private sector players. You had Ford Motors was in Germany, man, building tanks and shit.
Okay. I'm getting ready to tell you. Okay. Beginning of capitalism was private capital going into Mexico stealing silver. Okay, 30 million people were genocided out over capitalism, free market.
Yeah, a free market like also includes
unregulated power. Power has to be regulated.
I'll give you prime example. You have the precursor to BP, pushing the British government and the U.S. government to overthrow Mohammed Mossadegh for the oil in Iran, 1953.
Socrates, what caused the 2008 mortgage crash, banking crash? What do you think caused it?
The government getting involved in the mortgage industry by saying they will cover mortgages given to certain people.
Nope.
Oh my God.
Yeah. No, it's called the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act.
That's part of it. So what happens is
that's all of it. That's all of it. That's all of it. What do you think caused the crash in 1929, sir?
There was no Glass-Steagall Act.
Why do you think they put it in? Why do you think they put it in?
Well, I agree. I agree that the Glass-Steagall Act should have been repealed, but also the fact that the government getting into the market also creates these bubbles, such as the education system, where the government says they're going to back up loans. Once the government starts backing up loans, these private companies, quote unquote, starts being incentivized to do bad practices. They start giving loans because they don't have to be responsible for them. If the risk was maintained in the private sector, there'd be less liable.
Wait a minute. One time. Let him land. It's bullshit. It's bullshit, but let him land.
Yeah, you got that afterward.
I'm done.
Okay.
Oh, I was done.
It's still limited.
What happened?
Let him land.
I'll give you a prime example. Like in the education system, back in 1980s, the cost of Harvard Law was about $8,000, right? The cost of education was at a certain level. The more the government started getting involved in it, the more lobbyists started encouraging universities to get more students in, to give them loans, create large administrations, bigger facilities, all knowing that the people who are going to pay for it is not the college itself, but the government, be it the taxpayers. That incentivizes.
Okay, but the government did not decide to do that. The banks wanted to do that, and the problem with student loans. Here's the problem with student loans, and this is how it really got out of hand. When they removed student loans from the Bankruptcy Act, that was sponsored by yours truly, Joe Biden, Joseph Biden, that caused the explosion of the cost, because then the banks knew they could lend out anything because you could not get rid of those loans. That not only drove up the amount of the loans, it by virtue of that drove up the cost of school, because the schools and the banks knew we can loan out anything. We can enslave these people for the rest of their lives because they got to pay this shit back. That's what drove up the cost of student loans in school.
And the taxpayers used to directly pay the majority of college
student loan. Yeah, that's true. That's a fact.
They didn't have to take out loans because the cost was so low because the government was actually paying for it.
That's and pause real quick, BGS. That's where you get your professors telling you, "Oh yeah, I paid off school with working over the summer."
Yes.
That's what they were saying.
Yeah,
I
mean,
your
state schools, state schools,
Your best state schools were almost free. Your UCLA's, your NYU's, those schools were almost virtually free, man. Your University of Illinois, they were almost virtually free.
And Bill Clinton helped privatize the college educational system.
Let me let Leon go because he was trying to say something, and I'm gonna speak, and then you got it, Socrates. Go ahead, Leon.
So when we take a look at how they try to tell people it was our fault because they were given bad loans and all this, okay, they gave black people bad loans.
Not just black
bad
people.
Interest rates.
Not just black
white people, Latinos, Asians, everybody.
I did like 5 movies on my Patreon about this crap, man. I wrote papers at the time about this shit. Okay.
Yeah.
They knew. In fact, I had a fair chairman that had said exactly what happened when they actually took off the Glass-Steagall Act. They thought, okay, we can actually do this without these restrictions. Guess what? She said, we were wrong. That's what caused it. She said it was caused it.
So let me ask y'all something. Wait. Real quick, Leon. What happens when you take out the carbon fiber shell over the Ferrari with that 800 horsepower engine? What happens when you get into a car accident?
It's got a meltdown.
Bro, I'm just saying.
Crushed.
Hey,
so
that's what I'm
when
saying.
you look at it, so Well, them demanding that you actually give black people and Latinos fair loans and giving them mortgages doesn't change the fact that what broke the system was taking away Glass-Steagall because they were allowed just to do any level of risk for the reward.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it comes down to them trying to blame, oh, we gave these people that didn't qualify, but these people on paper through history shown to pay their bills if they had the jobs.
And what happened was business actually paid off the what call it the people that do the ratings.
Yes.
The government kind
everything.
of just took hands off to it.
When you say AAA ratings, yeah.
Moody's, yeah. In other words, the private sector took over for 10 years, just ran wild.
Yeah.
They had a meltdown.
So, let me say this. This is what I would say. Let's start it this way. When you repeal Glass-Steagall, what that allows for is the investment banks and the commercial banks merge, or their different departments merge, and what ends up happening is now you're gambling with people's money.
Yeah.
Right. Where that's why Glass-Steagall existed. It's to separate the gambling spot from the commercial spot. And now you gambling with people's money. Now you have a lot of money to gamble with. And so what ends up happening is the banks start looking for different places to gamble big money with.
Yeah.
This is why they entered the mortgage market. So I'm trying to say, Socrates, you have a point, but I'm tying what we're saying to what you're saying by saying when you repeal Glass-Steagall, there's a lot of money now to gamble. So they're looking for places to gamble that money.
And let's recall when Glass-Steagall, let's recall the players behind Glass-Steagall. Glass-Steagall went down when Robert Rubin was the Treasury Secretary under Clinton. Who was Robert Rubin? Former CEO of Goldman Sachs.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean,
you see the connection right there?
Predator. You had the ultimate banking predator setting policy for the United States of America's monetary and fiscal policy.
Yep.
So let me say this real quick. Real quick, because we got to get Socrates after this. And Neymar, you got it. And no place. So this is Black. And shout out to Black Uru. Actually, Black Uru, you read this, but it's directed towards you. I'm method to the madness. Go ahead, Black.
All right, no place for thanks for your super chat, Black Uru. My father always says historical Palestine. He won't say the new name ever. Shout out to Long Live the Habitual Line Steppers. Well, for multiple purposes, I use historical Palestine. Just in general, I don't even know how freely that term can be used very often in certain areas. And in general, out of respect for the true history of that part of the country. From what they're trying to turn it.
Cynthia McKinney got ran out of office because you try to warn people about this crap coming down the pike in 1998.
Don't forget what's his face. Don't forget what's his name face out of New York. Me and Black Rule brought up the other a few streams ago. The one that got caught up in the scandal. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Goddamn, Spitzer, Elliot Spitzer.
Elliot Spitzer. Yeah.
Oh, that was his
there's a documentary about him.
I knew it was crap in 2006 by the CDOs, the MDOs, MBOs, and stuff like that. They were actually running because that failed in 1994 with Orange County and CS First Boston. That shit it cost Orange County like $1 billion, man. Why are they running this bullshit into the mortgage system?
Just real quick. Like there was somebody that was like, it was a white guy, and he was talking about he was saying he said the United States of corporations. Do y'all agree or disagree on that?
It's always been that way.
All right. Z?
Yeah. It's definitely founded as that. It's definitely a neo-colonial. I always call it a neo-colonial white settler state. But I need to start saying neo-colonial white settler state / corporation because it definitely was founded that way. Shout out to the East India Company and all them
East India Company, because George Washington was a surveyor for the East Indian Tea Company. Okay.
Oh, okay. But
yes.
And after this, we'll get better you because I heard better you in the background. Go ahead, Nemo. Go ahead.
But we're forgetting another name. He was economic. I think he was the Treasury Secretary for Clinton. Robert Wright.
Robert Wright. The short guy.
There's two. There's two documentaries on Netflix if you can find them. Look up Robert Reich. There's two documentaries he did about the whole about the system and everything.
Robert Reich. It's crazy that we still say his name because I think a lot of
he's supposed to be a lefty, but you know, who
yeah,
knows?
yeah. I mean, like, yeah, no. You ever see someone
where was Robert Reich during NAFTA?
He didn't want NAFTA.
It wouldn't work. Yeah, he didn't want NAFTA, but he
didn't want
wasn't
NAFTA.
there. Yeah,
but either way, you have to understand it's the same thing when with Obama's was it Treasury Secretary? Or was it the Labor Secretary that they were fighting for one of them, and then the other one got chose, and this is how you get Uber and whatnot. You have to appreciate, like, the lefties aren't in the room, y'all. I'm telling you, I know y'all think so because y'all see the LGBTQ stuff. Those are not the real. Those are the cultural warriors. The lefties are not in the room with a lot of these big economic decisions, or they don't get to talk like that.
All the lefties ain't as left as you think they are. Okay.
That too. Right. So yeah. So when y'all see certain things go down, like, like, I get it. I get the frustration, but yeah, what y'all think going on may not be going on.
All lefties ain't the same, man.
Yeah. All lefties are not the same. They're definitely not. I'll just leave it with this. I like recently I was saying, like, the United States of Israel, but now I'm saying the United States of corporations. So
they've been saying that for ages, man.
Yeah.
For ages.
Yeah, that's
the corporations in the United States have gone hand in hand since the founding of this country, but even before the founding of this country. We just didn't call them that back then.
Wow.
Wait, give me a second. Let me read this from Cyrus Black, because I didn't hear about this. Maybe I might have to do a stream on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. I'm gonna say Cyrus Black. Go ahead, just if you want to read it.
Can anyone explain that rant Larry Elder went on about where they gave a bunch of black people loans who didn't qualify and weren't able to pay them back? Yeah, that happened a lot of times. Yeah.
That's not the reason why the market crashed.
They just needed bodies, okay? They need bodies because
I mean, it's a combination of things. It's a combination of the fact that the Glass-Steagall Act got repealed. The government started pushing for banks to make loans to other groups of people in order to look like they're doing something when they're doing nothing. And also the NAFTA incentivized jobs getting shipped away. So the American industry or manufacturing base got eroded, where the financial market became the dominant player within the economy.
The manufacturing base started getting eroded right after the crash of the dollar in 1971. So
that's a fact.
Remember Farm Aid back in the 70s? Okay, it started getting eroded back then because the world was actually going to equalize. Because after World War II, there was no other manufacturing spot except the United States. What's going to happen when the world actually grows up? It's going to get equalized. So that's what started to happen. So the erosion was also natural, but also capitalism. What does it actually operate on? What's the opium? It's called profits.
Profit.
So the only issue that I always have when people say
wait, Leon. As a matter of fact, Leon, I'm gonna let you go, but after this, we got to get Better You, because he was trying to say something earlier. Cyrus Burke, thank you for the super chat once again. Go ahead, Leon, and then we'll get Better You. Go ahead.
I think when people articulate that, they try to blame people that didn't have the funds to buy a house instead of looking at a person that got 50,000 put in their account for selling a house and doing false paperwork. Then the other part of the bank operating on it because they're redoing a loan and manipulating numbers.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me real quick.
People are gonna try to find shelter.
BGS, let me say this. Let me say it before you go.
People are gonna.
Hold
Leon,
on,
let me say it, because there's a reason why I'm cutting you off, because I'm streamlining what you're saying by saying this. Everybody had their hand in the honey jar, but the biggest hand wasn't your average person trying to get a house. Is that where you're going with it, Leon?
Yes. It's like people are going to try to find a home, and they're looking at the numbers. The rate is lower, and they really don't understand the financial language. Then next 3 months later, they go from 3 or 4% or 7% to 18%.
And
Like,
you had strippers buying three condos in Florida. Okay,
that's a fact.
And no, but the thing is what actually happened. Okay,
The big short, anybody?
let me finish. The thing is, they ran out of bodies. Okay, they were making so much money, they ran out of bodies. What do? You go after start recruiting bodies by lowering the standards. Okay, they did this shit on purpose to make money. They had to sell these instruments. They had to.
Well, but there was one
financial instruments.
There was one element.
Go ahead.
There was one element that really impacted the black people in particular, and this is something I'm somewhat indirectly familiar with, and it was the mortgage brokerage business. They had payout scales to mortgage brokers that so greatly favored bad loans.
Yeah,
where you would have someone who could qualify for a decent loan, but the payout to the broker was so much greater on the bad loan that if they could get some people who were ignorant about financial system and finances, they may be hardworking people, they may have a good credit rating, but they're just ignorant of financial matters. So they'll get this balloon mortgage or whatever that goes from, as somebody mentioned, like 4% to 9 or 10% or whatever after the first year. And a lot of people got stuck. Not because they were not good people and could qualify and could have and keep a home. A lot of them got screwed on the deal that the mortgage brokers sell.
Yeah, and also, how can you get ninja loans unless the corporation is actually in on it? No income, no job applicants.
Say that.
Of course.
Say that. Yep.
I mean, I was on the ground. I was on the ground watching people get these fucking loans, man.
Yeah. Let me do this. Better you go ahead.
But BGS, a lot of these people. BGS, a lot of these people were first-time buyers who were ignorant about financing. They were hardworking people, whatever, blue-collar people. They were good, hardworking, industrious people, but they were ignorant. They had a certain level of financial ignorance that contributed to the problem. It wasn't that they couldn't afford a good home. It was a lot of it was the deal that they got tricked into doing.
In other words, they got more home than they should have gotten. Okay. Because they did all these financial tricks.
Oh no, they got more loan. They got more loan than what they really should have got. A lot of times they got more loan than what they should have got.
Yeah.
So Black Rule, I disagree.
Wait, Jack, I gotta pause you because we gotta get Better You in here. We gotta get, and then you got it.
You can disagree, man, but me and Uber were there.
Too much
watching it happen.
Married people using both of their incomes to get a home.
We don't do this. We will never. Wait, Leon. Wait. We got. Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead. We get Better.
Married people, when you use two incomes to buy a home, you're fucked.
Okay, Leon, how does people with no income and no job qualify for a house loan?
False paperwork through the banker and the person doing the paperwork.
Exactly. They knew what was going on.
False paperwork?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
They knew what was going on, man. It was.
Yeah. No, they were close, man. It was all about what kind of paperwork. Everybody was in on it. They were coaching them on how to structure things and the way to get the deal done.
Yep. I was looking at it myself.
And everybody was in on it. The brokers were in on it. The finance companies were in on it as well. All they had to do is to have what looked to be a good file. That's all they had to do, and everybody could justify doing the deal at that point.
One little detail.
No, Leon, I can't. We got to get Better You in here.
Okay.
We're never gonna get
it afterwards.
Go. Okay, go ahead, Better You.
Bueller.
I made space for you and everything.
Bueller.
I'm here. Now think about the instruments.
Oh wait, there he go. Go ahead, Better You.
Think about the instruments.
Leon. Wait a minute, Better You can speak. Go ahead, Better You and then Leon. I promise you got it.
I'm dropping food. Let somebody else go real quick.
All right.
I wrote a goddamn paper, college master's class paper for my sister in 2009 on this shit, man. 2009, I wrote it. I wrote a paper.
So
on
think about the instruments during the end of COVID when they stopped letting people just put in any income to get an apartment. Like, think
Okay.
about the extent that they're going to make sure the paperwork is correct.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do that during that period.
Yes, they
Like,
did.
you actually, well, I'm talking about all the people that they just let through with no freaking income and all that versus what they're doing now, which people have to log into their bank account. They got to give the renter or the mortgage company all that information before they can
Uh,
even move on anything.
I mean,
They
I
weren't doing
mean,
that.
yes, they were. The thing is, the mortgage companies didn't care.
Okay.
They didn't care. Okay,
Yeah.
if you know how bonds work and how mortgage bonds work, and the bonds they were actually using work, you understand why they did it. They needed bodies so they could sell
Hmm.
these worthless pieces of paper to foreign investors. Okay, that's
Yeah.
what's happening, and then certify them. They're actually grade A. Go
Triple
back,
A.
go back and watch Margin Call, man.
Oh yeah, I saw it. I saw
Yeah.
it.
Because I was actually looking at these contracts. I said, these motherfuckers trying to hold you for 90 days and roll you up into a mortgage bond as a package. So they need bodies. They need more mortgages. They didn't have enough of them. They didn't have enough people that could actually afford a freaking house at those prices. That's what's happening. They ran out of buyers, and then it really got crazy. If you ain't got no job, they'll take you anyway. They need bodies. Okay. That's what happens when the market explodes like that. They're making too much
Hmm.
money until the whole thing came apart. They knew what they were doing. All those like CDOs, mortgage backs, debt objects, stuff like that. All that shit was in the '90s was deadly. They knew that, but they're
but
still using the shit, man. They could,
but by the way, let me say this, BGS. So to prove BGS's point, this is why they were packaging these toxic ass mortgages in big bundles and
yes,
shipping them out. This is why the whole world exploded. This is why it wasn't limited to the U.S. Yes,
yeah,
other nations were engaging in this, but not on this level. The reason why the whole world exploded, number one, because of how much money these people invest in the U.S., but number two, because the U.S. was exporting these out, these quote unquote financial instruments, these exotic financial instruments
yeah,
out, and other people, because these things were quote unquote triple A rated, were
yep,
buying in,
yep.
right? So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and it had the Moody's and all those kind of people stamp the stamp of approval on this shit. It was capitalism is a criminal enterprise if you let it go unchecked. Okay, that's why you have to have
Facts.
socialism. I'm actually gonna find it because the chick actually did say it. She actually was a part of the Federal Reserve, getting rid of Glass Steagall. 20 years later, she said it was a mistake. We shouldn't have done it. It actually caused a whole implosion. She actually said it, but then we were actually right.
BGS, we got to go all the way there with it. I'm gonna just say it. We're still dealing with it, and we're going to be dealing with this possibly forever. We're still dealing with everything. The economy died in '08. I said it.
And Obama tried to correct it in 2011. But guess what? White people wanted the white people. Okay, we can't reduce people's standard of living. Can't reduce the military. Kick the can down the road. That's what they're still doing, trying to do. Although we're kind of running out of road right now.
So that's what I was saying. It's dead.
Yeah,
It's done.
yeah.
It's
He
done.
he tried to correct. He tried to correct. He tried to. That's what the Council on Debt was about. Okay, trying to get the financial house back in order, and Congress actually refused it. No, we're not going to do
But
this.
by the way, BGS. So what BGS just said is why President Lula of Brazil at the time said, "It's goddamn white people with these blue eyes. These blue-eyed white people thought they knew everything in New York, in London, and they
Hmm.
knew nothing." Lula literally went to the G20 and said that.
Said that, yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's why the G20 was formed. That was the deal. Okay. In other words, we can't trust you crackers anymore, right? We have to
Hey,
expand the G7.
hey, if you remember, this is what Hugo Chavez was on. This is what
Hmm.
Lula was on. And
Yeah.
let me just
Oh,
say, you
oh,
had three black men, pretty much black men. Well, Lula, but one had to serve jail time. The other one died of cancer, and the other one is out here and enjoying his time.
uh,
And yeah, Martha's
the
Vineyard.
the two people the Chinese were highly pissed off about this. I do mean highly. We're gonna throw back all your bonds if you guys don't correct this. Throw back all your paper. Chinese were highly pissed off. They wanted the heads of all these people that actually profited off of this. They wanted heads. Asians wanted
They're
heads
still
behind
mad
this.
that they still mad about it too.
Rightfully
They
so.
still are. How are these people still walking around with money in their pockets? They're still hot about this. Which is
Yeah.
why China started forming the BRIC structure back in 2009.
Yep.
I do this for real, folks. I don't just get on panels. I do this shit for real. Z can tell you, I do this shit for real.
Yeah. Some of my favorite stuff.
Oh,
This is why I also
You-
say this
you-
is more
you-
than just the women, by the way.
Before it blew up, it was in 2006. I was looking at a mortgage contract. It said they were actually putting this bullshit into the mortgage rates, into the mortgage system. I said, God damn, it's gonna blow up. A year later, it actually blew up. When Kramer had his meltdown, people didn't even know it then.
By the way, that's what
Michael
made him
Richardson.
famous. Is the meltdown.
Yeah.
And it was at the LA at the Comedy Store, I think, or at the Ice House, one of them.
What? The
No,
meltdown?
no, where he went to meltdown.
No. We're
he
talking
was on the
about
floor. He was on the floor.
Kramer on MSNBC had a meltdown about the about Bear Stearns crashing. Okay.
Oh, that Kramer. Sorry, wrong.
That
Kramer.
Kramer.
Sorry, my mistake. My mistake. Should have specified.
Yeah. Well, if you know, you know.
Yeah. I said my mistake. Sorry.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, well, I didn't expect you to know. What I'm saying is, Kramer had his meltdown in 2000. I was telling people right then and there, it's gonna go left. Okay, watch out. Right when he did
Talking about that. If you don't mind reading this for me, BGS.
Fun fact: professors are demanded to get grants more than teach students. What's funded? Patches, not solutions. Yep.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
College became a business instead of a service. Okay, to people.
An institution of learning.
Say that. Nah.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill Clinton.
Yep.
By forcing single mothers into college that shouldn't have been there. Anyway.
Let me ask, what's the endowment for Harvard, and aren't they sitting on billions?
I think
a lot of these institutions sit on billions.
I think Harvard's over $100 billion of endowment.
You see what I'm saying? They're banks. They are banks. That's what we're saying.
They're literally what is it? Sovereign wealth funds, basically.
Hey, that's what. Hey.
Oh, that's when we look at it. I like that.
Shout out to NYU. Shout out to all of them.
Yeah. It was Harvard, Yale, all have Stanford. Basically, they're all like sovereign wealth funds.
Wow.
USC owns like maybe a quarter of the city of Los Angeles because they're endowment funds.
That's insane.
Yeah.
USC. Imagine how much Stanford has.
I mean, I'm down. I'm going. I had to take my brother to a procedure downtown at a hospital. Right. USC has so much. Everything's USC down there, man. Basically, you can't pass a block without seeing the name USC. So they bought up just about everything.
Yikes.
Yeah. Yep.
Which,
by the way, NYU is doing the same thing in New York that BGS is saying that which one was it? USC?
Yeah, USC. Yeah.
Yeah, USC is doing. That's exactly what NYU is doing over there in New York. Exactly.
Same thing with Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. I think it's Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. The same thing with the University of Texas in Austin.
Oh, UT Texas, Austin, the Longhorns.
Yes. Why you think South by Southwest and all the tech money is flowing to Austin? I do this for a living, folks.
There ain't no doubt about it, sir. It's just like when you say these things, I just say surprise me. I'm like, oh, now I'm seeing the dots. I'm connecting dots here.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying. I can't throw everything out because I get in trouble, but I try to throw you some some leads.
BGS, let me put it this way: as the teachers where I'm from, we would say, you have to go out and research the information. Don't expect us to spoon feed you this information like you were babies in high chairs.
I mean, you know, if anybody's following me, I've really put this stuff together for the most part. Like, especially with the environment and women and stuff like that, you should know that already. Okay, how can
If I
women
can
act a
read this
certain way?
out,
Go ahead.
if I can read this out, this is his Compassion Callus. Thank you very much. It says University of Chicago is buying up everything east of the Dan Ryan, Chicago. Dan Ryan, what is that, Black Guru?
Expressway, I do believe.
Is Black Guru enjoying a Popeye at the moment, sir?
Maybe. That's funny that you remember that too.
Hey,
That's funny you remember
I
that.
mean, I've never. Hey, I remember certain things, but you know,
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I've never had a Popeye. I don't think I could have one anyway.
Yeah. Well, but the thing, you know, when people challenge me on stuff that I actually lived, okay, actually studied for 20 some odd years, man, know what you're talking about, man. Know
Yes,
exactly
sir.
what you're talking about. Well, it had nothing to do with, you know, that's just part of it. No, that was the main piece, man. That's what caused it. That's the cause.
Oh wow.
It's like radiation was just a part of cancer. No, that's the
Or
cause of it.
Chernobyl.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, that's why you see that's why I broke it down the way I did. Like you got to you start with the repeal of Glass-Steagall, and then you walk through how we got to Keisha being able to take out that reckless mortgage.
The
right?
reckless
You got to
mortgage,
walk it through. Yeah.
Yeah, they ran out of customers,
Thank you.
man.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the
Peter
people that said
Joseph with the
Mr. Z could be a
zeitgeist.
teacher. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Mom, that's what Mama Z really wants Z to be, a teacher or professor out here.
Instead of a street prophet, huh?
That's really what I am right now.
A poor righteous teacher. Yes.
Yeah. What you said when you mentioned me
leave,
earlier.
Leave your shekels in the hat. Go ahead, yo.
See, like what you said earlier about like people I'm from, like people going to Europe and everything because there's no social net for a lot of us.
Yeah.
And we have to send money back, and we have to send money back home through remittance and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I can understand, and I can tell you, in my case, among my people, the government has our families in such a way where we have to, through our respective embassies, citizens, if they still want to maintain their citizenship and their connection back home, they have to contribute 2% of their income to the nation in sovereign wealth.
It's called welfare. Yeah. You are the
and
welfare.
They support the welfare too. Yeah.
You are the welfare. They do the same thing
yes,
here.
We are.
Yeah.
Ouch. You'd be surprised how many African countries, how many African countries are getting how much in remittance, legal or through Western Union and such.
I would say that's almost every developing, quote unquote, developing nation. They're damn near okay. We already know. I'm gonna just state the obvious. People move to the quote unquote advanced world, and then they work their asses off, and they send the money back home. Either they're gonna retire back home, or they're sending it back for the family back home, even if they're not going to go back.
Because most families pay a lot of money to send that kid or that person to the States or to wherever the first world country is. They invest in that kid. That's why they send money back. You wouldn't have gotten.
You know what, BTS? You just reminded me of something. I need to find the name of that book. It's a book by Chinua Achebe. It was like the sequel to Things Fall Apart.
Yes.
I forgot. Let me find the title for it so I know what I'm talking about. Because you're talking about that it talks about the story of a certain individual.
Mm-hmm.
Better you ain't gonna read that goddamn comment. Better you. God damn it.
Put that on a T-shirt. I do this for real. What better you say? I said when you gonna do that PhD, bruh, Mr. Z.
Yeah,
it's a whole book, sir. I even finished with my goddamn undergrad. You want me to be out here writing books?
We're gonna get Dr. Thunder on his ass.
Yeah,
he already got on me.
And Dr. Dunbar on his ass.
Not Dr. Dunbar. Him too. Goddamn, you know who's listening.
Yeah. Excuse me, gentlemen. The book I'm looking for is called No Longer at Ease. It came out in 1960 by Chinua Achebe. Because the story talks about a young man who was sent to Britain to become a lawyer. But when he got there, he ended up changing majors, and shit went south afterwards. That's why it's called No Longer at Ease. And he ends up becoming a civil servant in Nigeria. He works in the Nigerian civil service, and he sees how he can no longer be at ease, and it talks about corruption and everything that was going on in Nigeria at the time.
Oh yeah. Polly Murray, she talked about that in her book when she went to Ghana. She saw a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
She had some unkind words to say about Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah. The follow-up book to that is also called Arrow of God. That came out in '64, and that was the final book of the African trilogy.
I might have to read it and put it
Yeah,
on the list.
Read all 3 books. Things Fall Apart, No Longer at Ease, Arrow of God. They're all interconnected.
We have about 7 minutes, y'all. About 7 minutes. Y'all go ahead. Y'all good.
And it's about the same family line and everything. So you'd be looking at the timeline and be like, wow, what was going on at that time?
So, well, the Black Glamour says, well, the Ivy League schools alumni are some of the most wealthy people in America, so their endowment over time are going to be huge. Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Yeah.
Let's not forget the nepotism in there.
Yeah,
that's how you build the wealth.
They derive a lot of power from being connected to a wealthy school like that. The connections.
Yeah. By the way, Z, I can give you an example of remittance, countries being dependent on remittance. Like take the Middle East. So many people, migrant workers coming from Southeast Asia and whatnot, heading to the Middle East.
Yeah, to Dubai and Abu Dhabi and whatnot. Yep.
Yeah.
Even where I was, Saudi Arabia, at some point, and it was because of the remittance. Because instead of having, because of the remittance and everything, the government finally yielded to allow women to drive on their own in the kingdom. Because in other countries, women could drive, and some of those women even acquired driver's license in those within the GCC to drive in those other countries. But within the kingdom, they could not. It wasn't until they decided we got to stop. These personal drivers.
Tell them how they treat them workers in Abu Dhabi and Dubai and even in Saudi Arabia a bit.
My father was kind of protected from that, considering who he worked for and everything. Okay, so, but I've seen people who like South Asia, especially South, because remember, when it comes to foreigners coming to the country, it's a 2-tier system. Western passports, they're called the rest of us will call migrant workers. Developing world migrant workers. In the developing worlds, they are open to abuse, especially when it comes to like what happened to Qatar with the construction companies for the World Cup and everything, the stadiums, how they were open to abuse, and sometimes they would withhold the pay. Same thing within the Emirates, especially in Abu Dhabi. Hell, you'd be surprised the number of people who are in the country illegal, especially in that Emirate, especially. And in KSA, same thing. Because in the Saudi Arabia, especially because the majority of people are working either in the capital Riyadh or on the west coast, those port city of Jeddah, and the number of people there, candy gram for Mondo.
Potential spam.
Yeah,
I'm getting there.
BGS, don't you have like spam protection?
And they find a way to get through. They always do.
Yeah. Because I got McAfee and I got full protection that way.
Real quick, Naaman, let me read this. And Naaman said, I'm not Naaman. Kinsey and Raid says, shekels for the hat, shekels for the hat. You see what I'm saying? I'm on the shekels. Right, exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Shekels for the hat. But yeah, that type of abuse is. I know people who've been subjected. Just like remember what happened in Kuwait. Like, do you remember that story that Ethiopian maid who was hanging by a ceiling?
I was thinking it once you said in Kuwait. Yep, go ahead.
And the woman who said that, she was upper class, and she was very what's the word I'm looking for? Apathetic. And they were trying to find out how did she end up that way. Some say it was suicide. Hell, in Lebanon it's even worse because you got to worry about sometimes some people disappear and they end up dead, and next thing you know, organs harvested and shit. Same thing with human traffickers trying to get people to that European country in the Middle East. Some of them end up dead in the Sinai and end up having their organs harvested. This shit is interconnected, man.
They're getting away with a whole lot of BS over there, bro. They're getting away with so much crap over there.
Ain't nothing changed, man.
I know in that region of the world, especially the slice of Europe that we're talking about. No, I agree. I know. I'm purposely speaking about that region of the Middle East. That's a little slice of Europe. Man, we know the BS is going on everywhere.
and the
It's just
racist from both sides, I'm more than familiar with, man.
They try to claim that their hands are clean, though. That's the problem.
There's to me, okay, we know bullshit is going on everywhere, but when the cameras are on and you're this egregious with the shit, God, to me, there's levels of depravity, and then there's levels of depravity in public, right? And they said, "Fuck it, we're doing it on camera. We don't care."
Well, the thing is, they can't control all the cameras anymore. That's the problem.
Yeah.
When they can
both
control
sides
the
been fighting the
cameras.
Propaganda war. Because remember, both sides been trying to control the narrative.
Yeah, but true. Both sides are trying to control, but one side really has the absolute disproportionate amount of public backing from the establishment. We'll say it's so clear it's retarded. Even as a matter of fact, one of your political parties, right? That's supposed to be the one that's more inclusive. Was the one that said, "No, you get to talk, but you don't." I'm just saying. I ain't saying nothing, but I'm just saying. Yeah.
Let's not forget the scarf that it wears to show solidarity. I've seen that all over the place, and some people look at me sideways when I call it the term I use.
Imagine this, Naaman. Imagine in your own country, your origin of birth, you can't boycott, divest from a company whose headquarters is in a different part of the world, because as a college student, this is when you're supposed to be on the rah-rah shit. As a college student, that's the age to be on the rah-rah shit. That's what you're supposed to be, right? And for this one thing going on planet Earth, you can't do that or engage with that, because these people have made it either illegal to do it in your state, or they've spoken to your dean, and your dean said you can boycott, divest this from these certain companies, or anything made or manufactured in this nation or from this nation. In your country, your country is not that country.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, But yeah.
Yeah, fair point. I can imagine that. Hell, I can imagine all kinds of shit, man. I mean, because like I said, I understand the racism from both sides and the historical significance of it, the backstory and everything. Because I mentioned this many times, Z, and how it's interconnected with with colorism back home.
We got to end out.
I'm done.
7 minutes for a couple. No, you're good. Okay, so let's do this.
All right.
Black Uru, do you want to give the benediction, or BGS? Do you want to give the benediction?
Let Uru do it this time. I'm out. Oh, he just bounced.
God damn, he left. He left you.
Must be a good Popeye. Oh, he got Popeye ready.
Hey, wait.
He's got a
Chicago,
Popeye with him.
Texas/LA. There you go.
Yeah, we live in interesting times right now. Okay, buckle up.
Yeah. But hold on to your hats.
Oh yes, Mr. Toad's wild ride is just beginning. Okay.
Oh man. Yeah. And on that note, everyone, we will pause right there.
Yep.
Listen to Betty. And on that note, we will pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Y'all go check out the Black Manosphere content or the non-Manosphere content. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all. Peace.